Hello and welcome to Legalbytes. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legalbytes merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it. Hello and welcome. Welcome back, everybody. I've already got a great group of friends here joining me. I wasn't sure how many people would be able to join in, but this is great. I'm loving it, and I'm loving how many people have shown up on the chat. We don't even have anything particularly new that is going on in this case. Obviously, it's not a trial stream day. They're hearing some motions probably for this case and for other cases on the court's docket. There's some new stuff that I've been hearing about, particularly something about not necessarily Amica cream or Arnica cream, but a makeup company that has apparently called out Amber Heard on her claim that she used them to cover up her bruises. I admittedly have not had a chance to look into this in too much detail, but maybe we can talk about it on the stream. We can sort of get into it and analyze it there. But it's very interesting to see where this stuff is going. So how are you guys doing?
We're doing great. I'm speaking for everybody now. Everybody's doing great. Before the show, we had Potentially Criminal and Mark Field's Attack talking about greatest movies of all time.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Kurt's here, which is always nice. So
yep.
I didn't get to talk with you in the pre-show. But
yeah,
we're having fun. And didn't the judge last night or yesterday afternoon say the Friday hearings went from 9 to 6:30 last week?
Yeah.
She said, I hope to get out before 6:30.
Oh, she
this
did.
Time.
Yeah.
So they're working.
Yeah.
They're working for you.
There's a lot of billable hours. And also we are going to have some other folks joining us. The real Laura B said that she will be here as well. She is, if you are in the Justice for Johnny Depp community, you definitely know her. She has been on it for a long time with posting filings from the Fairfax County website. She also co-hosts along with Jax. She also co-hosts the Movie Myths and Monsters podcast, and they have been detailing all of the evidence in this case and kind of going over everything. It's like there are very few people that know this case better than Laura B, fact wise. So I'm really excited to have her on again. I had her and Jax on a few weeks ago, leading up to the trial. So she's been in the courtroom. So it's going to be really great to get her thoughts on what she saw and you know what her thoughts are so far based on what she's got going on. So so she said that she'll be here soon. And otherwise some other folks may also pop in and pop out. So I'm excited. So of course, you know, like I said, at the end of yesterday's live stream, we had quite a few super chats that I wasn't able to get to yesterday. So we are going to also try to work through those. I see that we're getting some more here today too.
That's right, folks. hit her. So see, you know, not enough people can sit in the courtroom and watch Johnny Depp. So this is an overflow room as it is. So now hit her with more, and then who knows? Maybe a second overflow room. You don't know. We don't know what we're scheduling.
We'll just talk about this forever. We'll never talk about anything else ever again.
I think that's how you probably feel at this point, right? You're not getting out of Depp Heard land at all any day.
Not until the trial is over for sure. I mean, it's like I can't really hold much of anything else in my brain right now, which is great. It's great though. I'm loving it, and I'm loving that people are enjoying the coverage. They're enjoying, you know, the recaps. It seems like so. It's always a nice feeling when you put time into, you know, into content and into researching, you know, writing a script and putting it together, editing it, or, you know, or having somebody else edit it for you sometimes. And that's thankfully what I'm able to do now. But, you know, I've had plenty of times where I spent days working on a video, and then you put it out there and it's just like,
all right,
bye.
but enough about my channel, Alita.
No. Rick,
right.
you got lots of views. You got a lot of stuff going on. You've got Elon's tweets that you talk about.
Well,
You've got all kinds of
I did a
Activision
long form
Blizzard
today on good old Reedy Creek in Walt Disney World. Strangely enough, so I do video games and pop culture. I got like all the DMs for me while I was doing Johnny Depp this week was about talking about Disney World in the Florida legislature. So
yeah,
we dove into most prominently Section 1983 claims, First Amendment law, the nature of this thing, benefits versus punishments, removal of benefits, trying to keep things not so much on the substance of what the fight's about. We do try to keep the really fraught stuff off the channel. But yeah, I mean, you can check that out if you want. I see. This is what I mean, though. I get to pop my head out of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. So I did a big thing on poison pills yesterday. I pulled an Alita. I got done with that 10-hour stream, and I said, "Okay, I guess we should make a video since I haven't made one for my own channel."
I know.
I have comments that are like, "Where did you go?" I'm over at Legalbytes. So yeah, no, but and are these comments correctly? Are you at 72,000 subscribers right now?
Yes, I am.
So congratulations on over 70,000.
Wow,
Alita, that is awesome.
It's been a crazy ride so far, and I'm just all I can say is that I'm grateful. You know, I'm super grateful for that people are choosing to watch it. So and you know,
well, we're having fun, and they're subscribing.
It's growing
like 10,000 subscribers a week. That's awesome.
I mean,
you're a celebrity now. We know that.
I mean, you're almost you're almost 25% done with the trial now. It's only
it is.
3
it's
more
about
weeks?
A third. About a third. So we've got four more weeks. Yeah, because we've just finished week 2. I am feeling pretty good about it. I think Johnny Depp had some really good direct exam testimony. He held up really well in cross examination. Still isn't over, but I think that you know we've so far, if that's the worst of it, you know, if because I would think, now let me back up. I would think that, you know, they would want to start with the hardest hitting stuff, either at the beginning or at the very end. Yeah. And nothing that they've really put in so far seems like it really is going to be that damaging. What do you think, Mark? You look skeptical.
No, I mean, again, like I agree with you that I think Johnny held up on cross a lot better than I was expecting him to, especially given how snarky he was getting. And it looks like we're coming in hot. So,
yeah, I adjusted everybody's mics because it was because of the court feed and everything.
But like, man, like some of those things, I mean, you're saying like, you know, the big things. I mean, those texts were bad.
Yeah,
those texts were really bad. And I'm not saying that he wasn't able to rehab and that you know, Amber's team didn't kind of trip up later. They certainly did, and kind of taken all in aggregate. I agree that the cross so far has been kind of a win for Johnny, but it's also hasn't been a slam dunk or a layup. I mean, there has been
I
some
agree.
really.
I agree. And the reason why I say it, to me, it doesn't feel particularly damaging is because I have seen how they've sort of laid a foundation ahead of time on his direct examination to explain those text messages and to give context for them. And, you know, and a decent cross is going to have those moments, right? Where you kind of look at that response and you go, oh, he had to admit to something terrible. But the reason why I think it was a win for Johnny is that he had really good restraint. He didn't try to jump in and be like, well, okay, but this, well, okay, but that, you know, he did that towards the end. He started to do that kind of later on, but
he was getting tired.
Yeah, but I also
Rottenborn was starting to sway, and he just went for the body blow.
Yeah, and the reason why I don't think that was problematic was it was later on in the day. The jury was already not paying attention, and the stuff that they were kind of going back and forth on wasn't really damaging for Johnny. So it's like you know there was space for it basically. But at the very beginning, when the jury was paying attention, when you know it's like he kind of just took the blows, and the reason why that's so important is because it shows that he has confidence in his attorneys, that going into redirect, that they are going to come in and explain these things. They're going to come in and allow him to give context and allow him to give explanation for this stuff later on.
And yeah, I agree. And I think we can say that that's probably a win. Good job on Johnny's team, because on his first day, he was getting a little snippy, a little snarky, a little, and it wouldn't surprise me if after the day's events, the team got together and they're like, look, tomorrow's a big day. Just like take these shots. Don't be snippy.
Wait, Mark, are you suggesting they gave witness strategy in the middle of his witness testimony in court?
No, I am not saying that. These were 2 days apart, right? I mean, like the first day.
It's one trip to the stand.
Yeah, it's fair.
The judge ordered him not to talk to his legal counsel.
That's true. No, that's
suggesting that happened.
That's fair. There's no way I would suggest that happened. You're absolutely right. Thank you.
I think that they probably had plenty of conversations ahead of time.
I would hope.
And that he was able to reference back to those conversations from before and remember them.
Thank you.
That's how that looks legally. Yeah.
Oh, hey,
Laura B, how's it going?
Hey, I'm so sorry.
You're right on time. This is a casual hangout.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
How's it going?
Andy Sigmore, very interesting there.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Awesome.
Some new stuff came out. I'm not sure what you've covered, so I'm going to let you lead me.
Oh, I haven't really talked. We've just kind of talked about Johnny's direct and cross examination. I'm assuming you're talking about the makeup company that has called Amber out. Oh, please inform us, because I know you know the details about this.
So I mean, I can't pull up any of the videos or anything. I'm just going to talk about it. So Elaine made a huge deal about this compact. She pulled it out and said, this is what Amber carried around with her. This is what she used through the entirety of her relationship with Johnny Depp. She specially mixed it to use it on her face, this Milani color packet. And they've come out and said, excuse us, we didn't even release that till 2017. And they are calling her out. They've gone on TikTok. They've taken a tour through their headquarters to show posters. They've done marketing materials. They've made it very clear. Whoop, my earbuds did not come out. Did not come out until 2017. Now, the last time he was in her presence would have been the lawyer's office, January 2017, signed the papers. So no connection to Johnny whatsoever. And I got another funny part about that is that she's been signed on with L'Oreal Ambassador. So I find that so funny that she didn't even pick a L'Oreal product to lie on. She decided to pick a Milani product.
This seems like that would be so much easier too, because they've existed for a long time. Like it would have been a much easier. It seems strange, right? Doesn't it?
I probably should look it up and see if L'Oreal even owns Milani. That's possible too, but Milani's not happy about it. They're in their comments. They're like, we're going on record. We want to go on record that this is not our product that she used.
Wow.
She also made some comment. I mean, I forget who's all lawyers here. Aren't you all lawyers?
Yeah. The rest of us are right now.
Anything she says in her opening statement, she has to prove, right? She has a witness that will testify that Amber never left her bedroom without makeup on in the morning. I'd love to know who that witness is that's been in her bedroom every morning.
It's Elon Musk. I'm just kidding.
Who knows? It's not Johnny.
Yeah. But that is, oh wow, that is a bombshell. So I didn't, for some reason I didn't connect, because I had seen their TikTok, and maybe it's just because of like brain fog from fatigue. But I was like, okay, there's something here. I'm not connecting it, but the fact that they only came out in 2017 is a big deal. That is a huge deal, because their relationship was over by then.
Okay, so I don't know why we're bringing up L'Oreal, because I don't understand all the specifics here, but I can tell you Milani is owned by a private equity firm called Griffin Investors, and L'Oreal is owned by family and Nestle.
Oh, interesting.
Nestle? That's funny.
Nestle owns everything.
L'Oreal, I know. Yeah, L'Oreal hired Amber to be one of their ambassadors. That women are worth it. Yeah.
Doesn't appear that they are affiliated, as best I can tell.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But why would the company go out of its way to make this point? I mean,
because they see the writing on the wall, maybe.
It suggests they don't love to be associated with Amber Heard.
I would say.
Yeah, I don't. Yes, you can certainly read it as we don't know what direction this is going to go, but it could go very, very wrong from here. And we'd prefer not to be the name of Amber Heard's cover-up cream, as it turns out.
In so many ways, that is so perfect. Amber Heard's cover-up.
The one thing I'll say is, I don't think they really want to be associated either way.
Yeah.
Like I don't even if Amber did use that makeup cream to cover up real domestic assaults, I don't think that this makeup brand is interested in being like, yeah, we're that company either.
But if it were a slam dunk in Amber Heard's direction, you wouldn't want to be the company that abandoned the domestic violence abused woman when she's using you as like the evidence of how she handled this situation. So I do think at bare minimum, it suggests that we're well into the muddy middle, because if Amber Heard's an easy winner, you don't want that. You don't want to just be out there castigating her.
Yeah, totally.
That's
totally.
absolutely true. Yeah. You're right about that. So yeah, that's
The next thing
is nuts.
The next thing that came up was the kitchen video that was shown. A lot of YouTubers.
Video on LawTube.
Me included. I got a
You got
TMZ
hit.
copyright claim.
So the question is, how can TMZ own this? Did you discuss it? Tell me. How can they
Not
own
yet.
it if they didn't buy it? And who would they have bought it from?
She could.
I presume
It's
the
Amber's.
person who recorded it and owned it. And she went back in 2016 and said, "Oh my goodness, I have no idea how that got released. I had nothing to do with that. I don't know how they got it." And that was part of her settlement. She was arguing that she had nothing to do with that because it stalled settlement there for a while.
So let's do benefit of the doubt for Amber Heard and TMZ. If TMZ did a news broadcast that included the full clip, YouTube uses a system called Content ID for big companies, and they could have included that news clip on their Content ID database, and it's automatically striking its full usage in that court context. Right. Benefit of the doubt.
Right. But how did they get it in the first place?
Who knows?
I cannot speak to this question.
Nobody
Somehow
can.
Maybe.
And I found it sad that they edited, or somebody edited. Let's assume it wasn't TMZ edited. Let's assume TMZ thought they were printing the entire clip. It really does leave out an important beginning and an important end, as far as her waiting around to sneak into the kitchen to set up the camera.
And then afterwards, her walking away and smirking into it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I was under the impression that what we saw in court was the full video. Does that line up with your understanding?
That's what I'm hearing from the UK trial, yes. Because the UK trial, the NGN showed the TMZ version. At the end, the Depp team came in and said, no, that's not the full version. Let's look at the whole thing. And it shows her hanging around, sneaking in. He has no idea she's there when he's upset. He actually calms down when he realizes she's there. He stops until she starts egging him on about drinking. We got up this morning. She's trying to suggest it's morning. Look at the video. You can see the clock. It's like 2:30 in the afternoon. The clock is there in the back. It's not drinking in the morning. And that is the day he found out that his managers, massive debt. They really mishandled, and he's in massive, massive debt. And he got confirmation that day.
Wow.
And
yeah, that was what? Hundreds of thousands of dollars?
Hundreds of millions.
Hundreds of millions. Okay. Yeah, it's
hundreds of millions.
The numbers are so astronomical that I wouldn't automatically jump to hundreds of millions. But
there was debt upon debt. There was tax bills not being paid. There was, it was a lot. Yeah.
Oh man.
Nick Cage brought Johnny Depp in the industry. I wonder if they both used the same accountant.
Oh yeah, because he had issues too.
That's why he had all those straight to video stuff.
I thought Nick Cage just like spending money.
The only thing I can say that I know publicly is he sued his managers. He sued the lawyers. The lawyers in the lawsuit, they got forced into retirement, and the firm dropped their names and rebooted somehow. But that caused them to lose their whole legal job there. Gone.
Wow.
Done.
Wow.
You're generally prohibited from skimming client money, as a general legal rule.
Yeah.
General rule.
Emily, you don't have to super chat me so generously. You just get in here and say it yourself. She said $100 million in taxes, $650 million lost. Dang, yeah. Emily.
Look at Emily paying it forward.
Just, you have a link. You can just
I can tell you. I can tell you one thing that I can tell you one thing TMG did, and I knew this from reading all the court documents. So again, all I have is what's been filed. The final settlement is private, so I only know what claims were being made that I can go on. But TMG loaned him $5 million. It was supposed to be a bridge loan. We all know what a bridge loan is. You buy a house in the old days. You bought a house, you bought the second house, you hadn't sold the first house, you can get a bridge. We don't do that too much anymore in the real estate market, but in the old days, you get a bridge loan. So they gave him a $5 million bridge loan. They loaned it to him. This is the company responsible for paying his bills. So at the end of the month, they were paying bills. They didn't pay themselves, and they accrued this. They accrued these default payments. They accrued default interest. And then when he was upset with them and wanted to leave, and he was like, well, you know what? You haven't been paying the loan to us. We're going to foreclose your house. They filed a foreclosure on the house. That's why Johnny sued them. Johnny didn't want to sue anybody. He didn't want to get into the mess. He wanted to work it out. But once they filed a foreclosure on his house, he had no option but to file a lawsuit to stop the foreclosure.
They were in charge of paying their own bills. Well, so we have definition of unclean hands. A lot of people on the internet like to talk about unclean hands.
A lot of unclean hands there. A lot of unclean hands.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you're responsible for paying and you don't, then that's waiver. I can't charge interest against that. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah. It sounds like Hollywood accounting has some interesting folks involved with it.
Yeah. They also got him into a Tryon loan, which is maybe Bloom was involved in this. So they get this Tryon loan, Tryon, Tryon, and they attach his royalties to automatically pay the loan.
Sure.
His royalties aren't automatically paid the same day of the month or even every month. They come in different times.
Sure.
So if Tryon didn't get paid, they were charging interest and fees. So he got wrapped into this loan that he could never win on. He could never pay off, basically. And they also would not allow him to refinance it. It had a no refinance clause. Now,
that one sounds more like a bad deal than evil, but yeah.
Well, they know he couldn't pay on time because it was attached to his royalties. The royalties didn't come in on the same time of the month.
No, I do get what you're saying, that he's relying on other people to interpret these things, and he's signing what he's told to sign. But yes, banks can be evil, private equity can be evil, but that sounds closer to, well, that's a really bad contract. Go talk to a lawyer that's going to tell you the truth, rather than, hey, we're in charge of your bills and we didn't pay ourselves.
Yeah, that's a whole different.
That's a couple notches higher.
Yeah, yeah, it does sound that way. So Laura, you've been, like I said, you've been in the courtroom every single day of this trial, including jury selection.
Wow.
Yeah, we didn't make it through the end, but yeah, we were there.
So
it's been interesting.
So what are your thoughts kind of overall on trial from what you've seen? And then I really especially want to hear about the jury.
The jury,
because that's what we can't see.
Yeah, we've not been given any instructions about the jury as far as, obviously not talk to them, so I don't know. I don't see why I can't say what I see. We've been given no instructions. They're very stoic. I think they've been giving stern instructions. We've been giving some instructions to show no motion, to not laugh. So they have been stone-faced. There's been no smiles, giggles. Some of the stuff has been funny. Even the judges cracked a smile. They've been nothing. You see the testimony box with the screen in front that they can read. They have the same setup. So in front of them is a screen where they can see individually. So it's not a big screen. Individually, they can see all the exhibits and whatnot. Because of that screen is there, it semi covers them. So we can kind of see they all have notepads. Some are taking copious notes. Some are taking notes once in a while. They're very intent. They're looking at Johnny. They're looking at Amber. They're looking at the attorneys. They're looking at the judge. I haven't seen them looking at us very much. They seem to be a broad age range, which I was surprised.
Okay.
Andrea Burkhart, I made sense to me that she thought for a 6-week trial, it'd be more financially stable, older people who could afford to do that. And we're seeing pretty much a spread. It was interesting in the beginning because she interviewed these jurors. Does anybody have any reason they can't be here? And they're like hardships. And she's like, yep, nope, we all have to take off from work to do this. You don't get off. So she was not letting a lot of them off at all.
Okay.
If they have a work issue, your company will pay for it. That's done. Bring me a letter, whatever. She issued somebody a letter at some point.
Well,
so she did not get. Go ahead.
I was gonna say a lot of people in Fairfax County are government employees, so
true.
Makes sense.
Care of it.
Yeah, that would So that would cover a lot of those people. I wonder if that would impact if they tend to be government employees, if that would impact anything on like how they would view various aspects of this trial. I don't know, maybe not, but it's just that's an interesting kind of unique twist for this particular jury pool, is if they tend to be federal employees as opposed to entrepreneurs, although entrepreneurs tend to be let off of juries anyway because they run their own businesses. They're required, they're needed there. But students, etc. You get a lot of those from time to time. But that's interesting. It's a unique twist for me. So you said that the ages range pretty much the full range. We talked to an independent journalist yesterday during the lunch break who said that she's by her estimation everyone was fairly young, but I don't know if that was
there's I would say there's gamut. There's did she tell you the male female ratio?
She said it was fairly split 6-4 right now.
Two women.
That's right.
Oh, two.
Yeah, 2 women, and the one woman would be older.
Okay.
We've lost 2. I don't know if you can tell that.
I knew one was lost because of a hernia issue.
And the other one we don't know about. He just disappeared. So we have 2 alternates left.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So I have a big question for you guys.
Yeah.
Next week marks the 3rd week, halfway. One of the things, and again, I don't know what's being aired. I know what we're hearing. After the end of Brandon Peterson, where we were all bored, mindless, blind about the audio. I would say with a smile, maybe she admonished the lawyers and saying, you guys need to get together and start stipulating things, because I've told this jury you're out May 27th, Memorial Weekend, and we're keeping time. We're keeping time for both sides. So my question is, Johnny's been on the stand a long time. I foresee he'll be there Monday, all day Monday, possibly half day Tuesday. Does that give him 2.5 days to do like 30 witnesses that he's got left, or 20 witnesses? I don't know what's going to happen.
So the time is getting marked against each side, depending on who's doing the examination. So the thing that blows my mind is the amount of time that has been spent on cross-examination, and especially the time that's been spent inefficiently on cross-examination, particularly of him. There's been a lot of stuff that they've covered, but like a good, in my opinion, a good cross is usually going to be pretty short, because you've got to hold the attention span of jurors that are, already hearing all kinds of information. So if you can have a short to the point cross, then you can get your damaging stuff against them, get in, get when you need, get out. And they just, I don't understand why he's taking more than a full day to do his cross-examination. I feel like it's really just eating up Amber Heard's time to put on her case.
Well, it reminded me of Brandon Peterson. It was the point just to get Johnny to authenticate all those texts. Let me read this to you. Was that the point, to just authenticate?
It's useful to get him to say the bad things, but he didn't even do that so much.
That was horrible cross-examination. You want the witness, if it's their words, you want them to say the words. It ties.
I thought of that too.
Well, so yeah, it was just ineffective. That he just. I think he was getting pissed off at Johnny. Johnny had been dominating things, so that was his way, I think, of controlling it internally. But when you do that, it turns into bad cross.
Yeah.
And on the timing side of things, right? So she's the manager of her courtroom. She wants to incentivize them and implore them to hit this date. But she's also not going to cut off legitimate legal arguments on one side or the other. She can't afford to have the entire case be questioned on grounds of, I didn't give you any time to present your domestic violence expert and that kind of thing. So to some extent, she's counting up to make sure they're even. But I don't know what they've got planned. Trials go over all the time. She seems very adamant about punctuality and time, so she's going to press against that hard. But she's also not going to not let one of the sides present their case. So it'll be an open question.
And they both have a ton of.
Yeah, they both have a ton of people they could potentially bring up.
They have a ton of experts. Sorry.
Yeah. And they have to pick and choose. They've told the court what time they thought this would need.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
There might be a slight delay.
Oh yeah, no, not just talk over me. Totally fine.
We do it all the time in these groups.
But this is like something that you're fighting with, because she wants to make sure that the case is representative of both sides, so it goes to the jury and they can find the facts. But she also wants to tell them, don't be idiots. Let's not have a 4-hour authentication video. Yeah. That's insanity. So she's trying. And it's interesting. I don't know that I've heard, maybe Alita had heard, that she very strongly told them that Memorial Day weekend was very important for her to hit, because that's also that's setting a bogey, right? That's like, okay, we're tracking this. If you guys aren't aimed at that, you can make the tweaks in the middle, but still, court is court, and you don't quite know.
Yeah. I can tell you some orders she gave the group, the lawyers yesterday afternoon. I'm not sure if it was live then, and it's nothing I can't share. She said they're going to they're meeting today at 9:30 in the morning.
Yep.
Same thing they did last Friday. She said that, look, last Friday lasted till 6:30 in the evening.
Yeah.
So they were there from night. So what I did hear is they're still working on some deposition objections.
Yeah.
You know, they have to take these, and you guys know these 1,000 question deposition video and cut them all down to 50 questions or whatever they're going to do. It's very hard to watch. They're very broken up. You lose the emotional connection because there's, stalled and stuff, but that's what they're working on. She said, we want to use the round robin system. Maybe you guys understand this. Bring as many lawyers as you can to tomorrow.
Yeah, she wanted to give multiple lawyers different either documents or witnesses or whatever's happening at the hearings. She wanted to be able to rotate through them as if it were a hearing set where everybody's a different, client or criminal or whatever.
Right. So that's what they're doing. So she expected that they're doing a lot again today.
That's a big legal bill.
Oh my God, I can't even. I don't really want to sit down and try to calculate the legal fees in this case.
Bring your whole firm. Whole firm. You sit on that side. You sit on that side. We're gonna do 50 of these. Let's go. Hey, at least it's efficient.
That's true. That's true. I mean, that's at the end of the day, that's what they need is for this trial to run, right? And run smoothly.
I think she's actually worried. If she's giving that warning and we heard the stipulation warning, I think she's looking at it and being like, okay, we're tracking it 7 weeks or we're tracking it 8 weeks based on what I know of the evidence in play. And that's, if there's one thing we know about this judge, man, she likes time. She walks in with that clock saying 10. She ends it when that clock's saying 5.
Yep.
We went up till 5:30, I think, the one day.
Yeah. Right at the end, she said, "Let's finish."
Yeah. Rather than have somebody come in for just a smidgen of time.
Yeah. We checked at 5 yesterday. She's like, "Counsel, how much more cross-ex?" It's like a fair amount or whatever.
Yeah. At the end of Ben, I don't know if you heard this when she was asking how much more. And he said, only have a little bit more. She goes, can you finish today? And he goes, not today. So I'm guessing he may have 2 hours more. Just the way that little banter went there, that it was close. I can't really get it done today, but it won't be.
If we were presuming he's going chronologically, which we know he's not, but at least broadly, we're in May of 2016. So this is the last big thing. It should be. Oh, not me.
Sorry,
not
that's me. I'll tell you what I picked up on the strategy was that he was purposely not going in order, so Johnny could not anticipate when he'd end. That Johnny could not relax, that Johnny didn't know what was going to come next. It was a surprise. That was that's what my takeaway was. That
the old Jeopardy board model.
Basically, that he had and she did the same thing with the text, which drove us crazy. I seemed to feel like he was building a narrative, but the date of the text, which he would tell Johnny, was 2013, 2016, 2014, 2013, 2012, 2015. I mean, he wasn't going chronological, so he was building I don't want to say a false narrative, but it was, however way he structured it. He also, I think, just everybody became numb over these words. Nobody cared what word Johnny was doing. They all got desensitized from it.
Because they overused it.
All of them. And then we heard her audio, or they will. That's another question. There's a lot of hours of audio that they're not playing in the courtroom, but is being put on the website. So I assume at some point the jury's going to have to sit and listen to 20 hours of audio. If
they think it's pertinent.
Okay. Well, the jury gets to decide that without knowing what's on there. Because the one because the one that we just heard, one of the ones we heard was terrible, that the vile language she was using against him, which, telling him to do things to himself. I mean, that kind of negates the vile things he's saying. They're both vile in their language. So it's acceptable in that relationship somehow.
Yeah. Yeah. Here's a super chat that I just got asking Laura, how is the room taking his little remarks?
Great question.
Yeah.
The audience is giggling a little bit. Sometimes we get like, oh, a little too harsh, Johnny, but no, they're You could see his frustration and like, why am I even in this seat if you're just reading all these texts and I'm just going, So he was, in fact, they played the one audio of him getting sick. There was no question even. They just played it and he sat there and he looked at his lawyers, he looked at the judge, he looked at Rottenborn, he looked at the jury, like, are they asking? He really was like, I don't know what to do. And then they just moved on and his team didn't object. And I'm like, he didn't even authenticate it. They just moved on.
Yeah. Yeah. So
other than to say there was,
so
there was all this time between the talking and the vomiting. We don't know what it was.
Yeah. So have you seen, did you notice anything in the jury's response to any, I mean, I know you said that they've been very stoic the whole time. So that includes during these quips, these little funny moments that other people have kind of, sometimes you can hear some warm laughter in the courtroom.
Yeah, that's us. That's us. That's the whole room behind me.
And Aquarius asks, if this can be dangerous, maybe the jury thinks he's not taking it seriously. It's always a risk. Although I don't know if they would. I mean, who knows? You never know what's inside the mind of a single juror, right? That's pure speculation. But sure, someone could take it as he's not taking it seriously, but given everything else that we've seen of him on the stand, I don't take it that way, and I don't see anyone else taking it that way. But again, I'm not every human being on this planet.
Well, he was questioned on the text, and it was very specific, and the date of this text is, and then when they would play an audio or the video, and he'd be like, "What's the date on this?" and Rottenborn would just ignore him, and I think the jury took that in because we were like, so that was his frustration. I think they could feel his frustration. You're asking me something and I don't know, how can I authenticate something? I don't know when it was taken. As far as you thought Rottenborn wore people down, I noticed when I stood up to leave and turned around, a third of the courtroom was empty behind me. And I don't think they could have gotten out that fast. So I think they started losing people in the spectators.
A lot of people thought it was boring yesterday. We heard stories of people feeling it was boring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, the jury that's a captive audience there, right? So they have no choice. They can't leave. So they either have to sit there and listen or sit there and start doodling on their notepads.
And I think Johnny's humor was to fill in the voids because he's just sitting there while the guy's reading and he's not doing anything. So I think he was getting frustrated too. Like,
it could be.
We'll see what redirect is going to be interesting.
Yes, I'm very interested to see that, and also to see if cross-examination is going to go anywhere on Monday. Maybe it will. Maybe maybe Thursday is a total wash, and then they re-strategize over the weekend or something, and then Rottenborn comes in, and there's all kinds of like crazy damaging stuff that they
got to hit May pretty hard because they have to try. This is a good time for them to try to set up their not a hoax case, which is their positive suit.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I know he came in late on Wednesday and hit him hard on the OpEd, right? And I heard a lot of talk about this, that this may be this legal loophole that Johnny loses on. And one of the things he kept hitting home was, but he took the TRO out, didn't he? That's 100% true. She got a TRO. Isn't that right? And then he was asking Johnny, and that's not, somehow it's not his life. It's not, it's whatever happened to her after the TRO was not part of him. And I'm thinking, and Johnny said, well, of course it is. And I'm thinking, well, she didn't get the TRO against any Tom, Dick, and Harry. It's Johnny, unless she's gotten other TROs. So if Rottenborn's trying to frame it, it starts with the TRO. It still starts with Johnny and the allegations against Johnny, or she wouldn't have gotten a TRO.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he did well with his responses, where he didn't just blindly agree with him. He said no, respectfully, that it refers back 2 years, and 2 years before that was when she got a TRO against me, and that's when it was all over the news. And I mean, who else would that be about?
Well, while I wouldn't call it a loophole because we're talking about what the defamatory statements are, I would say Johnny is a somewhat inappropriate person to ask about the fineries of application of Virginia defamation law to multiple layers of documentation. So, I mean, him responding to that, he's legitimately looking at it going, my lawyer says it's fine. The court apparently let this in. I mean, like, there's as a lay person, heck, even as a lawyer, if you weren't like finely tuned on the vernacular of Virginia precedent, you'd be like, pretty sure that we're having a case right now about this because it's an open question to be determined by the finders of fact, and then look slyly at the jury. You know,
yeah, I'm admitted as a Virginia lawyer, and I wouldn't know the answers to these questions off the top of my head because it's not my field of practice.
Yeah,
I'd be like, I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, and that's
look it
legitimate. It's legitimate that he said, "I think I'm allowed to be here."
Yeah. Although he's getting some good legal study in learning what the definition of a hearsay. I mean, during his direct.
He's gonna be tapping his team on the shoulder for the future witnesses, going, "Think that's hearsay."
Sounds like lack of foundation to me.
He's gonna be like, "Should you be jumping up on that one?" Like,
I mean, there are some super cuts of that floating around Twitter and TikTok and elsewhere, and it is so funny to watch, especially with the background, the silly music that they play on top of it.
I've enjoyed a lot of the super cuts where they're like Johnny Depp on the stand and it's like clowning the attorney or having fun with them. They're pretty fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Fun. We don't know how they're playing, but they're fun.
Well, but watching the mainstream media, at least the headlines that I've seen on mainstream media,
speaking
has been really interesting because the mainstream media seems to have a decidedly different impression.
Yes, I wanted to make that point on this stream with you, Alida, because I don't know how many of these you've seen, but like some of these are just.
I saw this one.
Yeah.
Now, number one, this is an opinion piece, and everyone that exists on this planet has a belly button and therefore has an opinion. It doesn't make it right. That's my first thought. But it's when I kind of breezed through that sort of quickly when I saw it when it came up on my feed, and I was like, I don't think she's watching the same trial that I am.
Well, this is the problem that I have fundamentally with this, and I know I think I've shared the other one with you, which is the court TV one. But the problem that I have is with this notion of miscarriage of justice, right? And we were talking about this in the last court case that we talked about, which is when you get headlines that are like these, when you get them for people that aren't us, that aren't sitting here for 6 weeks and looking at these things and dependent in part on short form capsule summaries of what's happening, you get this notion of, oh, clearly Johnny Depp's flailing about. Oh, everything sounds false or whatever. And I pulled up just the New York Post one, but I saw this in a number of different places on my timeline and elsewhere.
Yeah.
And it makes it so that if Johnny Depp were to win this case, however I feel about defamation law and its application in Virginia, if Johnny Depp were to win this case, you would have a whole cadre of people that are informed primarily by outlets like this. Let's say, well, the fix is in or something else on a social kind of concept. And that would be fundamentally not right. And we've seen this with, frankly, more important stuff than two celebrities in a fight like this. But it's
careful now. There are a lot of people that find this very important.
It is very important.
State lines.
This stuff is very important. But I mean, we've covered other cases, right?
Yeah, we've covered a lot
that maybe had more lasting impacts on social events and whatnot. And so this stuff is important. But I don't want to just turn this into a grift pitch. But it's what makes it so important for people like you, Alida, and LawTube, and the rest of you all. I like you guys too.
Well, you're part of LawTube too.
No, this is outside me, right? I'm just here to chat. And
you're divorcing yourself from the rest of LawTube now. Is that what's happening?
Oh, that's it. Yes, it's an open rebellion. This is how.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So, Rick,
is that it's so important because, like, if this was just it, you'd have this giant difference. And yes, people are entitled to their opinions, but they got to be informed by what actually happened. Like this one is just flat out false.
Yeah,
that goes out there. New York Post is allowed to say what they want about how they felt about Johnny Depp's performance. But this is a personal bugaboo for me. This is actually why I got involved with y'all in terms of LawTube and covering this stuff, is because it's so different, and we see it so prominently in this last week of testimony.
Yeah.
Well, we've seen it for Depp since 2016. This is why we got such a big community on Twitter, because media would not report his side of the case ever.
Right.
I mean, these audios were released in 2019 or something, or 2020, and absolutely nobody reported on them. Yeah. That she hit him. Was a closed hand or open hand or whatever. I just realized my battery's about to die.
Oh.
So it's been going on for a long time. I wanted to ask you too about before my battery dies and I can plug in. So Rottenborn brought up the divorce, which I was surprised, because there's a big confidentiality clause in there that they cannot break. They cannot talk about in any way, form, or imply. And she obviously did that. He talked about there was nobody lied for financial gain. She pledged to donate the money, which we now know she did not didn't donate. So she definitely financially gained. She also made a comment in there, very important, that said there was no intent of harm. But she did testify in the UK, and they're going to bring this up, that she said Johnny intended to headbutt her. He was with full intention. He reared back, hands on his side, fists. And so, Rottenborn brought it up. So I'm sure that's going to come back on redirect.
I mean, it will, the PR statement that he brought up on cross-examination will absolutely be brought up to Amber as well for her parts, because it's like that PR statement, it's not really particularly beneficial to Johnny or to Amber to talk
anybody.
about. Yeah,
to anybody.
it's really not. It's kind of
neutralizes because they're both breaching. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. At this point, it's like neither one of them is conforming their behavior to it. I mean, an argument can be made about who breached it first. Probably it sounds like Amber by having her statements that she made to the press about the donations and then the Washington Post article.
Right.
But at the end of the day, this case isn't a breach of contract case, which that's where that kind of an argument would be really
Right.
litigated. It's not one of the claims here. So it's just sort of a thing in the background that is like, oh, and by the way, there's also this thing that happened.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest part of that was impeachment, right? That he said somebody wrote it, I've never seen it before, and it's in his contract. I think that was the biggest part.
Yeah.
Another thing that came up that I'm seeing the media say he's litigious. He's just suing her to abuse her. He keeps dragging her, with the NGN, which she was a witness, not a party to. What people don't know, and this is in the court documents, is she sued him first. She sued him in arbitration. I guess that's still suing if you use arbitration in Los Angeles. He did an interview with the GQ UK magazine, and in there he basically denied it. He said, I did not do this. I'm not this type of person. I would never do this to someone I love. She took him to court for arbitration for violating the confidentiality agreement in the divorce decree, and it was denied. And that was October 2018. And I found the timing very interesting because then she turned around and wrote the op-ed. So it felt like
so maybe she figured, well, if I can't win against him, that means he probably can't win against me if I go ahead and write this.
I thought it was interesting. It came up in the deposition for her lawyer, Eric George. And all those drafts are going to come out where the sentence she wanted to use was, when I got a TRO against my ex-husband. That was in the drafts going back and forth.
Man, I wish they had kept that in. That would have made this case so much easier.
Yeah.
But some level of intelligence over there in editing that. But it's very, very, very interesting. Well, if you guys don't mind, I think maybe I should start getting caught up on some of these super chats. You guys good with that? Okay, let's do it. I mean, there'll be some good conversation.
I'm curious, what's the impact if I say I'm not? I don't know what happens to the stream.
I'd also like to object for the sake of the spit.
I want to see how it goes. No, let's do it.
So this is, you guys are getting a glimpse of all of you watching, you're getting a glimpse of backstage StreamYard, what it looks like for me. Because this is just the easiest way to sort of pull these up without trying to create screenshots and put it into a PDF or something. I don't know.
That would be a lot more work.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit easier. So Paulina said, this is so beyond stupid. Amber is drugged and a drunkard, but she's a victim. JD is also that, but somehow makes him violent. My brain hurts. This is one of those things that is just kind of having to do with the effectiveness or ineffectiveness of that cross-examination, because what they need to do with all of this talk about drugs and about drugs and alcohol and drugs and alcohol and drugs and alcohol is what they need to do is thread the needle to say, okay, you've been drunk and high pretty much for the last however many years. How do you possibly remember whether or not you hit Amber? How can you trust your own memory? How can anybody in this room trust your own memory because of that? But they have not yet done that.
I thought they were going to hammer the crap out of him on that flight. Right, when he's moaning that way, and he's given a pretty reasonably detailed story about how he went in the bathroom to fall asleep, and we know his sound editing guy gave a slightly different story. It seems like if you're going to hit memory, that's a great time to do it, just on details, like little stuff. to be like, the truth is, Mr. Depp, you have no freaking idea what happened on that flight when I talked to my client and she says you did something to her. No. I mean, like you hit all that stuff and they just, here's some moaning. I sound like a wounded animal. You sure do. Back to 2013. My God, if I hear 2013 ever again in my life. Yeah. So yeah, I thought they were going to hit him hard on that. And they should be hitting him hard somewhere on that if they have something good to hit him on. That's the problem with that long testimony to me, or the long cross-ex to me, is that I start to think you ain't got anything. I mean, you're not aimed at anything.
You're just kind of throwing spaghetti on the wall and seeing if something sticks, but you're not using any kind of analysis for it.
I'm not a drug user. I'm almost a teetotaler. And I'm sitting there going like, I don't care. At this point, I don't care what he did in terms of drugs and alcohol. So what are you doing?
Well, her claim there, and she's made a couple different claims, but I don't know if I've never been on a private plane, but I've seen pictures in this private plane. It's 2 seats facing each other together and a table. He's sitting next to the window.
Good if you can.
She's claiming he kicked her in the back, knocked her to the floor, threw his boot at her. So there's a lot of variations with the story, but that's the one. There were a lot of witnesses in the back of the plane that they are facing Johnny the way they're set up. So this isn't happening behind them. They're facing it. So even if they can't hear, they can certainly see if she was knocked to the floor and a boot thrown out. He's claiming he was sitting in the inside seat. It would be physically impossible for him to raise his leg from under the table high enough to do anything more than a light touch on her bottom, being a gesture like, oh, come on, let's not fight anymore. A love tap?
Yeah, but I mean, so just to kill getting to preponderance, right? What you really have to do right there is just show that he can't really testify to it at all. And when they play that tape where he sounds like that, I'm ready to go on that journey with them. I'm like, he sounds gone.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, so start hitting him on details, and they move on.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay.
So he goes to the bathroom. He's taking these Roxys. They're going to make him sleep. He falls asleep inside the lock. He locks himself in the bathroom, which he has a pattern to do. He has a pattern that's proven.
Yeah.
I wonder what made her go record him. I mean, I think that's going to come up a lot. She has secretly recorded him so many times. Why does she keep recording him? Now, the other thing they do together is they record relationship discussions, right? This is a known thing for their therapy. So here's another thing that I thought of. Both sides made a big deal. May 21st, they were coming over to discuss the relationship. He wanted a divorce. He was done. He got there. There's candles. There's music. There's wine. She wants to get him. Well, isn't it reasonable to assume she recorded May 21st? Where is it?
Interesting.
I mean, they recorded every other situation, and this was a known relationship discussion that was going to happen.
Huh. That's an interesting point too. Someone
she didn't get what she wanted.
Someone in the chat earlier said that the moaning recording was not on a plane. It definitely sounds like it's on a plane. But that's the other thing about when you jump around in time so much, you're trying to place this stuff. I have no idea when or where or why that any of that happened. As somebody who was listening and really trying to intently listen, by that point, I'm like, when was this? This is just some time that he's having a really bad day. Maybe it's when he was trying to detox.
Well, there's a bunch of background noise, right? There's a bunch of background noise to that tape, but it could be on very high volume. And they treat it right after that tape is played as if it were on the plane. But at that point, I don't even trust Rottenborn to know. Like he's flipping through his pages all the time. Exactly. So he doesn't know what's on the tapes when they ask him to confirm that it's just the two of them. I mean, there's a bunch of like little foot faults that don't scuttle your practice or whatever. I think it was Kurt yesterday that said, this happens to lawyers. He loses his exhibit number, that kind of thing. That's fair. We're human beings. Mm-hmm. But there were a bunch of them where it's like, I think that's what's on the tape, Your Honor. It's like, okay, all right. Where are we?
I can tell you how. I can tell you how. I can tell you how it was presented in the UK. It was at the end of the day. They had decided not to take an afternoon break. Now, Mr. Depp is a big smoker. And they said, excuse me, Your Honor, I think this would be a good time for a break. And you could tell, like, the you're ready for a cigarette. He goes, oh, I'm getting a break. And the judge said, yeah, no, we're going to go through this. Now, you could just know that Johnny was like, I'm not getting a cigarette. So they continued to do this questioning. And at the end, they said, we're going to play this tape for you. They play the tape for him. He's exhausted. He's dying for the cigarette. And he's like, I have never heard this before in my life. I have no idea what this is. And they are not they're suggesting it's on the plane. And he's like, how can I remember this? I mean, he was completely blindsided by it. And they probably pulled some of the testimony. The next day he came in, he goes, you know what? I wanted to talk about that. I've given that a lot of thought, and I'm positive that's from when I was detoxing on the island. It can't be anything else. Nothing else makes sense to me. So that's how it was presented in the UK.
Interesting. That is really interesting. I mean, because he did describe the massive pain that he was going through while detoxing. So it's like hearing that moaning and hearing him previously describe that. I mean, if someone were to say that's actually from when he's detoxing, I'd say, okay, that checks out. Because no one else has flagged a date or a time or a place for me for that audio.
But we have how many lawyers concentrating on this? Does the jury have any idea when that tape took place?
No, they're not giving any times at all. They showed the video inside the room, the house on the island, and we saw mosquito netting tied to the. There may not be air conditioning there. That could be had a fan running the whole time. That could make that noise.
Could be.
I mean, yes, mosquito netting. Why would he have that if there's air conditioning?
Yeah. 2012 Jameson said that he could have given Manson the cocaine, the cocaine that he was supposedly going for. That's also true. Kartikeya Vikram says, I have a feeling like Johnny might have somehow done some drugs in his life.
I'm willing to concede that.
Yeah, I think so.
Johnny conceded that.
Yeah.
So scandalous.
I know. Jack. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was disappointed they used Marilyn Manson. The text clearly say Brian Warner on the screen.
Yeah.
Marilyn Manson is his persona, just like Johnny Depp is known as Captain Jack Sparrow, and they're not calling him Jack. So I was disappointed that I guess his team couldn't stop that they were allowed to reference Marilyn Manson, even though the text on the screen clearly say Brian Warner.
Although we do generally know of Johnny Depp as Johnny Depp. If someone were to say Brian Warner, I think most people would say, who? But most people would recognize
that is the
him
point.
Yeah.
The attorney said,
I think that's the point.
Established that it was Marilyn Manson, and Johnny Depp reacted as it was Marilyn Manson. I mean, it would be like having a stage name. If Johnny Depp wasn't his real name, he would still be allowed to be called Johnny Depp if that's what he had established for purposes of communicating with the jury.
Yeah, that's true. Jack Adams says, none of the other middle fingers hanging over the edge. What do you think of Amber Heard's lawyer?
So yeah, he's trying to, at that point in the trial yesterday, this is great. This is like trying to remember what he was doing.
Yeah.
He's trying to demonstrate how the fingers go over the edge and imply, he doesn't even accuse so much, imply that it's super odd that none of the other fingers got damaged. Right. So I don't think that was super effective at that point in time, but he's actually doing it with the lectern at the time. I'm like, demonstrations.
Yeah. It doesn't. To me, it also was like, okay, but this is like a piece of shrapnel coming at somebody. Like it doesn't necessarily like hit somebody in the same way, right?
It definitely happened. It doesn't look like a knife wound. I recall really liking Johnny's answer to that because he says essentially no medical reports found any glass in your other fingers, did they? And he's like, I don't know.
Which is a good answer because he's not the medical report.
Yep, it's his right hand, his dominant hand. He wouldn't be cutting his right hand with his left hand with a knife. He wouldn't be using a knife in his left hand to cut something like that.
Yeah, it would certainly look very
so that
very
doesn't
different
fly.
if he tried. Yeah. Nick Collins, thanks for the super chat. Sarah Moore says, I thought he was so concerned about jury time. He did make a comment about that. It sounds like he wasn't. Spartan Ghost 17 says, why is this Rottenborn guy so rude? Also, hi, Hogue.
Not my favorite misspelling, but I appreciate it anyway. Thank you.
Spartan Ghost 17 says, oh, also, why is Rottenborn losing his cool so much?
No idea.
It happens. We're humans, right?
He's flustered because he's not getting what he wants out of this thing, right? He's a professional lawyer. He's accomplished, I'm sure. And he's not getting what he wants out of this. So he's feeling a bit flustered and frustrated that he can't get to where he wants to be. And it doesn't seem to be working.
Yeah. You can't always rise above, but you do hope your professionals try.
Yeah.
You certainly hope so. Todd Sissom says, I'm just a little small town redneck, but I feel Captain Jack is owning this guy. I love it. Thank you for the stream. First time experience for me. Hey, thanks so much for watching with us. And I do agree. I've said this before that I really think that Johnny has been so good at making a wildly unrelatable and not almost incomprehensible experience somehow relatable. You know, the fact that like his life is just, it's almost as if he doesn't understand his own life. That like, that's the part that I think makes it so relatable, that he recognizes like the things that go on around me on a daily basis are just like out of this world.
I said it yesterday, but that break could not have come at a better time for him, because I think they had him. He was too far at the end of the first day. That 15 minutes, he was going to go over the edge with sassiness and pride.
Agreed.
And he recalibrated for yesterday. So I don't know that I'd call it owned, but that's just not in my vernacular. So he performed very well under very difficult conditions.
Yeah, and I think
and you're talking about Wednesday.
Yes.
Sorry, you're talking about Wednesday. Yeah,
Well,
because
Wednesday-
I saw Jessica.
Yeah, the last 15 minutes
Are
of
you talking
Wednesday.
about right? Because I saw Jessica, wondering whether she should ask him more questions and looking at the clock, and she made a judgment call, thinking I'm going to end it now, and the judge will let us go home. So she says, yeah, that's it. And the judge's like, okay, we'll go home. And Rottenborn jumped up like, nope, I can take the next 15 minutes and get something in. So when Jessica thought Johnny would wind down and be able to collect himself, that's when he hammered Johnny on the op-ed stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. But I think at the end of the day, it was maybe a slight win for Rottenborn, maybe more of a win in the long run for Johnny, because he got a little bit of a teaser for what the next day would be like, so that he can mentally prepare for it.
Well, it gets wiped away by the next 8 hours of listening to Johnny Depp take cross.
Yeah.
So he doesn't go back to that place.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to have to run, guys. Thank you so much for letting me hop in.
Oh my gosh.
Thank
you so much for joining us.
I want to do it again.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, please. I'm gonna keep sending you links. If you can pop in during breaks or afterwards, just ignore my spam otherwise if you can't.
No, you guys are great. Thank you so much.
Bye, Laura.
Okay.
Bye.
Michael Gaunt, thank you so much for the super generous super chat. He says, I can't wait to see Amber's face when Johnny is forced to explain she likes #depth throat to the world.
I have to admit, I was reflecting last night about him making Rottenborn repeat that text. And I was like, I got to say, it's a stroke of genius. Could you say that one again?
Oh, yeah, that was Johnny.
It's not sassy, humorous. It's more power to you, man. I don't know why they were reading sex into the court record to begin with, but here we are.
It's it was pretty good. DBLU says, just wanted to let you know that the text from JD to Kipper was talking about the left middle finger, even though the jury was sustained on the injury was sustained on the right.
It was a joke. He's saying he'll chop his other finger off.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the first time we heard that, or we read that when it was introduced through Dr. Kipper, I remember for us, it was kind of alarming. Like, oh my gosh, like he's talking about self-mutilation. What's going on? But the second time we heard it, it's like, oh, that's his sense of humor. He's just got a dark sense of humor. Okay. This is just Johnny being Johnny.
Yeah. I think so. Well, it looked much closer to an admission to me the first time I read that text as well. Cause the second half says, I'll chop off my finger like I did the right, or something along those lines. Mm-hmm. And then it's like, I don't read it the same way anymore. So good job, direct team.
Yeah. A huge win by his lawyers on setting all of that up and really reframing all of those texts. Farmhand Tom says, Amber's odor eliminating spray is now available at Farmhand Tom. Eliminates the most offensive odors, even on bed sheets. Search Farmhand Tom. Yes, it's a real product of Farmhand. Oh my goodness!
I gotta say, that's a very effective ad placement.
Yeah,
it really is.
I gotta respect that one.
Read.
Yeah, it definitely is. I'm not getting. You guys know, if I'm getting any commission from it, I'm making my FTC disclosures. I'm not getting anything from this one other than the super chat.
Twice as much as she has to. So yes.
I always want to make sure I'm doing it. So, but that is, oh my gosh, that is really funny. I want to check. Let me screenshot this real quick.
Pull it up. See what it is.
You can roll your ad placement into the subject matter of the video. I respect.
Yeah. That's
Yes, I'm super great work on the grift, I should say.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yua Raymer says, thank you for day 7. Greetings from Poland. Hey.
Greetings, Poland.
Greetings. Stephen Glasker says, great live stream, everyone. Your commentary is making this very boring examination interesting. By the way, Alita is one of my favorite names, and Alita Battle Angel, my favorite movies.
You ever get that before, Alita? You get Alita Battle Angel references?
I have mostly when I've been in Nick Recada's chat in the past, where people are like, Alita Battle Lawyer in the chat. It's funny. But it was sense. I remember first seeing the trailer for it, and I was like, I've never heard my name like spoken by like the TV or movies before, so that was just like such a weird experience. But I went to go and see it with my dad, and it was a good movie. It was a good movie. I enjoyed it.
It's solid. It's solid. Your eyes are a little less big.
But other than that, it's a true to life documentary about my life prior to my life on YouTube.
All right, you're a cyber robot warrior assassin from the future. This is news to me.
I know, and me and Alita know each other. I can back up that story. That it's in fact how we met.
This is going to be a bit now. We should make it a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely,
folks. You can get some memes of her and Alita Battle Angel posters. I think she'd appreciate them. I
am all for the memes, guys. If you want to meme it up, that'll get me rolling. It'll be great. So Nicole F says, I am waiting for Amber to turn on her lawyers. I don't know. I mean, she's kind of yeah, I hope not, because they are putting in a lot of work for her, good, bad, or indifferent. This is a lot of work. And I think that they are probably doing their best work. However we give our comments about their performance and whatnot. And I always try to remember, and I try to remind everybody too, it is so much easier for us sitting here in our offices or our YouTube studios commenting while watching something to say, well, I wouldn't do it that way. I wouldn't do it that way. I'd prefer to see it this way. It's so much easier to do that than to be the person actually in the courtroom doing it. Because
it's the definition of armchair. It's the definition of armchair critic. Like that's literally what we're doing right now.
Usually what I mean is I do it so much worse in the moment. I wouldn't do it that way.
And I think that's something that I do want to just hang up on a second, because we are, but rightly so, it is one team has not been performing as well as the other team. That is inarguable. But we can also get carried away, and I think how much we emphasize how badly they're doing.
Sure. Yeah, I've definitely heard some of that and tried to take some of that back, because people are talking about this disaster and train wreck, and I don't personally see that. I think it was ineffective, but I don't really think it was a train wreck disaster. It's not like they lost massive ground or Johnny Depp laid down some, massive truth that just blows everything apart. It's just been mostly ineffective. I think it's opportunity
cost, right? I think it was a pretty massive disaster on opportunity cost grounds. This is Johnny Depp. This is their cross-ex over the main witness. I think that there were a couple of hours there where it was really off the rails. For cross-ex counsel, and that's not the whole session. It's definitely not the early session. I thought it was okay early. And I thought his tone was right. And I agree with you, Kurt. I agree with you, Mark, which is, he had a bad day. Is there anybody on this panel that hasn't had a bad day doing their job? I don't. Anyone? No? Yeah. So, I think it's totally fair to say, we're in an entertainment environment. We tend to hyperbolize. Let's get into it. And that's totally fair. I think I said before, I think he's a good lawyer. I honestly think that their strategy or Amber's strategy or the facts that they actually have in front of them are weaker than I thought they would be. And ideally, you don't expose that to me, where I go, hey, okay,
maybe, yeah. I'm not 100% sold on that yet, but I absolutely understand.
It's just a feeling. I assume that they're pausing to give it to Heard. Like strategically, it's like they're going to let her be the voice of the things that they really want to say. But it's just, I felt like yesterday was wasted, and I'm not exactly resentful of that, but it's it's kind of like the difference. I know this is going to be a weird analogy, but maybe it works. It's the difference between Rotten Tomatoes and Metacritic, right? Like Rotten Tomatoes, it's like a thumbs up or thumbs down score, right? And that's how it is. And so like it's either thumbs up or it's thumbs down. And Metacritic is like a shaded gradation out of 100. And so it's kind of common that you'll see like a movie that's like certified fresh, but like on Metacritic, it's got like 60.
You know, like nobody hates it, but like nobody loves it, right?
It doesn't offend anyone.
Yeah, and I feel like it's very easy sometimes that we get swept up in this stuff, and we're giving that thumbs up or thumbs down. But like, you know, yeah, we're all kind of giving that thumbs down to the team here, but they're not zeros. They're not scoring zeros.
No.
You know, yeah.
But I think it's a loss of opportunity if you're bored by the party's cross exam.
I know.
Yeah,
it's such a sad thing.
And when you consider how, I mean, it's a 6-week trial, but the judge has reiterated this, that there is actually limited time here. You need to make an efficient time of your minutes in front of the jury, not just for their attention span, but also for how much time you're allowed to be in front of them. So that is a massive opportunity cost, and that's really what it was about. Is I agree with you, Rick, that it's all about the wasted opportunities that they had to make something of that.
You get one shot directly at Johnny. You get one.
Yes.
Yep.
I agree. Sorry, I kind of cut you off, Mark.
Oh, no, not at all. And you're gonna.
Okay.
I mean, I agree with you, Mark. I think you're right. No, they're not scoring zeros here, but like Richard said, this is probably a preview of what they've got going forward.
It feels that way.
I mean, this is Johnny. This is the big one. I mean, he's the big guy. You got to take him down. And yeah, I think this is probably the high watermark for what they're going to really be able to present, because a lot of the other stuff from as we've seen this now, okay, yeah, it looks a little bad for Johnny, but geez, it makes Amber look even worse. So
yeah, it's totally possible.
I think the targeted strike,
and I don't think it's just saying like, oh my God, this is horrible. I just think just like normal people were basing it on, this just doesn't look very good.
Yeah, and I'm not saying like we're all wrong, I guess, but when we kind of get the comments like the when is Amber going to dump her lawyers, or is Amber going to, it's like there is no
I'd
way
like to think Chad is more reactionary than us, but
and I'm just making sure that
I agree. That's not going to happen. That's not gonna
No. I think Amber's fine. In fact, I think Amber and Elaine are constantly look like besties. Over there,
which is smart. That is smart. They should look that way. They should look very comfortable together, because it looks very like warm and supportive. And I know people are like, don't say that because they're probably watching. I don't know if they're watching, but even if they are, I still would say
about either side. I mean, that's the thing. I didn't get to say it to our guest. I'm not sure I wanted to actually, but it's like I'm not a justice for Johnny guy. I'm rolling in and seeing what you got.
Yeah.
So it's,
but that's why it's so valuable to get your guys' takes to see like where's the temperature at various points in this trial,
Yeah. And I think if they had done it like you had suggested, Lita, a targeted strike, 3 hours, we're going to hit Monster. We're going to hit you don't know what you're doing in drugs. We're going to hit you don't know where you were on the plane. We're going to hit you don't know what happened in December. Well, you did a headbutt. Yeah, your excuse is bullshit. You're going to hit May 2021. We're going to hit or 2021. Hopefully not anything there. 2016 and then out and then leaving with like, we didn't even need to use our full arsenal to do our defense. We're going to get you with Heard's testimony. Then I don't feel like, okay, if we're going to do this for 10 hours, you show me some stuff.
Yeah. I wonder if part of their strategy was they were thinking that Johnny was going to get tired. They were thinking that Johnny was going to get snippy. They were thinking that they could outlast him and kind of catch him in some badness. And I wonder if that was a strategy. It certainly didn't work, but like
they had him on Wednesday. Well, and then your job as cross-examiner is to be the last guy standing.
Right.
You can't fold first. And once Johnny feels like you're folding, he's in his zone.
Yeah.
Yep. So true. Joe D, thank you for your super sticker.
Super sticker.
Jessica Buchholz says, wasting time impeaching. No way the jury cares. And the impeachments that he was going for also weren't that good or important, like it was, there was nothing that I remember that stuck out to me, at least in my memory now. There was nothing that stuck out to me that said, ooh, he really lied on this. Ooh, this is important. Like it was little things that he characterized in a very soft way. And it wasn't exactly the way that he had said it before, but it's still like when you hear the two like next to each other, it's like, okay, I don't know. It kind of makes sense.
This is
not exactly inconsistent.
Though, right? Like you do one instance of you used monster to describe yourself, and it was in a very aggressive way. Out. You didn't do cocaine? No. you say in this box is cocaine. He said, well, that would be very difficult. It's just a stupid answer from Johnny Depp. It would fall on the floor.
I mean, it was funny though. It was very depictive.
You pull up the testimony, out. Next one, right? He was looking for some kind of bomb drop that Johnny Depp wasn't going to give him.
Yeah, exactly.
That is really what happened. He was looking for one haymaker, one like thing, and just none of those punches were clear lane. Yeah.
None of them. Yeah. Joshua Frost says that audio started, I didn't effing headbutt you. Then after she said something, he replied, I headbutted your forehead. That wouldn't break your nose. Yeah, that audio was so difficult to understand. I still don't quite know what I heard in that. Even though I think he agreed that he had said that I headbutted you or something, but it was still like he didn't seem convinced. I don't know.
He conceded it and said he matched her language. That was his excuse.
Yes.
I think the headbutt one, that one was effective for me in terms of, I thought it felt a little deceptive for the, I'm holding her close and naturally things bump. And I'm like, that one's, I don't like this sequence, Johnny.
Yeah. I've never, I've embraced people before. I've never accidentally headbutted them. Yeah.
But was that embrace also when they were fighting you though?
Yes. I mean, not as many. Certainly not as many.
Okay.
But
bots again. Do I need to? Okay, I've got to put this on subscribers only mode again. Sorry, guys.
Women's, that sounds fun.
You got bots in your overflow room stream?
You know what I do whenever I feel slightly unclean from getting bots in my stream? I pick up some Farmhand Tom odor destroyer and I use it. Farmhand Tom, the only odor destroyer strong enough for a farmer and his horse.
9 out of 10 farmers agree.
I love it. I love it. Emma, but that guy he's getting more than his money's worth.
Good value.
Emma Bell.
Good value
thank
here.
You. Yeah, of course. So Silas said, WTF is happening here? Even the judge sounds sleepy.
Maybe.
On civil law, she don't lie. She don't lie. She don't lie. You don't need to super chat me, man.
Inception.
Yeah, exactly. Frozen Control says this lawyer is reading the 12 Monkeys script instead of his notes. I actually haven't seen 12 Monkeys, but I assume you guys have.
That particular reference is interesting. I'm like, why?
I think I think that it's a reference to the jumping around in timelines and characters not exactly knowing exactly where they are.
You know what?
I was thinking Back to the
Mark
Future.
Nailed it. You're exactly right. I'm like, okay, that reference has to be specific. And then, okay, yes, it's disorientation from where you are in the timeline.
Yeah, exactly. You don't know exactly where you are in the timeline.
I yield to Mark's superior reference library.
I appreciate that. Suzanne Fogel says, how does this attorney start off by telling JD nothing is pertinent prior to the Washington Post article, but keeps referring back dates as far back as 2013? Makes no sense.
Yeah, that was their case they brought.
Yeah.
I mean, it's they're gonna. You can also make alternative arguments to say this isn't about those times, and oh, by the way, everything that you're saying is a lie. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, their umbrella stance, at least in that cross-ex, is none of this is defamation. None of this counts overall. But as long as you're going to bring all this crap up, we're going to defend it.
Yeah. Boobarella, that's a funny name, says, how much time does Heard's defense have for cross? How much time will Depp's team have for redirect? They get a bulk amount of time, and they get to decide how much they want to allocate to various parts of their case. They could say that they'll do a 3-hour cross. They could say they'll do a 2 or 3 day cross. It's up to them to use or squander their time.
We'll see.
Yes. Oh, Thy Fleecy says they underestimate JD's years of PR experience.
Well, half of his answers come out cross as like inside the actor's studio. Like he's just gonna be like, how long do you need? 15 minutes? You got it.
and it's also interesting too, because it's a disarming level of charm. It's a very laid back charm, which, because at the beginning, I think a lot of people in this chat and a lot of us, when he first took the stand, were all like, oh God, this guy is old. He's broken. He's like, does he even know what he's talking about? And then once you hear it more, you're like, oh, this is just some laid back charisma,
Yeah.
And I joke with my wife that he'll be asked a question that's like, what happened that day? And he'll start with a recollection about his boyhood love of records. and yet And yet, by the time you get to the end, like you understood how he got there. Like,
Yeah.
that actually was an answer to this question, but it took 20 minutes and it took us.
Yeah,
on
it's like, oh,
took us
I
on a
actually
trip.
understand why you gave all of that context, because it's like, now I fully understand your answer.
And his speech pattern is, I remember at the beginning, and maybe this is a crazy, off the wall comparison, but it was so deliberate and slow that it reminded me of like when President Obama was speaking, that he was never speaking in a way that sounded like he hadn't thought about the last 5 words before he said it. It was very slow and very deliberate and measured in tone, and it was just, it worked. It was very interesting.
Once you got in the groove. Yeah.
Yeah. As soon as
exactly.
it takes some time to get used to it, but then when you do, you're like, okay, I get it.
I had the same reaction as Mark. I was like, is this how he actually sounds like outside of movies?
Yeah. Mary Brewer's Creative Corner says it is actually a good book, in my opinion. That was a Disco Bloodbath, I think, is what they were referring to. I have never heard of this book before, but now I'm very interested, and I want to use that as a descriptor for pretty much anything. I mean, I love that.
Throw it into day 8. #Disco Bloodbath.
I mean, that's how I referred to the cross examination. I was like, this cross examination is a disco bloodbath. Boogers said her own friggin' defense incepted the idea of hoax for the jury. Congrats, JD. I don't know exactly which part they did. There's
a tape where I thought this, where she says something along the lines of, well, I can show him my photos and I can do my things and
that's
things like that.
Right.
Like, at least in the context of this trial, that sounds a little bit like I can make stuff up.
Yeah. I can do.
Yeah, that was right. Very good memory. Veronique Villette says, the kitchen video, please show the beginning and end to show Amber Heard's intent with her setting up the camera and that smirk at the end. Context is important.
Do we not have a beginning for that? Because I don't remember a setup portion of that video.
There wasn't in the one we saw, but I have a feeling...
They may have clipped out the very beginning and very end of that. And I wonder if maybe on redirect, they'll show the full version.
See, I'd save that for Amber. Hey, did you film this? Yeah. Did this part happen? Because now you've got the defense looking like cheaters and liars too at that point.
Although,
because it's not Amber just hiding things, it's the whole defense team.
By that point, though, if you wait too long, the jury might not remember, and so have an understanding of like, why am I looking at this again? We've already seen this. Like the significance of it may be lost with that much time in between. It might be better at least first to bring it up on his redirect to say, okay, you were involved here, right? They showed this clip. Let's show the full thing from very beginning until very end, and then say what happened that day. What was going on that day?
It's just an open question because I will say, again, as somebody who hadn't seen any of this, that was effective in showing, however you want to frame Amber taking the video, that was effective in showing what seemed to be a dangerous man, very upset and somewhat out of control. So that I thought that was one of the effective pieces of evidence that they put forth, because I go, okay, I can see how this might feel. So that doesn't prove anything as to what happened, but in terms of feel, it's like, okay, I can imagine myself going, and he's gone.
And they're absolutely right to try and get, the other side is absolutely right to try and get the beginning and the end in there, because it's contextualizing in a way that doesn't look good for Amber. But at the same time, it doesn't negate the power of that video to me. If that's something that's your lived experience and that you don't want someone to see, I'm not I'm just assuming what she's saying is true right now, then the fact that you finally got one of those crazy outbursts recorded on tape, something that maybe you've been trying to do for a while now, you might be happy about it, even though it sucks.
I'm having not seen the smirk, I can imagine exactly that, which is like, I finally got it on tape.
Right now, if I were Johnny's team, I would try like hell to be getting more of that tape in as possible, because the context looks bad. I wonder how much it's really worth fighting over. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah. And people in the chat are asking, when is Amber testifying? During her case in chief. So we are still in Johnny's case in chief. The first portion, the first half, you could say, of this trial is his, where he's putting on his witnesses. He's testifying for himself. He's going to have some experts probably come on. And then after that, the plaintiff's side will rest. And then it'll go to the defense case in chief, at which time she will be able to call her witnesses and she'll be one of her own as well. Oh, shoot. Diana Riskiniti, thank you so much for your super chat. They said, can you guys discuss if Amber will receive legal or criminal ramifications to being allegedly abused, as she herself was an abuser? For all true victims, I believe it's important. I think that the ramifications is going to be whether or not she wins this case.
Yeah.
Basically, that's
happen to her.
Outside of statute of limitations stuff and everything else, we aren't close to the place where I think you'd feel comfortable proving that Amber is one or the other. I mean, we're living in defamation land.
Yeah.
So I can understand how anybody might feel about what we've been shown so far, but it is unreasonable to assume there are any ramifications after this case for what happened in the mid 2010s here.
Well, I mean, I've spent time. I worked for 2 years as a prosecutor. I mean, for what they intend to show, I mean, absent some super violent felony level conduct, like, okay, great. These people are horrible to each other. Have a nice day.
Yeah.
It's not worth it at all.
And I think in a lot of ways, I keep, the more I watch this.
Sorry, Mark.
No.
It's not to downplay domestic violence. It's just at some point, it's old, it's stale. I wouldn't be able to do anything with it.
Yeah.
A jury would be sitting there saying, "Why are we here?"
Yeah, no, and I think you're right. One of the things that I've been returning to, the more and more I watch this and the more I think about it, the more it really seems like this is a family law dispute among two private parties. And the idea that some sort of prosecutor would want to get criminal charges involved. And it's just not, it's sad. It's sad, but it's not going to be something that I don't think anyone would want to.
No, but I get it.
Pursue.
I mean,
absolutely.
It's clear she is not as she depicted and went out there with as an outward facing person. I mean, that's
exactly.
true. I don't think that's ever going to be disputed ever again, whether it's defamation, that kind of thing, whether it's violence.
Which again is a big win for Johnny. And I think unless everybody's changed, I know I only come on here once every couple of days, but unless we've changed positions, it really does seem like this is kind of what Johnny was setting out to do, and I think that it is showing this. This is his WAPO article, and it's being widely read. You know?
I actually think that's why Wednesday was so dangerous for him. That was the day when he got to give his performance. That was his day in court, and he's feeling himself when that cross-ex starts. And that's why I think he uses the cross-examiner's name like 3 times. He's very snarky. And I think he would have lost the jury if he went down that road for another couple hours.
Yeah, he reined it in. He reined it in admirably.
Totally.
Yeah, he did. He really did. Marcus, thanks for your super chat. Brian Anderson, thank you for your super sticker. MSC LRHD. Sorry, I'm trying to get all these names. JD is acting as his own counsel at times with respect to his replies. I wonder if he's had some advice/training. Oh, I mean, they definitely have gone over. They definitely have gone over, how to go through a deposition, how to go through being on the stand. I'm sure they rehearsed, or maybe not rehearsed is not the right word, but they had meetings with him to go over, what they were looking for, what needs to come out at trial for his case, and what the jury is going to be looking for, what the defense is going to try to do to him. All of those things were conversations that they absolutely had. I mean, there were photos that came out of him meeting with his attorneys in the garage of their law firm in the week before, and where he spent like the whole day with them. I am certain that was one of those times where they had a session with him to sit down and talk about all of that and everything that needed to happen for this. So yeah, he has been very well prepared for his testimony for this, and you can see it in his direct examination and his cross examination so far. Hopefully that keeps up for him on Monday with his continued cross examination and then his redirect. But so far, you don't show that kind of restraint on cross examination without some preparation.
That said, vis-a-vis the own counsel comment, they definitely didn't train him to call out his own hearsay.
Yes. That was an added plus.
I love that because it just reminded me, we all remember that when we were learning the concept of hearsay in law school. And so I'm watching him learn it in real time, and it's so fun.
It feels like it's a 1L, doesn't it?
It's like going and watching a Law and Order, right? After when you're in law school and being like, oh, none of that works.
Yeah.
Mark, back at UT when we'd be like in our group study sessions for finals, and you'd go to different different parts of the law library, and you've got like people that are either in there or not, and you go in there with your friends in 1L year, and you're like, okay, we're gonna go adversely possess this room, and like, okay, what are the elements of adverse possession? It's like you're kind of like excited to use it in language and like in real time. And that's just, it kind of feels that way with him too.
Yeah,
Can I just say I love how nerdy you all are? I'm included in this too.
Well, and my favorite
I
moment
own
was
Blackacre.
Somebody in our school had that shirt, the I Own Blackacre T-shirt.
I'm certain of it.
But I love also when he was like, wait a second. So it's hearsay if I'm saying what someone said, but it's not hearsay if I'm saying something I read, and they like don't answer him, but you could tell he's just like sitting there on the stand trying to like piece together the definition of hearsay
without a rule of evidence to look at.
I know.
He's just like, all right, I can backfill this. When are you jumping up?
He's a quick study.
He's a very, very intelligent man, because
very smart.
And we've explained hearsay quite a bit on this channel, and I've also talked about it on other people's channels too, when in preparation for this case, where people are like, wait a minute, I still don't quite understand this whole hearsay rule. And I'm like, you're not alone. You're with every single law student.
And of course, there's the hard part where there's things that are explicitly not hearsay, and then there are things that are hearsay but fall under an exception that they are admissible anyway.
Well, and he's being thrown by weird judge rulings in a couple of places too. Like when they bring in like the Pirates article and says, I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. And it's like, you definitely are.
Yeah, that's what you are.
Like, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Oh man, but yes, it's been very fun to watch him essentially study to become a law student or a lawyer in real time.
Next phase of his career, he's going to come out here.
I absolutely love it. Michael Gaunt says, if Monster doesn't reach out to make a Johnny Depp alcoholic energy drink flavor, I will be disappointed.
It's true though. I was like, if he gets cleared, like if he wins, Monster should show up.
That would be the biggest troll that he could ever do. That would be great. Natalie says, Nurse Liz, do an audiobook. Okay, thanks. She should. She's got a great voice for one. Rubia Juju 33 says, I hate to admit I am a trial attorney, and yet I will use super pint of wine and disco bloodbath in my everyday life now. I wanted to go.
It's a mega pint.
Mega pint. That's right. And it's funny because like for me personally, also, I mean, Mark, you might remember this. Usually when I introduce myself to people, because my name is not exactly a typical name, I explain to people so that they can kind of remember it. I say, my mom is the one that came up with this when I was a kid, but I say, it's like not a pint, but a liter.
Yeah.
And so people, so anytime I hear pint, I always think of like not a pint, but a liter. And so I was like, okay, so now which version of this is mega pint?
That's funny. My rubric is, it doesn't look anything like it looks when you type it out to me. And that just reminds me of how to say it.
Alita, do you know how much you're crushing it on Super Chats right now? Because I was just taking a look at the statistics.
Oh, no.
And you're number 2 for the day.
Oh.
And at this precise moment, you're number 2 in the last 60 minutes of all of YouTube.
Where are these stats?
Actually, no, you're number 1 at the moment.
Is it on Playboard?
Yeah, on Playboard. Yeah. I'm taking a look at their real time stats on their channel.
Oh my gosh!
And you are tied for 1 for right now.
You'll get PewDiePie or whoever.
Wait, she's tied? Why can't we just be number 1?
Richard, I think number 1's usually like a K streamer or something like that.
Yeah, like some kind of a game, or it's Timcast IRL, or it's like Dr. Disrespect.
Dr. Disrespect is at 5th place right now. You're crushing him.
That's crazy. Hey, Emily, how's it going?
Hi. It's good. How are you?
Did you hear she's crushing the Super Chats right now?
Are you crushing Super Chats right now?
Emily helped that.
I'm trying to get caught up, and they're as Rick predicted, they are coming in hot. I'm still trying to get caught up.
She's number 2 for the day in all of YouTube.
Stream people.
That's fantastic. How do you
make Alita work for
it's on
you
Playboard
all weekend?
It's Playboard statistics. Playboard is a website that monitors everything.
Yeah, send a link in the private chat.
Yeah, and she's number 1. She's number 1 for the last 60 minutes, according to them. So she's crushing it.
Well, we know she's crushing it. I heard you guys talk about Black Acre and adversely
Get
possessed.
in here for the 1L jokes.
Nobody mentioned the racist loquitur boxer briefs that
Nice.
people loved so much.
Yeah.
I don't know where y'all went to school, but this was not happening at Michigan.
We were degenerates.
Michigan.
I
Jeez.
was always partial to the T-shirt that says "I adversely possessed your girlfriend last night."
Oh my God.
That I was getting into.
Oh no.
I was waiting for somebody to make an adverse possession joke about Amber Heard's throat, and I didn't hear that come in.
Ooh.
Oh.
Then you talked
That's
about
what prompted you. You're like, I need to be here.
I got to get in there and make
I
this.
heard you say prosecutors, and I was like, I got to come in and say hi.
Hey,
Oh man.
I'm trying to think if I had any clothing apparel in law school that was reflective of what we learned. I might have had a Wicker v. Filburn joke shirt.
How about this one? Did 1L year Halloween everybody dress up as some weird legal pun?
We
Was
had
it
you for our property class. Yep.
Alita, did you go as a bundle of sticks?
No, I went as
Something.
okay, and I when have I shared? Oh, I shared this on Twitter like several weeks ago. Or a
Did
couple
you
weeks
go
ago,
as a
maybe.
bundle?
No, I went as White v. Samsung when Vanna White filed a lawsuit against Samsung for their robot. That was the Vanna White robot. So I dressed up
remember that.
as the Vanna White robot. I had a giant like cardboard box around me that I put aluminum foil on it. I made like a board behind, that was a Jeopardy board like right behind me, and I had like long black gloves. I was like wearing like an old prom dress or something. And I was like, I am the Vanna White robot from White v. Samsung. It was one of my favorite costumes that I've ever had. I love annoyingly huge costumes. I'm a huge fan of annoyingly huge costumes.
You strike me as the international shoe person, Alita.
I miss this. Can we just do a stream where we just talk about
Just reminisce about law school.
Walking felonies, because a lot of us wanted to be criminal lawyers, and in Legally Blonde there's that line, well, aren't you a walking felony? And so a lot of us decided to dress up as walking felonies because Legally
I love
Blonde
it.
came out as I was studying for the LSAT because I'm old, so it was very instructive. So
Oh, that's awesome.
the next year people went as Janet Jackson's boob because that happened while I was in law school.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh man, oh man.
I have no stories to contribute here.
Man, I gotta get you out. Can you like come down to Texas and visit? We'll do things.
Come down to Texas. I think I might have had a McCullough v. Maryland something.
Are you in Austin? Where are you, Mark?
Yeah, I'm in Buda.
Okay,
Don't
well, we should hang
yourself
out.
on the
Send me
internet.
an email. We'll hang out.
I'm under. You should see. I'm not on LawTube. I'm like just a normie. My
It's fine.
handle
No, we
is
can
my
hang.
name.
I'll go to a bar
Everybody
with you.
can
It's
find
fine.
me.
Oh no, yeah. No, I added you on Twitter. We're getting different genres of material in my timeline now.
Oh yeah, I hope you like professional wrestling and professional wrestling content.
And a lot of Nick Cage.
Yeah.
He also, so Mark had like one of the best like presentations that I've ever seen on, and it was on Ghostwriter and why he loves it. It was one of the best and most entertaining things that I've ever seen, and he did it at the Alamo Draft House in Austin during law school, and it was great. I can't say that I personally love that movie Ghostwriter, but I would 100% watch your presentation on it any day of the week.
Well, thank
So
you.
we got to get you on YouTube, Mark. We got to get you at least either your own channel. Or I'm going to bring you on Virtually Gallery. We're going to nerd out with movies and pop culture stuff.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, let's do it. I mean, I worked for WWE for 4 years. I worked for Magic the Gathering for a while. I wrote a one-man show about Ghost Rider.
You need your channel. You need
You
a
had
channel.
me at Magic the Gathering. You need a channel. My kids play competitive Yu-Gi-Oh.
I have
WWE.
like 5 videos on Wizards of the Coast and various copyright issues.
My nerd people.
Oh, I mean, that's I worked for them for 11 years. So, yeah. You guys want to talk Magic the Gathering, or MTG is the other person testifying today, by the way. MTG,
Yes.
both Magic the Gathering and Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yes.
Is, yeah, it's
Things
been
I'm
hard
not
to talk
touching
about.
with a 10-foot pole. Thank you, Alex.
It's been something very different. It's been very difficult to talk about Magic the Gathering content on Twitter for the last couple of years.
That's fair. She could have ruined things.
You took over the acronym. Yeah. Did you see, though, by the way, because of those hearings, that Rittenhouse is trending because people are comparing her judge to the Rittenhouse judge? And I wanted to post like the meme that says, however, the person that's only ever seen Shrek compares every movie to Shrek.
It's one of my favorite all-time tweets. It's person who's only seen Boss Baby watching his second movie. I'm getting real Boss Baby vibes from this one.
Well, if you go look on Twitter right now with all the trending stuff about Rittenhouse, it's all like, this judge is just like the Rittenhouse judge. I'm like, I'm getting the feeling
you
haven't watched a lot of Judges.
That's good.
So in the rabbit hole of my now personal burning vendetta for TMZ that I can't do anything
Yeah, how
else.
is that going?
Well, Alita, what did I joke with? So I was in direct messages with Alita, and she's like, well, in case you missed the thread in our main DMs, I said, I can't follow that thread because I'm just trying to decide whether Emily's going to try to burn all of TMZ down.
Yeah, Emily, did you get Harvey Levin's horse killed yet?
No, I definitely wouldn't. I like horses. But I have 3 copy claims now, and I want them to fight me because I want you to prove to me that you own it. Please fight with me.
That's its own video.
Asking
if
you
you
to
can
fight
get
with
origins for that, yeah.
No.
Please fight with me.
Yes.
And fight with all of us. We want to prove that you own the copyright. I want to know how you own it. So please, TMZ, I am here. It's going to be an intellectual endeavor. I will not besmirch your name, but I want to know, why do you think you own it? How do you think you own it? And what did you pay to own it? And to whom did you pay it?
We need a chain of evidence on that.
More
TMZ.
interesting.
Sorry.
Do you think you could copyright a court proceeding like that, a court exhibit?
I mean, yes, the YouTube terms of service violations and the malicious copy claiming of it all aside, I have a deeper question, and I am now very fascinated. They have
How much did Amber sell it to you for?
See, Emily's transcendental. She's above the content ID automation. She just wants to know the deets.
Well, I think that Bungie has the content ID automation thing. Like, I'm going to let them continue to run down that road. And
I'm sorry. Did you just speak to me directly in virtual legality,
Yes.
Emily?
Yes.
Holy shit.
And I love that lawsuit. I love the way it was written. I'm here for it. So I'm going to let them fight that fight. I'm going to fight this other fight. I'm going to fight with TMZ, or they're going to release the claims and I won't get to know anything, but we're going to try. I'm fascinated. And, you know, it's like when I was at the DA's office, a defense attorney would come in and be like, can you just look a little more closely at this? And I'm like, are you sure you'd like me to do that? And they'd be like, yes. I'm like, great. I realize that I've missed 4 strike priors, that there are 3 additional felonies that should have been charged, and the bail's actually $7 million. So I'm glad I took a closer look. Good talk. So
okay, so I'm a lawyer and I do corporate negotiations at a very high level, and Emily intimidates me.
So it's good talk, man. I don't get petty with people on the internet. I will get petty with TMZ. And Harvey Levin was friends with some of the judges I would appear on when there were cases going on. And I'm like, how does TMZ know? Oh, judge directly.
Yeah.
Is there a thing?
I think it's great.
I'm not familiar with this area of the world. I'm an entertainment lawyer, but I didn't deal with that. Is it like common, let's say, if TMZ got it and leaked it, whatever it is, and then Amber's people call TMZ screaming a bloody mess, would TMZ just be like, let us buy it. Here's a couple, here's whatever, leave us alone? Like, does that
Or
happen?
let us license it. I mean, it could,
Yeah.
but how do they get it off of her cell phone?
Yeah, I mean, there is certainly the thing where she gave it to them. That is a possibility, absolutely. But I'm wondering if there's also this post hoc of like, theoretically, they could have the copyrights to it, even if they also did leak it. Maybe, I don't know.
But then they still bought it.
Right. Oh
And
yeah, no, it's still bad.
Well, I mean, unless the differentiation is between licensing it and purchasing it, and at that case, show me the licensing agreement. I'd love to see it. But then you're not selling the copyright because she would still hold the copyright. So why are you copy claiming it? It's just licensed. Because then it's not a mutual, it's not exclusive use. So I've got so many questions about it. But also, if her phone was hacked where this was leaked, wouldn't there have been a bunch of other stuff leaked from her phone? Like all of these other recordings, she recorded so much. And I don't doubt for a second there are other types of photos that might be enticing and fetch a high price if you get into her phone. So why just this video? Why?
Selective hack. Like
the
selective
Occam's razor,
amnesia.
she sold it, right? Right.
Oh man. Let me get some more super chats here. Alexis Baranauskas. Lithuanian name. I like it. I don't know this person, but I know their last name. Says Elaine keeps yawning, making Herd's team look worse.
We were all yawning.
Yeah, but it's your own team though. It's pretty bad.
Alita, did you all get fascinated by the reporter from Court TV in the green dress during stream? Like they kept panning to her and I couldn't, my whole stream, like all 11,000 of us started simping at once. It was ridiculous. And
she looked good. We didn't comment on her, but she did look good.
We couldn't stop talking about the cross was so boring. We were looking at what everyone in the audience was doing because there was nothing else to do. And then
which is a sign of what the jury was doing too.
Yep. They were also distracted by the Court TV reporter in the green dress. I went to Twitter today. She follows me on Twitter, and now I'm embarrassed about how much we simped on stream. But it was a moment.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
It was ridiculous.
Nicole Paula says, how did Amber Heard get his law degree? Holy crap, this is both painful and how did her attorney, I think, get his law degree? Yeah. Holy crap, this is both painful and hilarious at the same time. I mean, I think that he just, like we said before, he was just having a bad day and things were not quite panning out the way that he had planned, I think.
I think it was Ian, right?
Yeah.
He said it wasn't the way he planned it in his mirror. Totally
true. Listening to the answers, he was just trying to go through the checkbox of evidence he wanted to get in. And so he wasn't really asking the right questions and he wasn't listening to Depp's answer. And he's like, oh, we're just going to go to the UK transcript. But I'm like, that's not, and Depp's team just let it happen because it was so bad. It was a train wreck.
Yeah. I mean, it's when someone is failing on their own, you don't intervene to save them. Not an opponent anyway.
You just wait to hit them with 3 compounds in a row and see what happens.
He just gave up and moved on. It's like, how do you not know how to do that? But I know that civil litigators just don't get into trial as much as like criminal attorneys because it's so expensive to go to trial. And he was asking questions like a deposition. That's how it felt to me. And then he was really surprised that after the objection, you don't get to just get the answer anyway.
Yeah, right.
That's a really good point, actually. I didn't think about that because, you know, as a civil litigator, you get plenty of deposition experience. You get plenty of time doing depositions, doing regular discovery, doing, you know, motion practice, appearing in front of a judge for a hearing for motions. And those kinds of arguments, but not necessarily for trial. That's a really good point. I hadn't made that connection, but now that you mention it, it does sound like he was treating that like a deposition, which he has a lot of experience in.
And for the audience in a deposition, when you make an objection, normally they make the objection, you mark it for the record, and then the answer comes in afterwards anyway. And then if it needs to be fought over later in court, you fight over it later in court. He couldn't reset on his feet, which again, I did a very few depositions and they left scars, and I did quite a lot of criminal trials. So the thinking on your feet is what you're more used to versus the deposition where I'm like, no, I should win that objection. Why are you still talking?
Yeah.
I hate this process. This is awful.
Well, it just felt bad because it's like, just guys, stop. If you're going to say stop yourself.
Yes. Remove the word "and" from your cross-examination entirely. Just excise it entirely.
Little legal bites of questions.
Exactly. Kimberly Babcock says, are these the same lawyers that were used in the UK, or is this a firm licensed to only practice law in Virginia? I think it's different because those were UK lawyers that are going to be at trial.
I gotta believe they're qualified in Virginia. They're not natives, right?
There are Elaine Bredehoft is actually a Virginia attorney. Okay. I don't know about Rottenborn, and
Rottenborn is.
He is.
I didn't know that. I would never have assumed that.
Yeah, I think Ben Chu also possibly is. But I would need to confirm. But both firms are firms that exist inside Virginia and in Los Angeles and elsewhere.
Sure.
So
and then in the UK, they might have been involved. They might have been involved with doing stuff, but they weren't the lawyers doing the case.
Well, and also Amber wasn't even a party in the UK. Yep. So she was a witness, but it was the publishing company for the Sun. Yeah, which they have their own counsel.
Which, by the way, I don't know if we've noted, we were talking about the New York Post opinion article earlier about how Johnny Depp was acting poorly or whatever. The Post and the Sun are owned by the same conglomerate, right?
Oh, I didn't realize that.
I honestly don't know, Mark.
I'm pretty sure they are. It doesn't. I mean, they're both rags already, right? They're both basically tabloid rags. But I'm pretty sure that they're owned by the same conglomerate, which wouldn't make it surprising that the Post is, anti Johnny Depp.
It was very interesting to me how anti Johnny Depp the Post was, because the article went completely against everything I've seen across social media, and I wasn't really looking for pro Johnny Depp or anti Johnny Depp stuff one way or the other. It's just what I'm seeing based on all of the input. But then all this stuff happened on Twitter yesterday with the Milani cosmetics and
The Post does a really good job. The Post, even pre-social media, like we're talking the 70s, done a very good job of getting read. You know, like they're and so like in the social media age, they've adapted well to just like, well, if we just stake out a claim that no one else is claiming, and we just narrow in, we'll be the one people to go to. You know, like, and so it doesn't surprise me that they're just being.
That makes
sense.
You know,
Makes
It's
sense.
going to be the contrarian. Someone has to.
it's like Kyle Smith, the film critic for them. He's been there for 20 years, and he's never agreed with anyone else on anything ever, except for other New York Post critics. It's kind of fun.
That's funny. That is funny. Apple
Yeah.
Pip says, I'm sure Amber has deliberately looked upset the last 2 days trying for sympathy. Could be.
You let the emotions flow as best you can.
Yeah. Phelan Jones says, looks like Heard paid for Rottenborn's counsel with what was left of that quote unquote donated charity money, and it shows SMH. I mean, I don't know. That's a lot of money. that is being paid to these lawyers.
I mean, when
He's
you
an
like the
okay
Cardi B-
lawyer.
The Cardi B case, Cardi B spent over $1 million, and there's been substantially less litigation than this.
Oh my God. Yes.
In the multi millions of dollars for these legal cases. And I don't think that if they're giving Amber Heard a discount because of how much publicity they're going to get, I don't think they're going to get the return on investment they think they were going to get.
The value might be somewhat. Yes. Yeah.
Diana Ristiniti says, can Amber have any legal action taken against her for being an abuser while claiming to be a victim? No, I mean, it's going to be the outcome of this case. Basically, that is the outcome. Barry Dvorak says, appropriate to the pirate theme, this is a blunderbuss style cross-examination of Depp. No way the jury follows the hours of random nothing burgers.
It's a good word. I said it was
is.
Homer Simpson's makeup shotgun, which I didn't know would come up again on Twitter the next day. But that's what it felt like in real time.
It did. AI McGrath or Al McGrath. I think I've pronounced that word or that name incorrectly multiple times already. Al McGrath says, what happened to Rottenborn? He started in the very effective linear way of questioning. Why did he decide to go with this after the early recess? I mean, it could have been things not going according to plan. It could have been just that he got tired or frustrated or something. I don't know. There are multiple reasons for why that would happen, whether it was planned or not.
I think their strategy was to hit alcohol and drugs hard for a long time.
Bad strategy.
I don't know whether that was smart. In fact, I think it wasn't. But
yeah, I don't think it was smart at all, because it's like it's almost as if they didn't have somebody. It's almost like what they need in this kind of a case, because they've been living it for so long, is they need to bring in a brand new attorney who is a good attorney, but brand new to the case, to sit in the courtroom with them to say, how are things looking?
I'm available. Just saying.
Right. They need,
I can make a trip.
They miss points where I'm like, how would the jury know this? How would the jury know that? And there's things that there are loops not being closed. And I really do think it's because they all know this case so well that they are missing those loops.
Yeah, they don't realize that not everybody is on board with them on these various points.
Lita.
Yeah. Thank you. Inger Joanna says, thanks for the company, like watching with friends. Thank you for the super chat. Danielle C says, drugs and drink, I know plenty that do both means nothing. The texts I would send to my mates, just a dark sense of humor, don't mean anything. Yeah, I mean, it's if they can't thread the needle, it's ineffective. It just means, okay, so he's done a lot of drugs and alcohol. Lupe Fuentes says
he uses the "see you next Tuesday" word, and no one's shocked by it anymore because
no.
Rottenborn wanted to say it so much in court. He wanted to say it.
I've heard it more times in this trial than I have in my life.
Also, they made the massive blunder. I think it was a massive blunder to introduce the text of him saying it directly to her, saying, "I love you. See you next Tuesday." Yep. It shows he uses it in so many different contexts. What does it mean?
Yeah,
and then the throat text wasn't the serve that they thought it was.
Yeah, that was.
Why was that in the court? Emily, do you have a theory on this when you're broadcasting?
Yes.
Why was the sex chain introduced as evidence? Why?
Because it said injury.
That was why?
Yes, they were. He said it twice. They were trying to say, I have other uses for your throat that don't involve injury, proving somehow that, see, he's referring back to a previous injury. They're trying to make fetch happen, and what they made was sext happen. And Johnny Depp had that quip saying, "Read it again." And
the best quip of the day, in my reckoning.
It was
the best.
I was mad at some of his quips, that one was so well timed and so appropriate, given the fact that he said it twice to try to hammer on the injury. I'm like, we all know we're not talking about like literal injury, right? We know that what we're talking about is sex, right? Like we're talking about blowjobs at this point.
I was gonna say, so we're clear. I didn't remember the word injury. If I'm sitting in for a juror here, what I remember is that cross-examiner introduced a sext chain into the evidentiary record.
And any women on the jury might have been going, "Oh,
yeah, yes, you're slightly scandalous."
I shouldn't narrow that down. I mean, I think everybody was like, "Oh,
yeah,
a little sexy time."
Completely agree. And I think one of the other issues, maybe if you're kind of looking at this from a 1,000 meter kind of view, up above, is that going into this trial, also when they introduced their exhibit lists and their witness lists, Amber Heard's side had way more that they admitted or that they were offering for admission for both the witnesses and for the evidence. And Johnny Depp's side looked much more pared down. And I remember, thinking that's a lot of work for Johnny Depp's side to have to parse through, to figure out objections, to figure out, like, they are really throwing a lot at them to like take them off kilter. And that's a potential disadvantage for him, that they are throwing that much at them at this late hour. But now I'm almost thinking that it has become almost a self-own, because they are also swimming in all of that evidence that they have decided to include in their universe, that for them, there's just so much that they have lost the ability to pick out the winners from that to introduce to the jury. So now the jury is swimming in all of their stuff, and it's all swimming together.
It's a mess, but I'm wondering if this is partly client driven, that Amber Heard's like, fine, you wanted cameras in the courtroom. Here's all of it. Because the audio of the vomiting was completely irrelevant, made no sense, had no context, had no date. It's only there to embarrass. And I wonder if that also feeds into Depp's theory of the case, that she set up these moments to manipulate him or blackmail him or harass him or further abuse him. And I think they're playing into Depp's theory of the case by acting like this in court and bringing in the moaning on the plane. What they seemed to say that was from that Boston flight, but many have said that date of that video, which they didn't talk about, is from him detoxing. So now they're almost trying to be disingenuous with the evidence too. And I don't think that's going to work. Juries don't like to be tricked.
Right. I mean, based on their questions, sitting here again, we know we didn't get a date up front. We know Johnny asks about it.
Yeah.
And then the questions are strongly suggestive of it being on the plane. Like, he starts up being like, that plane tape. And you're like, okay, so that's on the plane. That's what I put in my head. And then Alita, and now you are saying there's fighting about whether that's even that month. And so
year.
So they'll probably get to that on redirect. But yes, if they get to that and say it's not that plane at all, I will feel personally like affronted by what just happened in that question. So absolutely.
You tried to trick me into thinking, because in opening statements, they said he was on the back of the plane, moaning and whatever. Yeah. But then you heard from the people on the plane that have already testified saying, I never heard that. And even Johnny Depp clapping back saying, if my security heard me like that, they would have busted down the door. And so I think that we don't have the right date on that video. And they're trying, again, to make fetch happen, and it's not going to work. I think this could backfire on them, and they might lose, not because legally they should. They might lose because the jury is pissed, and they're like, you're trying to trick us, and you're hiding the ball, and why would you do that?
Well, if her lawyers get that impression, right, how easy is it to attach that to Amber Heard?
Yes.
Right. I thought one of the more effective bits of snarkiness that Johnny did was explaining like that photo that looked admittedly bad with like the ice cream thing.
Yeah.
And then he's explaining like, she asked me to hold it and like all this stuff.
She knew that I was on the nod.
And my hand's in my pocket. He's got one hand, but
the other one is holding a peace sign.
What's the relevance other than to embarrass or harass him in court?
Yeah, well, I mean, and you start to get that in your head. I think you're exactly right. And so, yeah, I mean, if that's not on that plane, because I read it based on what they had presented it as being a plane tape, and if they can show that it wasn't, I agree. I'll be pissed.
Yep.
Personally. I'm not, I don't have any effect on the court.
On some level, I don't even care really where it's from because it's just a guy. It's a tape of a guy puking. It could be anything. What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Not the puking. The puking's entirely gratuitous. The moaning, I thought, was potentially useful for a line of questioning that says you have no idea what happened on that plane because it sounds gone.
Yes.
Yeah.
But if that's not the same date, then you're lying to me.
Correct.
Yes.
And
Correct.
if you're lying to me about this,
What else?
A liar?
Well,
what else are you lying about?
That ice cream, his explanation of the ice cream is she staged this. And that goes along with like, she started yelling when I was 20 feet away from her into her phone and like the rest of the stuff that leans that direction. So, I mean, I still, I'm still waiting on Amber Heard's
and
tape.
the tampon applicator with the Pinterest picture of the cocaine and her license being there and the mug that she's using to block the video of him slamming the cabinets and her sneaking in and starting to record and blocking with the mug. I think they let all of that in because they could have objected to that video. There's no way that was surreptitiously recorded. There's no way they're able to lay the proper foundation to bring that video in, but it makes her look terrible. Okay, so he's drunk and he's angry. So he's drunk and he's angry. He's assaulting the cabinets. She is surreptitiously recording and trying to hide it. I think it feeds into their theme of the case.
Well, and I've said elsewhere on this stream and yesterday is that I think the video is somewhat effective in saying he can look scary in instances, and I can imagine myself in that way. But you're exactly right that it goes with the narrative that they have set up, which is he destroys things, not people, things.
Right.
But yeah, it's. I think you're right. I think you're right.
Why are we recording and not leaving again? And why are we gifting him a giant Bowie knife? If we're afraid of him, why are we gifting him a giant knife?
Emily, do you have, since you might know
the inscription till death XX Slim.
Since you know the dates better, do you happen to know whether that gifting of the giant engraved knife is after that proposed date for that big long cutting tape we got at the end?
I don't know. I don't know when the cutting tape was because
I don't think they said
here at all when that was. But
but it was after the Australia incident. I do know that it was December.
I'm going to buy you all Bowie
December
knives engraved that says LawTube forever.
Better than till death.
Rakia hated LawTube. I love that LawTube is now memorialized by Business Insider, so we actually did make LawTube happen.
Oh my God, did they put that in your article, Alita?
Yeah, it was a headline. That was actually when the guy approached me by email. He was like, "Hey, I'm learning about LawTube and all you guys and all this stuff," and I was like, "Okay, cool." I just didn't even question it.
It's done, Nick.
Yeah, I have some questions.
Fetch has officially happened.
We made LawTube happen.
Wait, hold on. Wait, I'm the odd man out here. I'm the only one who doesn't have a channel and doesn't do this. Wait, was LawTube not a thing?
There was a discussion. There was a discussion about what we were calling it.
We had a lot of discussion about the name.
I know that lawyers were on the tube, but I mean like. But the word
was not what it was being called, but I had been covering BeautyTube and BookTube and all the other tubes.
Yeah, sure.
People were talking about an invoice of lawyers or a murder of lawyers or a whatever. And I was like, it's still LawTube. Like we can call it whatever. It's LawTube and Legal Eagle doesn't get to play. It's LawTube.
Wow, this is where I get ostracized.
I'm teasing Devin.
I've said multiple times, hey, Legal Eagle can come onto these trial streams as well. We'll be nice. We will be nice, just like with anybody else. But yeah, he is more than welcome if he wants to join us.
Wow. Well, and again, I'm out of this. This is the second time that Legal Eagle has been copping some shade, man.
We're going to disparage him until he is no longer the highest subscribed to lawyer, and then we will replace him and start disparaging Nick Requeta instead.
We're taking a lead.
Are we already doing that though? We're disparaging Nick now.
Yes.
Oh man. All right. Next one. Lupe Fuentes said JD is certainly using this attorney's throat today. Am I right?
Nice.
Yeah. I wonder if Rottenborn got home and realized, like, oh my God, he just owned me massively.
No, he was fine.
Well, I mean that line. I think that line was not a great. That was definitely the biggest loss L he took that day.
I don't know why he agreed to read it again. Honestly,
it's so memeable. And he's never going to get away from it.
Yeah.
I mean, if he walked into a party where I was, I would be like, "Oh, do I need to protect my throat? Like, what are we doing?" Like, it's never going to die. It's ever done.
Yeah. Rick Nikita says, That's so funny because when I first saw that coming in, I was like, Nick Rekieta, he's streaming what? Like, why is he in my chat? Rick Nikita said, can you read that again?
I know where we are in yesterday's testimony.
Yep. Yep.
Near the end.
Scoot says Turd's team is trying to use the Chewbacca defense.
A little bit.
Rebecca Aubin says, OMG, they need to stop with text to other people. This is called venting. The drugs and drinking he never denied. This all seems like they are reaching. It did start to feel like it did start to feel like this is the worst. This is what you've got. And I know I read this yesterday, but I'm going to read it again. I'm tired of the stupid cross. This lawyer is dumb. He doesn't know what he has. He's just throwing dumb evidence. Like you said, she married him because she wanted money. And when she saw she wasn't getting any, she's trying through a far cry. Man, oh man. Spartan Go 17 said Officer Squarehead is running on fumes, talking about sexting and upset. What is this framing? Are they trying to get him on LGBT jokes? Oh, that was another thing.
Was that trying to cancel him a little on that? I do.
Yeah, they were trying to say, trying to make something about lesbians or something, right? Wasn't it?
They read the text about what they said she looked like, and he's like, she'd said that too, and these texts are very old. I would not joke about that now. I think that's why that was introduced.
I see. No, I think my commentary, what he says, wouldn't you agree that that's terribly offensive? I was like, why you think saying the word lesbian is offensive, counsel?
Well, and also she had come out of a relationship with another woman before, like, in that was the overlap between her previous relationship and his, and that's in evidence. So I don't know.
But it came across as he was trying to say that in a not flattering way, though. At least that's the way I understood the text message.
Yeah.
So we get back to what's the point of all this, right? I mean,
why is it relevant?
Yeah. Michael Gaunt says this just reinforces Amber is petty and was the abuser in this relationship. Lucia Brito said, what if they are buying time so they continue the cross-examination later next week, have more time to prepare and do it better? Could be.
I mean, they had
years to prepare.
I know.
Yes.
I know.
Yeah.
Paulina says,
the night before the test.
All of this is not new.
Right. 1, I'm not seeing what's going on. 2, doesn't prove aggression to her or himself. 3, from the last record where we see she illegally recorded him, she can say whatever. 4, give up, lawyer. Potato Pirate.
Yes.
Potato Pirate said, wonder if Amber is doing the Joey Tribbiani soap opera acting class technique of reaching into her pocket and pulling out hairs to look like she cares. Oh, no.
Friends references are flying.
I love it.
She was trying to roll out a tear.
You think
it looks like it?
Got Alanis Morissette, Friends references. You can tell the age bracket we're all in here.
Love it. I love it.
We
I'm
hit
here
a
for it.
battle angel.
We did get that too. Yeah. Juanita's Creative Corner said if he is doing the knife around the finger trick. I'm not sure I understand that one.
Like.
Oh,
okay.
That's what I'm thinking.
I usually think of that as a coin.
Yeah, I'm remembering from Pirates of the Caribbean how he did that with a coin. That was what I was thinking, but I was trying to figure out if there had been a knife
time where he's leaning forward, and you can, because the mics are set up this way, you can hear the clinking of whatever he's doing under the podium. So that might be what this is referring to,
or maybe like when you have a hand on a table,
or maybe this is a reference to the final recording, the tape. Where she's yelling, "Don't cut yourself."
Yeah. So maybe he's doing that on the table to.
He's doing the alien. Yeah, he's doing the alien. Yeah.
Okay.
I think you sussed it out.
Good. Okay.
Very topical.
That was odd audio. He looked visibly very upset during that audio.
Yeah. He did. He took a tissue.
Yeah. She also looked upset during that audio. I don't know. I can't read her face very well, and I was trying to. They both looked upset during that audio, and I just wonder if it's because it sounded set up to him, because it was such a dark moment to him, if he was really not going to hurt himself, and she was like, stop. But if you thought that this was someone who would do that, again...
Why would you give them a sharper knife?
Why would you give them a knife and give them a sharper knife?
Well...
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the problems that they have with that audio is she's speaking directly into wherever she's recording. And one of the last things we heard Johnny say was this kind of Fatal Attraction suspense thriller movie moment of she's yelling into the phone saying, whatever it was, stop hitting me, from 20 yards away. So when she comes across so clearly and you can't hear him at all, you're like,
right.
Well, it does sound a little, ADR.
Yeah. Alyssa Matherin says, WTF was that smirk from Amber when she said don't. Oh, she was, it cut back to her. Her face, right? Kayla Duke says, so she pushes him to the edge and then records him when he breaks, and then she can appear to be the hero. WTF.
There is an open question as to why she's recording that moment.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I hope that comes up on her cross-examination. There's a very good line of questioning that can be done to really tease that out and make her look like absolutely not a hero. Joshua Frost says, how is this audio even allowed as evidence? How is there any way to verify its authenticity? They probably stipulated to it.
Yeah.
I get the impression they have an umbrella, that they have an umbrella allowance for Depp heard stuff.
Yeah.
Though I wonder if they'll get a jury instruction regarding the discovery issues.
Mm-hmm.
We still haven't seen that resolved, and they might get a jury instruction. And if they get that jury instruction, it could be very damaging when you have Depp on the stand saying things like, is there metadata? What date's it from? He's very well aware that they didn't get what they were supposed to get.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, so you mean the instruction itself is not damaging, but using
the instruction is damaging. The instruction is that generally it's along the lines of, this party did not turn over discovery that can be detrimental or prejudicial to the other party. The jury's instructed to take into consideration that not all of the discovery was turned over.
And absolutely. Do you, in your experience, and I think some of y'all worked more on trial than I have, how seriously do juries follow instructions?
It depends on the jury makeup, but if there's something that they feel's unfair, it only takes one juror to latch on to something and feel strongly about it to ride that to the bank and just be like, this is what we're doing.
That's a good point.
If a jury feels like one side's hiding the ball and then you get an instruction like that, it can turn the tide in the jury room. I've gotten back jury instructions where the jurors have marked them up with highlighter and pen and pencil to try to parse out what they were talking about. I've seen them break down the instructions of a crime on whiteboards to try to figure out what we're doing. And we've heard that from the jury in the Maxwell case, that they asked for Post-it notes and pens and highlighters so that they could parse through those jury instructions, and they all wanted their own copy and even asked to take them home. They use that as their roadmap to decide these cases. So they go through everything in there pretty thoroughly, unless they have a strong feeling one way or the other and they don't even read them and they vote first and they're done in 20 minutes. This is not going to be like that.
Sure. No, this is going to be one that they'll talk about for at least a few days, I think.
At least. If not more. I mean, the jury instructions alone are going to take them a day to get through.
Oh,
yeah.
And then they're going to want to
Yeah. Rex Lawrence says, so today's seemingly incompetent cross was just a setup to play what they thought was the highlight of their case at 5 o'clock before the 3 days off.
The cutting audio?
Could be. I mean, it's at the very least to put that in their brains for 3 days for them to think about that. I don't know, but
if that were the highlight of their case, I'd come right back around to, I don't even know what that recording does.
It shows that he's more likely to hurt himself than her, is what it does.
Yeah. And that she's not concerned about herself around him with a sharp object. She's concerned about him hurting him.
But Emily and Alita, that's the opposite of a game-winning slam dunk.
Oh no, we're playing with the cell phone. We're still on the cell phone. I think that's where we're at with this case.
Okay.
I don't think they see it. I think they're so dug in that they can't see around themselves, and they're very dug into fighting for their client. That's the only way you get someone in opening statements holding up something that actually didn't exist and saying this proves that she is abused.
Yeah.
They're just too dug in.
Is that the compact we're talking about with that announcement? The opening statement one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Yep.
I see. Okay. I see why it's such a big deal then. I apologize. Well, look,
yes.
I'm like,
so to
about
clarify, what they have done is now set themselves up to be nuked on a massive scale, because what they can do is Johnny's team ostensibly can I mean, I don't know about this now. What are the evidentiary rules on this?
Impeachment. They don't have to turn over impeachment.
Yeah.
There
so
you
they
go.
can get somebody from Milani to show up and
Yeah.
Nope, we never made
Or
that.
they could
And-
easily get the business records from Milani that shows it to use as impeachment.
Mhm.
Oh
And
my
then-
God,
Yeah.
that is so brilliant.
And I
And
mentioned
then
that
you've
before.
got it
Now
right
the
there in your
attorneys look like
closing argument to
liars.
say they held up on day one. They held up for you a compact that they said she used in 2015, in 2014, in 2013 to cover up these bruises so that the world wouldn't see. You want to know when that compact was first created? 2017. They are, and they don't have to say this, but they are lying to you. But like that's like what the image is.
If you
Yeah.
lied about the audio on the plane, if you lied about the palette in the opening statements, what else are you lying about? And at least, why are you so comfortable lying about it? And if her whole case is built on lies, isn't that the closing argument for Depp's team? Her entire case is built on lies that started in 2014 and carried through to this very court where counsel stood here in opening statements and told you she carried this her entire relationship and it didn't exist, just like the injuries on her face. Mic drop.
From the very
right,
first
so
words they
there you go,
said
Adam.
in their opening, they've been lying to you.
Alita and I
Yes.
want to write this closing. We're ready.
Oh no,
I
you
know,
guys,
it's
you
like-
guys are great.
Emily just wrote. Yeah. Okay.
We've got it.
I know. I just, and it's like the more I think about it, the more I think, how terrible is it that you will go and hold up a compact in front of a jury and say this represents this. This was used at this time, and you don't have somebody doing the background on that company. You don't have somebody go and check just to make sure, like, okay, I know that she told us this. Our client told us this. There's always a chance that a client is lying to you about the facts.
Or made a
Lawyers
mistake.
know this.
Or made a
Every
mistake.
single
Now they
time
made a
someone walks in
representation
the
now.
door.
Yeah, I don't,
Well, they're
She
going to
didn't
answer it with
say
mistake.
Like this one.
They're
She
gonna
could
answer it
have
with
said
mistake.
a compact like this. She
Yeah.
didn't say like this. And she made a meal out of that segment
It
of
was
opening
big.
statements. It was very dramatic. I love a prop. I
Yes.
understand where she's coming from, but she made it this is the makeup she used to cover the bruises.
Even,
It was very
even
dramatic.
better,
Right.
even better. Oh my God. As if Johnny Depp's team could go over and say, like, can I see the prop? Can I see the thing that you used? Okay.
And you have to say yes.
Here it
You have to
is.
say yes. Be
Here's
like,
the
okay.
one. Here is the compact that they put in front of you on day one. And then like walk up as close as you can and say, look at this one. They are trying to say that this is the one that she used back in all those years when she was in a relationship with him.
Yep.
You want to know when this company started? 2017. And you
Yeah.
just say it very quietly. Just very quiet and say 2017.
Oh, very dramatic.
And she stood up in front of you. She stood up in front of you on day one. On day one, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
With
She
that
told you that-
compact.
Yep. She told you this was the one she used, and it looked brand new. There's no way that was the one she used. She
No, of
should
course
have
not.
said a palette like this. She didn't. She picked her words for dramatic effect, and it's going to blow up in her face, just like the fucking Amica cream will. It's going to
So-
blow up in her face.
Nice.
So I agree with you. I agree with you. But ordinarily, you would get up and say, that wasn't the I made a mistake on which compact I picked up. But the problem is this entire case is about, did Amber Heard fabricate 600 things from Sunday?
Yeah.
And so
Yes.
anytime you've got anything remotely like a fabrication, it's enormously useful.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's an
It's too late
unforced
for you to
error.
say I made a mistake.
Unforced error.
It's
by
it's
attorneys.
another cell phone. And that's a problem. And this is, again, why you need diverse attorneys. You need attorneys diverse in age in your law firm, and you need attorneys diverse in interest and experience, because a younger lawyer at her firm might have said, actually, that's a Milani compact, and I watch BeautyTube, and I remember when that all came out, and everybody was like, you need more than your echo chamber of lawyers that have been doing this for 35 years. And I don't know if they're watching social media. Each of them should have at least a paralegal assigned to
I'm
social
sure they're
media
aware at
monitoring.
this point. I've
I'm
heard
sure
that
they
they're
are.
attention.
Well,
Because
they've been
the
changing her
company did
look.
it.
They've been changing her look, and I think that's an indication that they've been watching some kind of commentary on something. But
So,
oh my God, Emily,
malpractice suit
if we just helped Johnny Depp's closing argument, then this would be the second time that I've been a part of something to help someone with their closing argument. I would. It would tickle
LawTube's
me
going to
pink.
incorporate and start a consulting firm. We're not going to practice. We're just going to incorporate and consult.
Are you kidding? Please, that's what all I've been trying to do is not lawyer my whole life. If we could find some
Well,
way
that would be
for me to-
great.
LawTube.
Not
I have look, when my channel when my channel grew, I went from consulting work, because I had left the DA's office, to consulting work to full-time this in 3 months. And it was a very quick shift.
Well, I've been doing it for almost 4 years.
I had 6
still
years on
getting
YouTube
there.
before that happened. There were 6 years before that happened, but not dedicated doing this. You're also still working.
I am still working. Hogue Law Business Law Firm for all your business law needs.
Love
you're
it.
Primarily in Southeast Michigan, but we do have clients around the country.
Or
Randy,
consulting on high-profile cases.
that would be, oh my God, I would love that. I would love that.
Well, the
Randy-
strangest thing about you two, I bet you're getting this too, Alita and Emily and everybody else, is that I put up a virtual legality episode and I tell my commenters, you would be surprised the number of subjects that call me. And I get a call from general counsel to one of the companies I've covered. And every single time I'm like, oh God. And generally they're very complimentary, but like people are watching, especially if you're talking about their brand or their company or something else.
I've been contacted by a number of the lawyers I've discussed, sometimes just to be like, could you at least not mispronounce my name the entire time? And I'm like, I'm sorry. I was not trying to be disingenuous.
The old college try.
Mispronouncing your name. But, you know, it's
man.
funny because it's never the case as I get accused of doing that on. I know Kurt gets this too. We get accused of doing all kinds of stuff behind the scenes. I'm like, no. But the thing that's funnier to me is the amount of people that I used to work with that call and are like, I heard your voice in my house. Because I feel like I have a fairly distinct voice. I heard your voice in my house. My wife listens to your podcast. I had no idea. Like, what are you doing now? Or people from law school going, why are you on Phil DeFranco? Like, I saw you. Why are you there? Your hair's purple?
Yeah.
That's been funnier to me. Oh, and Kathy Griffin commenting on all of my Twitter stuff and being like, what's going on in the Jen Shaw case? I'm like,
that was funny. I saw that happen as it happened. That was funny.
Yeah.
Really
and some of the Real Housewives have reached out about coverage of other Real Housewives. Like it's a weird world. You never know who's watching.
That's the thing, right? Like it's so easy to just be like, okay, so I got a USB mic, I'm talking, and then, the general counsel for let's go with major American gaming companies and whatnot say, are you virtual legality? No, I'm Rick. But what's up? Yeah. So, I mean, that's part of the fun.
Yeah.
At least between the moments of terror when you're like, what? Okay, here comes the cease and desist defamation phone call. But
or if you're Alita, you're helping write closing arguments and get to have the lawyers of high profile trials on
there
your
we go.
I
There
know.
we go.
I know.
When this is over, Alita will have 3 new Twitter people that are from one or the other legal teams, and they're going to come on here.
I would love it. I would absolutely love it. I would look forward to any and all interviews that I could do coming out of this trial because I have so many questions about so many things behind the scenes.
Sure.
And you facilitate conversations so well. You've brought on
thank you.
Gathered so many different people. I'm like, you want me to schedule people? I don't know. But you're like, no, I don't want to just be all the time. I want to bring everyone in and hear everyone's side. And I love that you follow your curiosity in that way. Like, can we get in this?
Thank you. Yeah, because it's I feel like it's a much more interesting stream than when I'm just talking at people all the time. Because then it's just like, then I'm also like, I'm not sure if I'm just rambling, if I'm, just using a lot of word fillers. I know that I tend to do that. I get it in the comments too. And it's just, so for me, it's a lot. I feel like I'm able to also think when I'm listening to other people talk.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, okay, now I can add something that's maybe a little bit more substantive rather than just filling space for people on a screen.
Yeah. It allows you to pick your spots.
Out loud. Yep.
Yeah. It allows you to pick your spots. Right. And so that way, when you are talking, you're never worried that you are rambling because you are proactively choosing to talk.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No. And she leaves all the chats for me that I'm talking way too much. And we want to hear from
I get that every stream I go and I get that chat. It's like, oh my God, make the girl with the purple hair be quiet. I'm like, I processed out loud.
I promise I'm stopping talking when I feel I'm not adding value. You may disagree as to where that threshold is.
I think this is something that all people on live streams have in common. We were the people who got the comments that we were talking too much when we were little.
Every single teacher. It would be great if Emily could pay attention in class and stop talking.
Yeah.
You had to separate Emily from her friends. I got moved. I told this story on my stream. I got moved in the DA's office from a 3-person office with my friends because my boss was like, I can just hear you. I'm like, we're talking about our cases. Can you please not? Solo office is death for me. What are you doing?
When I was like 20 years old, I realized I talked too much. And so I tried really hard to shut up, right? Like for like a whole year, I was like, I'm going to shut up. It didn't work at all. It was terrible. But I did learn that I just got better at listening. So as long as you get better at listening, you can get away with talking a lot. That's the trick.
That's true too. That is also true.
Yeah.
Well, I
I
don't
was a
take my
research
cues
attorney
from chat.
before I was a trial attorney, and being a research attorney was painful for me. It was just at a computer, other than getting to talk to the judges I worked for, it was at a computer reading motions for summary judgment for 15 hours, 12 a day, and taking them home at night. It was awful. It was just, I needed to talk. So this is perfect.
It's so funny because if I had to describe my content, it's like they are research papers that I try to present entertainingly, but it's all these articles and tabs and precedents. And then, it's what I was doing when I was, one of the tasks they gave me, I was the academic lawyer. It's like, you have a very academic mindset. So I was helping the firm gain credit by working on like treatises so they could have their name on the front page and things like that.
Yeah.
And then my name was much smaller. It was the firm. And then, with my work. And so it's like, virtual legality is essentially like, let's do 3 hours of what the hell is the Reedy Creek Improvement District? I mean, I read 98 pages of an act passed in 1967 to start my video.
Well, that sounds
to talk through the strategy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let it be known that is the most convincing argument I've heard to join LawTube. Because that's all I want to do with my time, but I can't justify doing it. There's and so
that's my full-time job. There's a Business Insider article that talked about how much I made on YouTube alone that was recently published.
Oh, I saw it.
Yeah. That didn't include other stuff. That didn't include merch and memberships and stuff. That was
Now,
awesome.
Mark, I have to talk to you.
I'm sorry, I can't hear any of you. They're just dollar signs.
You're absolutely crushing it.
We got to break this down. We got 2 superstars on the chat here. So me and you. All right. It's a grind. It's grindy as hell.
Yeah.
And you might someday become Emily Baker, but she's pretty amazing. You might someday become Alita Legalbytes. She's pretty amazing. And you might not. And there's money to be had there, and there's resources to be had there. And you put in the time, you put out good content, you'll find an audience.
Yeah.
But it's is anybody listening to this? I don't think.
No, there's no viewers.
No, there's no one watching.
Nobody. It's just us.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, if you find something you like doing, then it's totally worthwhile. I've done 800 videos, and I want to do them every day. I mean, we're being fully honest. I mean, part of what developed here was I would do what I call the pre-work sit, which was me getting up to like the motor running to go do my legal work that day. And that was me going through articles and things that were interesting to me, and then having thoughts. I said, well, what if I made a video about this? And that's how that started. And apparently people like it. So you find something like that you do anyway. You can have fun doing it. And then, maybe YouTube captures a thing and takes off.
But I think for you personally, Mark, I think you have a lot of good content in your brain that would be good for people, a lot of value added from your experiences and from your education and everything. And you've had a very interesting sort of series of experiences within that, like within law, like doing entertainment law, doing Magic the Gathering, like that kind of stuff that would be, I think, very interesting, that you would find a lot of people be.
I think you would work very well.
Yes.
And not only that, you've got the first hardest step, which is you can get accelerants. You're welcome on my channel.
Yep.
And I'd be willing to bet you're welcome on a whole bunch of people's channels that have lots of viewers, and that's the fastest way to get going.
Man, you guys are giving me the hard sell here. For 7. Yeah, no, and you were not giving the hard sell, Rick. I appreciate that. You were giving me the correct sell. But no, and it's like I've wanted to write an article for 7 years now about how the Reagan tax code, one section killed all of independent horror cinema for about 6 years, because
I'm
it
telling you
cut
right
out,
now, there's a market for that.
right. It cut out a tax incentive loophole where you couldn't get reimbursed automatically for any contributions to the arts. So like Friday the 13th was made under that loophole. A lot of these were made under this loophole. And then when the tax cuts of 86 went in, you see this dearth in American horror films for a couple of years as people readjust to the faucet being turned off. But like,
So
what
fascinating.
what was I going to do with that article? Like, what
Not
am I going to
only-
do?
I want a video on that. I want to hear all
Yes,
about that.
that's a video essay right there.
Not
That is a
only
video.
will I watch that video,
Yes.
I will promote that video and invite you on my channel to talk about that video.
Yep.
Taxes legislating morality is a fascinating topic.
And
a
it
fascinating
fitting
topic.
into pop culture on top of that.
It fits perfect in virtual legality. It fits perfect with Emily's stuff.
Look at the
And
chat.
my stuff.
The chat's like, yes, yes.
Look
yes,
at all this.
yes.
Get Mark in
shit.
YouTube.
Okay,
I don't think
okay,
you should do it,
before-
Mark. I don't think
And
it's
you
for
look like Bradley
I don't
Cooper.
think you should do it. It's a bad plan.
You know what? They're just saying that because of my nose. I have Bradley Cooper's nose. I know. But there's one.
If you
So
talk about what you're interested in, people will be fascinated in it. If you're fascinated by it, you will find an audience of people that are equally fascinated by it. I started talking about pop culture because my husband was like, I don't care about housewives. And I'm like, someone does even.
So I really appreciate all of that, guys. And chat, thank you very much. I'm now reading. Before I actually throw it back to whose channel this is, who's doing a monumental job, I'm going to do the worst gross thing you can do. Give me 1 second.
Okay. This is whatever
What's
we got
worse
here.
than gross?
So if you're interested in me and find me interesting, I
go
have
Griff.
this game
Yes,
that I
yes.
designed.
Go Griff.
that
Yes, buy his
is-
game.
that my game that you can find all the details at feelattacked.com, a party game that is being released by Indie Boards and Cards this
Yes.
fall. I
I
was
love it.
self-releasing it until I was contacted by an incredibly reputable game maker who has made such games as Avalon and Coup and Werewolf and
But did they work with Odd
Terraforming
Ones Out
Mars.
Food Fight? Because that's the best YouTuber game so far. So you're going to have to be a YouTuber to have the best YouTuber board game.
There you go.
Okay.
Right now,
done.
Odd Ones Out has the best YouTuber board
Wait,
game.
I didn't know this
need
was
to
a
be-
category. Hold on. Okay.
Is there a board game we
All
can
right.
play together?
All right.
Online?
Odd Ones
board
Out has
gamer?
a great board game. It's really fun.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm in. Thank you all.
Awesome.
I'll play a game with you
Yes.
guys.
Yes, yes, yes. We'll
talked
get a
about-
link in the
we set up a
description
board game
below as
conference.
well.
Legalbytes is like, I'm going to be streaming for 6 hours today by accident because
That's the idea. We're giving the chat more time to put more super chats on Alita. Come on, chats.
I just came in to chat with you guys before I have to record my podcast because I wanted to talk. I wanted to talk about this week with everybody because it's been like so much happened. I would hate to be on this jury. I keep seeing people saying, I wish I was on this jury. No, you don't. You can't participate in everything that's happening around this case. You're
Yeah.
isolated and you can't talk about it.
You
It's
think,
much
you
more
think it's
fun
boring
in
from here.
Spideyverse. Yeah.
Yep.
Imagine if you didn't have Alita and Emily giving you the opening and ending statements of this case while you're waiting for more.
Closing argument was my favorite part of trying cases. feel
You know
very
what? I
strongly
can
about it.
honestly tell.
I started with my closing and worked my entire case backwards from closing.
Seems like a decent
That's
way
what
to
you
do that.
do.
I
And
love
that's
it.
also, by the way, that's also a nice metaphor for life is you start with your closing and you work your way from there. You start with your goal, your end goal, with what it is that you are trying to achieve, work your way backwards from there.
Where do you want to be?
Life
Sounds great.
notes from Legalbytes.
Nobody said I open at the close and I'm disappointed. Where are my Harry Potter nerds at?
Harry Potter.
I
There
Well,
you go.
Alita throws in at least one Harry Potter reference on every stream I've been on her with.
It's
I was
true. I
the-
do.
I was
She
the
refers to
exact
the non-
age. Okay.
She refers to the non-lawyers on stream as squibs. So
I call them legal muggles over on my channel, but that's
Yeah.
perfect. We've had this conversation about why squibs versus legal muggle. It's
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah.
Well, I'll have to go look up that podcast so I can see the debate.
oh boy.
Well, Rainey said, why would she give a suicidal man a knife? Yep, agreed. Pamela 2 a.m. says Amber Heard went through 3 people to set this secret meeting up with JD. And during her DVTRO, he's so hurt by what she's done. And she asked him to lay in bed with her. He says, no, I'll never touch you again. Was that in that last audio? I can't.
I heard something like that. It was very much an I'm done moment in that last audio. It was like, I'm done. Get away from me.
Yeah.
Very consistent with his testimony, though, that he wanted to run away when things were bad.
Yeah. Jackie Joe 15 says, how does giving someone a knife help them? I agree. Pamela 2am says the entire audio is in evidence. It was so sneaky of her, but he asked her to leave. He refused again to lay in bed with her. Possible setup for SA claim. She's very manipulative. Ooh.
Well, that's quite the allegation.
Yes, because she has also now included SA allegations, which we haven't actually heard anything about.
I was going to say, is SA in play here?
They said it. They said it in opening, but we haven't seen we haven't seen a single shred of evidence on it so far.
All right.
Maybe that'll be Monday. I don't know. Al McGrath says Amber is the only one seen holding that infinitum Nile mug that it was seen in the drugs pics.
In the drug pic, in the weed pic, in the video of the slamming cabinets, and in the cocaine video. It's in all three of them.
That's interesting.
What is the significance of that?
It
means that it's hers. So she's the one that's actually present for these photos and videos and stuff.
Because I still don't think Johnny Depp is snorting cocaine out of a tampon applicator. I just don't.
Yeah. That.
Oh
that
my
is
gosh,
a little...
Ellie, you saw that too.
Yeah.
That part I thought was suspicious.
Yeah.
It was, and he seemed to indicate again, isn't it perfectly laid out? Oh, perfectly placed there. Oh, perfectly. It's very interesting. And when the Daily Mail first released it, I did a deep dive on this yesterday. When the Daily Mail first released that photo, they identified the California driver's license as Johnny Depp's credit card when it's actually Amber Heard's signature on the back of that California driver's license. So it's interesting, the story that was spun about that when it first came out.
Man. Tasha Clellan says nobody who loved a person self-harming would record.
Yep. It's suspicious.
Cheryl Drake says Elon was waiting at another hotel. He was trying to show her how bad she hurt him. She asked him to bed her. Right after that, he said no and cried. Oh, I don't know anything about that.
Well, I couldn't hear it on the audio.
Yeah. Charlie Jean, thank you for your super chat. Anna Berenson says, any chance Elaine was originally supposed to do this? Then they took your advice, LOL, and that's why he was so unprepared.
Doubtful.
Yeah,
I can't see that kind of change if you've already been prepping these witnesses, and I can't see that kind of last minute change.
Yeah.
And based on our comments.
Well, he's definitely flipping his pages like an insane person towards the end of yesterday.
Yeah. But I think that was just more of a realization of, oh shit, what has happened here. I'm floundering, basically. Diana Resiniti says, what, if any, legal or ramifications could Amber see from allegedly being a victim while herself was an abuser? It's not winning the case, basically. Shell CD says, per rotten something's lack of a game plan, could it be he crafted it based on the photos that haven't been ruled on? So he had to change everything up.
The auspices there would be that they aren't allowed to admit those into evidence, but we have every reason to believe that they are based on the opening statement.
Because they have shown other photos since then. So, or at the very least, well, they showed them through the articles at least.
We haven't seen Amber's direct photos.
Yeah. Okay. Sarah Clift says, I think the groaning and the vomiting is from the detox at the island. Yeah, we talked about that.
It makes sense that it would be, but the way they presented it was not that.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. Spartan Go 17 says, very suspect to record someone in distress giggling.
Yep.
Sir Ella says, what has not been said by Amber Heard is louder than words. Could be. Spartan Go 17 said, sorry, but Amber Heard recording feels like a staking snake.
Exactly.
Crusader Saracen said, Rottenborn, truly a name marked by Allah himself.
Cute.
Kaya K says, what are Johnny's chances of winning now? I feel like they're pretty good. Personally.
I think they're very good coming from the jury on the legal technicalities. Ultimately, from a court of appeals, I'm not so convinced, but that's another problem for another day.
Yeah.
I still have to hear Amber Heard's case.
Yeah.
This is public opinion, and I think that's what matters the most to him.
Yeah.
Probably true.
Yeah. Tizzy Lish, thank you for your super chat. Papa Crow Gaming says, "Is anyone on Amber Heard's side? Attorney feels off. Even there are people that they show up in the chat. there are people here and there." 2012 Jameson says Amber Heard could not stop him cutting, yet in charge of rehab. That's also an interesting point. Also interesting.
I don't know where in time those were. I think the cutting was after, though.
It would be helpful if we knew.
Yeah.
The lack of a timeline is the failing of both sides in this. Again, I think they're too close to it, and they don't make it clear. The stairway incident was this date. The airplane incident from Boston was this date. We kind of know the names of the incidents, but we don't have the time. And people in my chat have been like, well, it was then. I'm like, I don't know that because that hasn't been introduced.
Right.
So thank you for telling me. That's helpful. But the jury is lost on this because no one's given a concise timeline.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think you're right.
I know the story too well.
Yeah.
I do.
Trevin Claw, thank you for your super chat. Bonnie Patty says, I could be wrong, but I believe that self-harm / knife recording was recorded after Amber already had a TPRO against Johnny. Why would she even be there? See, I mean, this just reflects the confusion that Emily was just talking about. Crusader Saracen says, Chet Tao to your success on YouTube and elsewhere. Thank you. Chet Tao means this is for you.
Hey,
and that's in Lithuanian. Yeah. Faces says, I'm thinking maybe Rotten is so done with Amber he is throwing the trial unconsciously. I don't think so. He has a professional responsibility, obligation to do his best zealous advocacy until the end.
Also, that would destroy his career if he did that.
Yep. Well, but
Yeah,
I mean,
there's a lot of people watching.
In the commenters' events, they're saying doing it unconsciously. They're saying that, like, you know, I disagree, but you know, I'm not saying
I
it
think he's
purposely.
fighting for his client and doing what his client wants, even if it's not necessarily what's the most linear for this case. It's like, okay, you want the vomit, fine. You want me to play the vomiting video? I don't think it's relevant. We'll see what they do. Here's the vomiting video. Fine.
Toughest part about being a lawyer is that you are a representative of someone else's will.
When you work for the state, you have a lot more option. You're like, I get to do what's best for the case.
I don't know. I live in Texas. I don't know. I feel like the state attorney in Texas is just not. It's not as freeing as I wish it would be.
It is hard depending because your bosses switch out politically, and that can be hard. But you generally are guided by prosecutorial ethics and what's best for the case. And it's nice to be able to say, I get to do what's best for the case.
Right. Yeah.
I fully admit not having been in that position, so fair enough.
Amber Heard had on the same glasses as Johnny Depp first time today. She's been copying it. It looks like she's been copying
the glasses
his.
were very sus to me.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden there's these clear glasses, and every time the camera panned over, she pulled them off her face. Every time I saw her, she was pulling them off her face. It was weird.
Yeah. It's very strange. Catastrophe says, on the subject of Manson being brought up, that is not sitting right with me at all. I can't be the only one. Isn't it sus he got accused right around when this trial was confirmed happening?
I wonder if they're bringing it up to try to damage Johnny's reputation.
Could be. I mean, but also, I mean, Manson has his defamation claim against Evan Rachel Wood and her friend or partner or whomever. It sounds very similar.
I just wonder if that's why they keep naming him so much, is to try to create that association, not for the jury, but for the people watching.
Could be. Oh, that could be true too. That could be true.
Very
Pamela 2 a.m. Yeah. Pamela 2 a.m. says, hopefully not a dumb question. No dumb questions in this area. Amber Heard tried 4 times to get this dismissed. Do you think Rottenborn would mess up so bad to cause a mistrial on purpose? And was that the end of cross-exam? Thank you, everyone. That was not the end of cross-exam. I wish it were. I wish it were for everyone's sake. But it is not. It is not. We don't know how long they are going to go beyond yesterday.
We just arrived at the May 21st date. They got to have a package for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've got at least a half a day more of cross, and then probably a day and a half of redirect at least. I could see him on the stand till the morning Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yep.
Joke's on you all. It's just Johnny Depp testimony until the end of week 6.
Start dodging those raindrops of lava, people.
Well,
oh my God, such good imagery.
You got to admit, I was starting to speak in idiom, or at least think in idiom, by the time we were done with that.
Isn't it true there was no lava?
Yeah.
That'd be good.
Doesn't it look like, or doesn't it feel like it feels like we're almost like getting pulled into his world right now.
Yes.
Like that's how I feel. I feel very much like I am there.
You want to say the light feels like a prism of the soul that comes down on you, and you feel it just a little bit, the heat of it, the warmth.
And it took this thing out of the text messages.
Completely.
Because his attorneys let him go on so long that everyone starts to understand how he talks.
Yeah.
And then when you get to these text messages, you're like, okay, I get it. Like, I don't necessarily agree with what you're saying, obviously, but I understand through your lens why this text message is the way it is. It makes them a lot less shocking than when you just read them. I saw some of those when they came out with regard to the UK trial and other stuff. And I was like, what in the ever loving fuck are these texts? And then after hearing him testify and seeing them again, it's like, oh, it makes sense. Like,
weirdo.
That's exactly what happened to me. Exactly what happened to me. Because a couple of them kind of bled out early witnesses. And I'm like, And then by the time you hear him and you get into the text again, it's like, I understand monkeys in footballs. I understand how you wrote this thing because it's idiomatic.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. It took this thing out of, I think, a lot of those texts. Some of them are still awful, but he also was saying, I'm embarrassed of these and was willing to admit, like, this is not great. And I thought that was pretty good too.
Yeah. Never mind.
But yeah, so to answer the last question on this that we didn't answer. So yeah, no, I don't think he's trying to mess up so bad to cause a mistrial. I mean, he's going to try to do his best job of zealous advocacy. And a mistrial, trying to force a mistrial is very, very difficult. I would say.
That's bar get sued kind of.
It's
probably going to backfire.
That's what the attorney in Liar Liar tried to do when he beat himself up in the bathroom and then pretended. No, you don't remember that? Jim Carrey. He's like throwing himself into the bathroom stall, and then he comes in, and they're like, "Oh my God, you were jumped in the bathroom. Can you continue?" And he can't lie, so he goes, "Yes," and then he doesn't get it.
But I heard that you can get issues if you hold it too long, and all that good stuff. The pen is blue. Yeah. Check it out, Jim Carrey.
Yeah, it's a good movie. I haven't seen it in a while. It's been a while. Christina,
you might know him better as Dr. Robotnik, kids. I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you.
We know him better.
Welcome to YouTube memberships, Christina. Tammy S. says, Rottenborn, I just don't want to waste the court's time. Also, Rottenborn wastes a full day of testimony.
Valid.
Christina Annandon says, appreciate all your hard work. Why haven't they even spoken about the sexual assault yet made by Amber? I don't know.
Well, Johnny probably wouldn't advance it if they haven't otherwise referenced it.
I would expect it on cross, but I haven't.
They objected about it in the transcript from the hearing about Eve Barlow. Chu brought it up saying they improperly went into this area in their opening. So I think there's probably been evidentiary rulings that we haven't seen on that, and they might not get back around to it at all. And
that would be so bad.
It would be so bad for them.
Because then they've over promised and undersold. Yikes. You never want to do that.
I will tell you, sitting here, I thought it wasn't in play. I mean, the opening statements were long. I must have missed that section. But I didn't think that there was an assault.
They talked about a bottle, an alcohol bottle.
Okay.
An assault with an alcohol bottle. And
maybe I blacked out.
It stuck out because I've been watching the Black China case that came in, or not the Black China case, the Cardi B case that came up too. And I was like, wait, why are we talking about bottles all the time? But then when I was reading that transcript about Eve Barlow being yeeted, I was like, wait, what? That was the most interesting part of that transcript for me was that, and they got into this inappropriate area of sexual assault on opening. And I was like, oh, there's more here. So,
okay.
Yeah.
There's more there.
Marielle Sanchez says the cutting clip was done on July 2016. Huh.
I mean, that's after that's after everything.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the jury doesn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think Johnny will have to bring that up that way.
Yeah.
Redirect's going to be long.
Oh, yes. Linda Poulon says cats rule. I do love cats. You guys may have glimpsed my little Holmesy for a second here earlier today. Maria A. Herrera L says Michelle was a highlight of my day. We're rooting for you, Michelle. Doing all those redactions, man. That is tough.
Yes.
That is
so tough. The hero of the day.
All the power to Michelle.
Agreed.
I felt bad.
Debbie Collington says, if Amber Heard is proven to have lied, would it make it harder for poorer DV victims to be believed and get justice? That's one of the risks, at least culturally, right? I mean, maybe not necessarily on an individual level when they make a complaint to the local, law enforcement, but at the very least, it's like, I had someone that I was talking to today that was saying, hey, your coverage on the trial is great. My daughter went through an issue when she was married to her first husband, and he was violent with her, and he was super controlling, and it's interesting because now I've gotten so in the mode of like, she's lying, in this case, that I had to remind myself this is a different case.
Yeah.
This is somebody who actually has gone through something.
Well,
and
that's
she's
the
telling,
foundational Heard potentially Smollett kind of problem is you don't want to throw up all this smokescreen for really important shit.
Yes.
So, if I may, just for a second, one of the things that kind of frustrates me about this kind of line of discussion is that I mean, I agree. It's similar to if we assume arguendo that she just completely made up this whole thing.
Yeah.
And it does make it very similar to the Smollett thing. But the thing is, the only people who end up piping up and saying, "Oh, this takes away whatever from the real sufferers," tend to be people who were never actually fighting for that issue beforehand. And so it's frustrating to me as someone who, I guess, I've said this before, and I guess just it's multiple days, so I'll say it. I've done pro bono work in domestic violence before in multiple areas, and this is kind of something that's been and it's frustrating to me to hear that people latch onto this thing of like, well, this is such a problem because now it makes other DV claims harder, but those people weren't talking about DV claims before. And so it really seems to me like it's more the majority of people who talk about it that way are being opportunistic about it. It's certainly Juicy Smollett make, if that's how I say his name, I can't believe it's been a year and I still can't pronounce it properly. That claim absolutely is terrible for those real claims. But all the people who are hanging on Juicy and talking about Juicy and saying it over and over again are not the people who were fighting for those type of racial discrimination claims beforehand. And so that's frustrating to me. Now, I know I just kind of went off on a little tangent and it relates to nothing.
No, but I see where you're going with it.
But what I do want to bring up and about this question, which is really good, is I hope it doesn't. Because this is it shouldn't. There's no legal reason at all that if she is lying, this should make any person's domestic violence claim less believable. However, because of how high profile it is, it certainly will be latched on to by people who are already suspect of domestic violence claims to continue to exacerbate that sort of disbelief in that form. Anyone who was already critical about domestic violence and critical as in thinking about it and wondering about it, they're not going to be like, well, Amber Heard lied, so so
therefore you're lying.
Right. But there is
that possibility of having that subconscious like hang on, like this is a different case. Remind yourself that this is an entirely different issue. Especially if you're living in this case.
Yeah, and I hope so. And you're right.
The jury pool, right?
That's all. And I know I kind of went far afield for that.
No, but that's an important point to make as well, I think.
And I can understand the frustration because I would say I'm neither terribly interested in racial discrimination claims or domestic violence claims. It's just not my area.
Yeah, sure, of course.
But I do just kind of objectively want folks to be legitimate, objective seekers of truth. And so when you look at this whole process, I do think there is concern for really high profile cases being proved to be hoaxes. Again, as you say, assuming that's where this one.
Yeah. We're all
and I do think just natural people trying to do their best do latch on, do get this in. So yeah, I think it hits the people that you point out, the ones that want to do that anyway. Totally true. But I think even the neutrals get affected by this kind of thing. That's where I get upset legitimately over hoaxing.
if you haven't heard of domestic violence claims at all before this case, and then you hear about this one, then yeah, you might be more suspect than you were.
It gives
before.
grounds to argue in a jury room for that one person who's already suspicious going, yeah, but remember this case.
Yeah.
And my bigger concern with this was that it gives room for abusers to say, see, no one's going to believe you. Do what you're going to do.
Let's
go
not
ahead.
even...
Threaten to leave, threaten to report, threaten to do this. No one's going to believe you because of this. I worry more about that in those isolated incidents, or not isolated, but in those relational incidents. I worry more about that than I worry about like the general jury pool being impacted, or about this isn't going to change law in the legal system at the end of the day. This isn't going to change the way these criminal cases are prosecuted, but it changes in the household where someone is trying to leave and then is being gaslit further with this very public example. That was my biggest concern with all of this, but it's a much more granular concern. And Mark, I'm sure because of the work that you've done, you're like, I worry for those people. I don't worry for Twitter. I worry for the people trying to leave who it's hard for. And I worry for the men that are in these positions trying to do it. I've had a couple DV cases where the victim was a male, and it was very, very hard. And it's even hard from the first time they come to court, where it's like the bailiff checking them in is like, oh, you're the victim on the case. Like, it's all those little things where people are surprised about it, or you're double checking the case file going, wait, which party? Or the judge is like, oh, the defendant is present. I mean, the victim is present. It's all those little things.
Yeah.
I've heard that before.
Yeah, and there's actually, I just want to name check her because I'm her biggest fan. But there's a wrestler named Mia Yim, and she's been very vocal about, she was the victim of domestic assault, and it's nobody believes her because she's a giant jacked professional wrestler, and it's so anyway, I'm just trying to. You're right.
How abuse dynamics work, though.
Yeah, that's not at all how abuse dynamics work. Anyway,
we could have this. See, Mark, this is why you need a YouTube channel.
Yep, we need more time with you on YouTube.
So I can live all of these things that make me feel so sad and talk about them in front of an audience and try not to tear up about it.
You know what? Sincere passion is good stuff, Mark.
Exactly. Well, Phoenix, thank you so much for the generous super chat. He says, how can Amber Heard's lawyers explain and or recoup from the makeup screw up?
It's a mistake. I'll say it's a mistake.
It depends.
It's a bad mistake.
It's going to get capitalized on closing. The only way I think is that they never bring it up again. If they don't bring it up again, it can't be impeached on. They just pretend it never happened. But
and maybe the jury forgets about it. That's their best hope, is that it just gets forgotten.
But I don't know if they can.
Because I mean, it's a valid question now for Johnny Depp's lawyers on cross of Amber Heard. It's like, so can I borrow your compact? Is this the one you had all those years? And no matter what her answer is, it's like yes or no. I mean, either way,
this company started in 2017, right?
No, they were.
The company started the product
in 17.
Oh, that palette. That was it.
Which is kind of same.
Yeah. Let me get.
She could try to say I used different ones at the time, but we'll see. Or my makeup artist always did it. We'll see.
Something, yeah, but it's still that the fact that they have that in the courtroom, that's so damaging.
Hey, I'm sorry, I have to run pick up. Baby feels attacked. So I appreciate that. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate y'all. It was great to meet you, Emily. It was good to see all your faces.
We're looking forward to your YouTube video.
I've been needing
we're looking forward to that. We'll check that out when it comes on. Tax loopholes and horror movies, right?
Amazing.
All right, you're invited to Virtual Legality. We'll get you in front of some people.
Fantastic. Start up your YouTube channel before you do that, so that he can link to your channel.
Yes.
But for right now, he is linked in the description. I'm certain he's linked in the description to his Twitter profile, where you can get his card game and all that kind of stuff. And I want to get the card game linked as well. The website for that.
Okay, yeah, feelattack.com. Yeah, if you like my Twitter, if you like wrestling and horror movies, and then me, sometimes I'll talk about Magic the Gathering too. Whatever. It's
fun.
I love it. Stuff. All right. Thank you all. Thank you again for having me. Have a great
weekend.
Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Okay.
So I've got to go. It's perfect time. Instead of doing an Irish goodbye, we're just going to goodbye.
Yeah. That makes sense. Well, thanks for stopping by.
Good to see you, LawTube. Have a good rest of your day.
See you,
Bye,
Emily.
Emily.
See ya.
Yes.
See ya. Let me just capture this new one, and then we'll get to the next one.
I just looked at your chat number from today, Alita.
I know. I know. We're just having too good of conversation, really.
This Hangout stream is fun.
I know it is
Talk
fun.
about
It
it
is
anyway.
We're
fun.
not making a dent.
We're getting towards the end of this initial one, at least. Tyler Robinson said, would a juror get in trouble if they watch a movie starring anyone that is involved during this court case?
Strictly speaking, no.
I love
Yeah.
the question. No.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, because it isn't research about the case, right? It
Well,
doesn't
what if
have
you're
anything to do with the
evaluating?
case.
What if you're evaluating the digital scrub of Pirates of the Caribbean 5 to get a feel for his interaction with the severed finger?
I think you're fine.
All right, you heard it here first. Kurt says jurors, you shouldn't be watching this stream, but you're allowed to watch Pirates of the Caribbean 5.
Yeah.
Pamela 2am says the suitcase handle is no longer up. Eve's watching. That could also just be a coincidence from the day before. So Silo said terrible was when Amber Heard almost started laughing when JD said he is not a big and intimidating man. Yeah, I did see that.
That was
She
a
kinda
nice
covered-
moment when on Cross where he asked him, "Wouldn't you agree that you're much bigger than her?" And she's like, "I was like,
Not
no,
really.
I wouldn't agree to that."
Yeah.
I thought that was a nice answer.
Yeah.
Smalley.
Yeah. Amanda Quello says all Rottenborn proved today is that he can read.
But not necessarily understand.
It was just his cadence and his intonation where every time Johnny Depp said yes, it sounded like he wanted to finish it off with congratulations.
Yes, here's a gold star. K-Jam says the cutting audio was to humiliate JD. RVW clip and watch JD wipe his tears. Review the clip and watch JD wipe his tears, and then death stare Rottenborn. I hope JD has therapeutic support this weekend. Yeah,
He looked affected. He looked strongly affected by that clip.
Yeah. Let's see here. Farrell Drake says, thank you for answering my super chat. I asked that question super early on today, but I love you guys, all of you. I've subbed everyone on the panel. Keep up the good work. Yay. Thank you. Frank Collet says, D bad cross could
Gotta
be
defense, right? Defense has bad cross.
Okay, yeah. Defense has bad cross. Bad cross could be a strategy to make JD look cocky. To the something lawyer being a domestic victim, maybe or defense. I don't know if that's a thing, but maybe. I'm not from the USA, but people can like victim. Like act too cocky. Like maybe they're trying to get him to look too cocky.
I think that the overall thrust of that is that they might be trying to make him look sassy on the stand, which they might have been.
Yeah.
And I it's almost like if that wasn't the plan, maybe how Johnny looked on the end of Wednesday's testimony, you go into the strategy conference and you say, you can put him on tilt. He was on tilt at the end of Wednesday's testimony. And then Thursday he shows up. He was not.
True. Very true. And so that marks the end of those super chats.
We got no more chats, right?
We got to today.
We're all set.
We got to today now.
Only 82 left to go.
Guys, you've almost given her 200 chats, just this overflow. So you still have a chance to get to that 200 number. Yeah, that's right, Sean Davis. That's right.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Jay Watt says, let's see here. New Amber Heard audio not released in court yet. YouTube source, I Am Robot, New York. I will have to check that out this weekend for sure. Because I know people have been tweeting about it for sure. Brock Jordan says, if time runs out on the defense's judge is only allowing a certain amount of time, is that reversible on appeal? Not a fair trial. # Team Johnny. There's a chance that could be appealable. What do you guys think?
Yeah, like I said, the thing about the timing component is that she's not going to want to let one of the sides not present the case that they want to present to make it. So all of her rules, watching timing, watch the stipulations, do these kinds of things, are like you might think of in your life when you've got deadlines or something. And yes, they're serious. She wants you to follow them. There could be trouble, certainly emotionally or otherwise strategically, if you don't. But she's going to let you run your case because that's the kind of thing that you can't present those 3 expert witnesses because you ran out the clock. No,
I disagree with that, Rich, strongly.
Okay.
I respectfully strongly disagree. I think that judges have quite a lot of discretion in terms of managing their court and managing of time. And if they said, so if the deal is, each side gets 3 weeks of time, and anytime it's your speaking, you're detracting from your clock.
Yep.
So Johnny Depp's lawyers are speaking, it detracts from their clock. Amber Heard's on cross, detracts from Amber Heard's clock. It's like, it's up to you on how much time you want to use for whatever. Right. I'm put in a scheduling order. It's reasonable for me how can 6 weeks not be reasonable? It's like my first question. Right. And so if you burn all your time and you want to call another witness, what my answer is, so sad, sad situation. But we didn't get to those 5 expert witnesses. That sounds a lot like a you problem. So yeah, I couldn't disagree more. And I don't think there's any grounds for the Court of Appeals to reverse on this kind of basis.
Oh,
I'd probably listen to Kurt more than me on this, frankly, chat. So
Nick Collins says, "Hi, Alita. What do you think about TMZ claiming Amber Heard's kitchen vid and Milano saying that makeup didn't release until 2017? Could JD's lawyers use that in this trial? Also, cup on cocaine table is Amber Heard's." Yes, we talked about a little bit of this earlier, but yes. So TMZ. It could be that she sold it to them. It could be that they are claiming based on the fact that they've previously released it on YouTube elsewhere after they obtained it somehow. But the whole Milano thing is wild. They absolutely can use that. I don't know if they can really use the TMZ thing. There would have to be some pretty clear evidence that comes out of it, but there's still questions around it, and that's not necessarily enough. But for Milano, they can definitely come forward to the Johnny Depp team and say, "Hey, we're willing to give you some documents," and they can use that for impeachment, like we talked about.
To be clear, Milano is either an older actress, the ship of the Guardians of the Galaxy, or a cookie. Milani is the cosmetics company, Nick.
Got it.
Said Richard.
Very
Milano
well
is a
put.
cookie.
Paulina says, "Hi, Kurt."
Hello.
Hi, Kurt.
Rowan DeLuz, welcome to YouTube memberships. Dragon's Treasure says, "I'm happy to have had an article in Business Insider." Oh yeah, Legalbytes was mentioned too, I guess.
Was the Dragon's Treasure mentioned in that article?
They were.
Yeah, along with the Amber Turd promo code. Because it was talking about the various revenue sources that I see that I have, and
all right,
and how that's one that I'm.
This is paywalled for me. I have no idea what's in there.
It's so funny. Yeah, so I mentioned it to him. I was like, "By the way, you're in it too." So
I still haven't read the one about Emily D. Baker though, because I couldn't get past that paywall.
Well, you've got to get one of the unpaywalled versions.
Yeah.
Susan Stutzman says, "Thanks for the coverage and all the great info." Of course, thank you for watching. Linda Poulon says 72K. Wow, congrats. Thank you. We're going on up, it seems. Ashley Harrison says, "There were so many improper impeachments yesterday. Why do you think the Depp team didn't object? Fellow lawyer who wants to be a friend too. Brand new YouTuber, but loving it. Thanks to you guys. Subscribe to all." Oh my gosh. Well, hey, let us know what you're talking about. Maybe we can do some collabs or something. Always happy to expand our reach, right? I think my theory for why they didn't object is because, when you've got somebody that is already, when you have an opponent that is already losing on their own, you don't hand them a hand up to pull them out of that. So that's basically what's going on is they're fumbling in the ball. You don't call time so that they can regroup. So impeachment means that or objecting could be that you're preventing them from doing something ineffectively. And so, yeah, anyhow, that's kind of an inartistic way of saying it. But basically, those are my thoughts.
I think that's exactly right. Yeah. Never prevent an opponent from shooting their leg off.
Yeah. But I have to say, like another lawyer who wants to join the YouTubes, I'll break out a quote from Hunt for Red October. "This is getting out of hand, and we'll be lucky to live through it."
Yes. Well, eventually we'll have to impose standards on LawTube entry.
That'll be good.
Who's going to do that? I have no idea.
We'll have a council of elders.
How would that be managed?
with a bid process and
you guys
hazing.
Can share behind the scenes here.
It'll be good.
It's anarchy.
Hazing.
It'll be like a fraternity. Secret handshakes and stuff. It'll be great.
Kurt will be in charge of all the handshakes.
Take my books to class.
DJ Smith says, I keep having dreams about the trial since I spend my entire day consuming it. LOL. Thanks for this stream to feed my new daily intake. LOL. You're welcome. Thank you so much for watching with us. It is all consuming, isn't it? When you start getting into these trial streams, for sure. Mm-hmm. Furman Daza says, can't wait for Amber Heard's turn on the stand. She doesn't have the facts on her side and would have to make up more lies to make sense of the ones she's told. It's going to be, I cannot wait for her to take the stand myself. It's going to be wild, I think. Tina Marie says, great content. Have you seen TMZ is getting YouTube videos taken down that they own the rights to? That kitchen video shown yesterday that Amber Heard had taped. So at least for me anyway, they haven't taken anything down. They just have claimed copyright ownership in it, which means any kind of ad revenues that I get from it, they want to say that they should get it. I have already disputed the claim. So hopefully we can get a quick resolution to that. But otherwise,
you disputed a claim for 90 seconds of a 10.5-hour stream. I can't imagine why.
I mean, it's like you could also just look at the metrics of the live stream to be like, is there any pop up during this clip? Were people particularly interested in this clip alone? No? Oh, okay. Then maybe it isn't your clip. Maybe you don't deserve all of the ad revenues for my 10 hours of live streaming.
And for the record, they claim they own the rights. I mean, anybody can, as we know from the Bungie lawsuit that Emily referenced earlier in this stream, almost anybody can just go claim something over at YouTube. So it's a bit of a mess.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Christine said, did you see Emily's tweet regarding the TMZ copyright claim? Yes, I did. And I also saw her DMs where she was flaming it up there too. This is Jess Paul said, I've been digging all these depositions. I love it. Family Funhouse says, can they determine, yes, those texts from Depp are bad, but in the end, they're just messages with no backing or planning or execution. Yeah.
That's one of the things jurors do with their time, decide what the facts are.
Yep, exactly. Mark says, thought on the cross. Seems their strategy was overwhelm how horrible a monster JD is, but wasn't met with gasps of horror equals frustrated attorney. Yeah, I mean, they're not necessarily going to actually react because, like we heard, it sounds like they've been instructed not to give any kind of reaction to anything. But I think they've just diluted the bad texts, really. Isaac Baruch's Wholesome Gabagool Art says, regarding the cursed meal, it's the meeting of desperation and invention, like a lettuce sandwich or cabbage topped with cheese whiz. I hope all is well, panel. Huh. Interesting.
What cursed meal? Can I
There
ask?
was a super chat, I think, yesterday about a cursed meal at some point.
Okay.
Interesting.
Meeting of desperation and invention.
I like it. Mark Leese said, did you get a copyright strike from TMZ? TMZ sucks. It wasn't a strike, thank goodness, but it was a copyright claim.
They just tried to take all their money, not our channel.
I think you should file a strike against them just for the hell of it. That'd be fun. It's like, I'm the owner of this copyright.
Chicken Kanda says, my JD Savage moments part 1 through 2 went viral. So awesome. Oh, I love it when that happens.
Oh, yes, I saw those. They were great.
Yeah, I love it. Normie says, how are the jurors monitored from getting intel?
They're not.
Well, who's to say that a juror is not getting info on public opinion / media, etc.? P.S. All of you.
Pinky swears.
Yes.
The honor and duty bound citizens of the great state, or might be a commonwealth.
It is a commonwealth
of Virginia. Thank you, Kurt. As soon as I said it, I was like, it's a freaking commonwealth, isn't it? Of Virginia are upholding the traditions of our American legacy by, of course, following juror instructions, court instructions, and would not do anything of the kind.
And to the jurors watching this program right now, we're happy to have you here, but maybe not so much.
No, we're not. Don't watch this if you are a juror, please.
This isn't research for the case. This is just, this is totally different than that.
No, Your Honor, I was listening to their reminiscence about first year of law school. I just popped in.
That's all I saw.
I have almost 1,300 videos on my channel not about Johnny Depp. You could go watch those.
Yes.
Hey, go watch Kurt's videos.
Yes, all of them. That MF Wolf said, I would bet money that Amber's team didn't have more questions and just want to get Johnny's team for working on follow-up. I don't
Yeah,
know.
they got more questions.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so. Melker's Folly says hello from is it Austria or Australia? I want to say Australia.
Yeah, the A
because
is
it's
Australia,
A20. Okay, yes. You guys are doing such an amazing job and really appreciate every single one of you on the panel, especially Hogue. I've been trying to spread this stream to anyone who would listen. Hashtag me poo, hashtag the truth. Thank you.
Well,
yeah,
thank
you're getting a lot of love. It's good.
It's very
good.
nice.
Yeah. All the love to everybody that has been stopping by on these streams. Seriously, it's been such a joy to hang out with you guys. It makes it so much more enjoyable than just me blabbing on and rambling to a bunch of people, right?
I love it.
Happy says, once Cross is done, will Amber's shit on the table?
That would be
a wild that would be a wild incident, right?
Could you reenact it for us, Amber?
Oh my goodness. Lindsay Antis said, just heard Amber Heard's counterclaim is for $100 million. Chances she succeeds there, please say zero. I don't. It's not zero. It's not zero because we are here, right?
It's not zero, but it sounds like I don't know how she's going to get to this because at this particular incident, wasn't he out of the country at the time?
Well, it's Adam Waldman's statement, right?
Yeah.
So this is May 21st. Did she commit a hoax?
Yeah.
Yeah, but did I misunderstand the opening that May 21st Johnny Depp wasn't even in the country at the time?
No, this is when they fight.
Oh, okay.
It's that day. This is the big incident where Adam Waldman says effectively her and her friends got together to stage the scene on the 21st.
We lost a friend.
Lost somebody.
Oh no. You might be back.
So yeah, I mean that's they're gonna fight. That's why we know there's more questions on CrossX because they have to ask Johnny about the May 21st stuff.
Right. Oh, and we're back.
Hey.
Talia Eve says Court TV confirms jury was laughing at JD's quips.
I'm sure they did their best.
I don't accept any confirmation from Court TV.
Yeah, that's a fair point too.
Jillian J says, listen to the full audio of him heaving very different story in full and cuts off after with Amber Heard getting upset because Jay wants to leave, ironically. So they may have the other portions of that audio that come in on redirect.
Yeah.
Because that's part of the rehabilitation process too, is that, not just to give him questions that he can answer, to give context and to explain, but also to do the rest of these audio clips to say like, all right, for completion.
Well, for completion and to build into that fabrication story, right? They don't want you to hear the full context because they know it hurts them. They're continuing to set this up to make it look one way when it's actually another.
Yeah, exactly. Delicious Treat says Kipper's email says left hand /finger, not right hand /finger. The last question about him cutting himself, but they were playing if he cut his finger off in Australia. Not a smart question.
Right. It's a joke.
Yeah.
They're more focused on the admission. That full sentence says, like I cut off my other finger.
Yeah. Mary Brewer's Creative Corner says Disco Bloodbath was actually a good book, in my opinion. I'm very curious about it now. Forever Nostalgia says, have you guys seen the Milani Cosmetics TikTok and how can that be presented in court since they're unable to receive info from the outside?
Well, counsel isn't.
Counsel is not. Counsel is able to get all kinds of good new stuff. They are allowed to watch our live streams. They are allowed to read articles and TikToks and all kinds of stuff like that.
Make it a thing. Make it a thing.
Please bring it in for a fiery closing argument. Please. I would absolutely love that. Okay.
I just want you guys to parachute in. It's just Alita and Emily just parachute in to do the closing.
No, I love this. No,
I
love Emily's idea. We're consultants, and we'll start just writing closing arguments for lawyers.
Well, I don't even necessarily want to write it. I just want to tell them what to do.
I'll be the ignorant non-litigator. So that didn't work for me. Is that useful to you? Great. Here's my Venmo.
Brianna Northrop says this trial is about toxic masculinity forcing men to be silent about abuse. It's not about the toxic pendulum of the Me Too movement. It needs addressing.
It's part of it.
Yeah.
It could be both.
Things about many things.
Yeah. Tiffany Leeson says, please explain why evidence isn't already approved before court. Why is it done with each piece? Hasn't both sides already seen it and approved? It confuses me. It depends on the court. Some courts will say, like we're gonna take the time behind the closed doors. We're not gonna waste the jury's time. we're going to talk ahead of time about what is admitted, what is not, so that you don't have to go through all of that hassle. We have limited time in front of the jury. We don't want to hold them for too long. Other jurisdictions, other courts might say, no, we want this foundation to be introduced in front of the jury. It helps to give them context. It helps them to understand how much weight that they should give to this evidence. So that's one reason. I don't know if you guys have other thoughts.
Well, would you consider what's happening today, like right now, evidentiary hearings? I mean, is that what you would describe?
It's part of what's happening, I'm sure.
Okay. Again, non-litigator. So I mean, they do that, and so it's not right to say that like everything hasn't been done before. There are weird parts to me, even like redacting on the fly because they haven't discussed this in advance.
The judge even made a note at the end of the day about like how she was owed various pieces of evidence because it hadn't actually been submitted. It's like, I want this admitted to the record, and it's like it's admitted, and at the end of the day, she's like, I still actually need the thing. So if you could get that to me, that'd be great.
Yeah. So it's all coming. I keep saying it's coming in hot because that's kind of a term when video games aren't quite done.
Yeah.
and they're coming in with a day one patch. But that's what it felt like to me, right? Like, there's no world in which defense counsel could possibly want there to be a 90-second break between each text they want to introduce.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Give us plenty of time to talk, though.
Yes. Oh, yes. Yes. And maybe throw in a couple super chats, right?
Yes.
But it is very frustrating that they don't have that figured out ahead of time, because then you also have issues where if they haven't agreed on the redactions on a certain thing, then they can't show it to the jury yet. And then it doesn't fit into the line of questioning that they have.
Why they weren't able to agree on the redactions is beyond me, to be honest.
Well,
that shouldn't be that much fight.
The early part of that day is them losing 2 objections on third parties involved in a text chain. I wonder if they just didn't anticipate that they were going to lose that, because at that point is when they start to do the redactions by agreement the rest of the day, because he's just given up. He's like, okay, we're going to lose all those objections, so let's do this on the fly. But it's massive time between each reading, and it gives Johnny the chance to quip and or get settled.
Ask questions.
Yeah.
Jay Phillips 4400 says, can JD's team keep asking witnesses a lot of questions to keep the clock running to Memorial Day? If that's cut day, we established Rottenborn can read.
Yeah, not if the judge had any sense at all. The amount of time has been set per side, and Johnny Depp run out, so he probably has through the end of the next week, and then he's done.
Yeah,
maybe he's got that Monday too, or half of Monday, because of the jury selection day. But
well, wait a minute. This last day was all them, right? That's Cross-X. That can't be Johnny's team.
That's a fair point. I apologize.
Yeah, that's true.
A fair point. I apologize.
Yeah.
Oh,
Jamie McClement says,
I'm just checking.
yeah. No, it's because the time is
no, I said a wrong thing, and he'll correct me. That's fine.
It happens occasionally. Jamie McClement says, any reaction to Amber? She seems so flat. Were jurors looking at her for reaction? I mean, we can't see what the jurors are looking at specifically, because there's no cameras on them, and for good reason. To me, I know I feel like
from the side, and she's a million miles away. Like, she's as far as she can get, right?
Yeah. I mean, to me, she seems insincere, but that's me. I'm not everyone,
I would think they would be bored, to be honest, just sitting there.
Yeah.
It's like, can I read a book or something?
Yeah. Hula A says, hey, lovely people, does Johnny only have 4 days for witnesses? Love from Finland. It's not entirely clear. It sounds like they're doing, like we said before, it sounds like they're doing based on overall time, and then they get to choose how they allocate that time.
They're doing this like a chess clock.
Exactly. Chickenanda says, yes, those are my Savage Moments vids, part 1 through 2. Love it. Lakota 1010 says, can you break down the huge legal teams for a non-lawyer? The man on JD's side in the front has hardly talked yet looks important. Love and respect. Who are all of these people?
Johnny's first chair looks important. He is.
Yes, he is the first chair. He is undoubtedly a partner in the law firm. That is Ben Chu. He did the opening statement. And he probably will do closing argument. I would venture to guess that he probably is going to be the one to cross Amber Heard. Most likely, I would think.
Yeah,
that sounds about right.
So they have first chair and second chair. you see them alternating on how they ask questions and how they do cross-ex. And then the back tables are, you can see that those guys are however you want to call them, third, fourth, fifth chair, research. They're in charge of keeping track of the evidence. And you see Chu and I forget, I apologize, the second chair's name for Johnny?
Vasquez. Camille Vasquez. Yeah.
Turn around when there's like, we want to propose this goes in. And, it's, do we have objections to that?
Yeah.
And so that's, you've organized so that there's specialities. There's 1,500 pieces of evidence.
Yeah.
So there's like binders and boxes all back there where they're figuring it out. That's why you sometimes get that pause. We're like, what, 496? Hang on.
And then undoubtedly they also have, for each witness, each witness has been deposed at some point. So they have the transcript for that. And they probably have, page and line number tabs in there for when they have said certain things. They're probably tracking that so that in case the witness says something that they didn't say at deposition, they have it, boom, ready to go so that he can say, okay, you said this before. We're going to read from your deposition so that they don't have to wait for anything. They want everything to be as seamless as possible. That's why you have so many people in the background.
Used to do that when I wrote questions at like mock trial and stuff like that. I used to do that at the end of every question. I'd have the citation of where that question came from in case they gave me the wrong answer. I'd be able to know exactly where it came from.
See, it makes sense. And that also, you saw that in action yesterday when he goes, let's look at the UK trial. He turns to his back table and they hand him a thing.
They're probably following along with the page they're going to need in case they need it so that they're ready to hand it to them.
Yes, exactly. LG Jamster says that the NYP and UK Sun are owned by the same group.
I got to be honest, that headline makes a lot more sense in that context. So
it does. Mary Reinert became a YouTube member. Welcome. James Gentry says, why is Rottenborn simping for the judge? Bad play. I don't know if he's simping for the judge.
Did I see that?
I don't know what he's talking about.
He does say, thank you, Judge, thank you, Your Honor, after like winning an objection or something. But I think that's pretty common in these.
Pretty standard court courtesy.
Yeah. You don't want to overdo it. Like, thank you, Your Honor. You don't want to do anything like that. But just to say like, oh, okay, thank you, Your Honor. We'll go on or something.
Yeah.
I really think outside of the frazzle, his demeanor was great yesterday.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you want.
Demeanor.
Yeah.
You get overruled, or the judge tells you to stop. Thank you, Judge, and just move on.
Yeah.
Just acknowledge him.
Yeah, exactly. Amit Banerjee says, can someone please explain how long is the trial? Sorry, when will Depp's team go to cross-exam?
6 weeks and no time in the near future.
Yes. Yep. Sometime in the next few weeks, probably. James Smith says 11 out of 10 pain. You'll remember your withdrawal.
That sounds tough. Certainly.
Yeah. James Gentry says, why was an illegal recording allowed as evidence? Because I think they just have a general agreement because for all things recorded by each of them, that includes the both of them. It just, they've decided that you can stipulate to that kind of thing too.
That's the best guess. They're not thrashing about any of those.
I mean, those issues would have been solved in motions in limine before trial. They're not fighting over those now in court because they knew what's coming in. So if there was a fight about it, that fight has already since happened. And I couldn't tell you why a court did or did not rule a particular way without getting into it. But
since we weren't able to see the hearings, and some trials, some of these high profile trials that allow cameras in the courtroom, they'll show those hearings as well. This wasn't one of them. Which thankfully they can let me get caught up on stuff.
Because they would have been another extra 2 weeks for Alita or whatever.
Oh my gosh.
And undoubtedly what Johnny has recorded of Amber was probably surreptitiously recorded as well. So I bet
what he said,
similar issues.
He did say on the stand that he always got permission from her.
Or at least he notified her because he, strictly speaking, doesn't need permission. He just needs to let her know that it's happening because continuing the conversation is considered implicit consent.
Yeah.
So technicalities.
I was going to say, presumably the front of the tapes back him up on that if he's not silly about how he did it.
The safest way to go about it is to get the permission on tape as well.
That helps.
There's no.
There's a reason when you call recording centers, they say this call may be recorded for monitoring purposes or quality assurance purposes or whatever. There's a reason they tell you that.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Susan says Jerry Judge was not present for his detox, and the reason he would have stayed in case he got sick was if he was drunk and may aspirate.
Possibly,
yeah. Mickey the Fourth says, I tuned in a few times to listen to the trial on Ricada's show, and none of the recordings made sense to me. No perspective of time, total confusion. Agreed. It was the same thing over here. Yeah. Totally agree. Aisha Siddiqui says Manson also suing victims for defamation. Sus. Well, victim is it depends on how you think about the claim itself. If you think that she was in fact a victim, calling her a victim makes sense. If you think that he may have been defamed by her, calling her a victim makes less sense. So he is suing someone who has accused him of domestic violence. So I've looked at the complaint. I've seen some evidence from people saying that they were approached, or at least from one woman saying that she was approached to as a request to participate in a conspiracy against him. That is one of the allegations in his complaint. So that to me was very, very sus, very interesting. That's a case that I kind of want to get into after the Depp trial. Yep. Dougie Fresh says Woods Rogers, attorneys Roanoke, Virginia, leave a review. Is this a firm that is asking for people to leave a review?
I think that's Rottenborn's.
Oh,
don't.
Yeah,
don't.
Do that crap. I don't like.
Yeah.
I don't like spamming firms with fraudulent reviews. I don't want to do that.
It also opens you up to potential legal exposure. So.
Yes.
Let's
you
not.
don't want to get defamation yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, these guys aren't good attorneys. I mean, they're not hacks. They're not bad guys. They're doing their part.
Yeah.
I don't think they're bad attorneys at all. I've said both teams seem well represented.
Yeah. Laura S. became a YouTube member. Welcome. Okay, Woods Rogers where Rottenborn works. Okay, yeah, but I wouldn't go and leave a review unless you are an actual client. And
don't do that. That's not a good look.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I wouldn't recommend that happened to Johnny Depp's lawyers.
Yes, exactly.
I've had it happen to Hogue Law after some fans got upset about a virtual legality. I don't recommend it.
Yeah. Ophelia the Fair says we need a recap of the UK trial, please. Oh my gosh. That was before I really started following it, and I know that there are a lot of transcripts, but I currently do not have the capacity to look that far back.
Alita.
No problem.
What is this sleep? Wasted time.
I finally got about 7 hours. I can't really say last night. Somewhere in the world it was last night, but not where I am. So I'm very thankful for the weekend to get some rest. Black Shy Guy says, Legalbytes, thank you for your recap. Thought Johnny had a rough one, but your explanation put me at ease. # justice for Johnny. Thank you.
Process stays tough.
I'm glad you did. Yeah. Janie Irvine became a YouTube member. Welcome. Siren 1593. Why hasn't JD just pressed assault charges? Probably statute
I'm sure
it's
it's too late for that.
Yeah, statute of limitations. Shannon Holt. Welcome. Thank you. Sassafras Kath says, why is court only in session Monday through Thursday? To give them time for these to figure out these motions and
apparently they
have
have
other
really
stuff.
long hearings they need to do.
And especially it's like I kind of like seeing that built in, to be honest, because when you are going through trial, you are living it. I mean, I remember my mom a week ago was a little bit concerned about me because of the hours that I was streaming and doing recaps and stuff. And she was like, you need to take time to eat. And I was like, if I were doing actual trial work, this is kind of what my life would look like. So it's like, it's really not that different from that time wise, in some respects. But that's just what the life is like. So I kind of like, for the sake of everyone, that it's built in to be Monday through Thursday to give them time to figure out these issues.
This is supposed to be your day off, and now you're still here.
Well, we had 400 super chats to do, so
we're still working our way.
Just get a text to voice bot and have it.
She says we're working our way, but you guys are doing a great
on the
job.
stream
because that number is not coming down as fast as you would think, because you guys continue to add to the super chat. So absolutely fantastic work, chat.
Thank you. Brianna Northrop says, I already sent a super chat on the toxic masculinity part. Can you check that you saw it? Yes, we did discuss it.
We did see it.
It just takes us a while.
Yeah.
We're behind a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Colonel Crayon says, hi from an exhausted UK law student. Have you read all the UK judgment on stream? It's publicly available. Google Depp v. News Group newspapers, Bail 2 or Bail 2, I think. I have not. That would be a very interesting one. I don't have time right now, like I said, but hey, good luck in your classes. For you.
Cool.
Thoughts in Spots said, "Yep, it sure did feel like Rottenborn lost control and dropped a grumpy. Hashtag me poo." Evie Warner says, "If you are feeling kind of stuffy, take a dumpy. If you're feeling a little stuffy, you might need to take a grumpy. So squat and dump today. Hashtag me poo." I'm very entertained by this. I'm so glad that I grew up with brothers. Raven Scarata says, "Any thoughts on the cards defending Amber Heard that allegedly have shown up around the courthouse?" Yes. So I know that I did see some photos that people said that people were canvassing a lot of cars in the area with cards about how Johnny Depp is terrible, Amber Heard is a victim, this whole thing. And I know people are concerned about the jurors in that respect. There's always a possibility that the jurors could come across something that is, biased in nature, or that is, informational outside of the case. We obviously really want to prevent that, because that's just it's unfair, and it's not how our justice system works, right? It's
it
not how
also
it's
might
supposed
be a
to work.
felony. Don't do it.
Yeah. So, but if there are all kinds of measures that are being taken to protect the anonymity of these jurors. So, I would venture to guess that they're probably being bussed in from some undisclosed location. There are probably all kinds of different ways that they are protecting their anonymity during this trial. So, the idea that these could have been targeted at any of those areas is I think less likely, but I hate to see it. I really do. I don't like seeing this kind of stuff, regardless of which side is doing it, really. Brian Wilson says, "It looked like she was trying to look horrified, like if she was reliving events, but it didn't feel right." That was my take too. I don't know if everybody else feels the same as me, though.
I'm a little less. I'm trying not to just jump on her for this kind of stuff. It's also court. It's not real life. It's a weird place.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I do agree. Lucy W says, "Did you notice how the suitcase handle disappeared the next day after you mentioned it?" That was Spidey. Spidey pointed that out. But and I know we got a super chat about this earlier too. But the thing about it is that the attorneys are all bringing in all their stuff every day, and they put things in different places in the courtroom. It could have just been that somebody put their thing along the wall. They have baker's boxes. They have all kinds of stuff that they are placing around them. And so I don't know if it was because they saw that something looked that way or what, but I feel a little bit less suspicious of that decision personally. Eziba Music says, "Harvey Specter or Lewis Litt for Amber's Cross." I don't know. What do you guys think?
I don't get it.
Yeah. Harvey Specter. That's the name that I recognize, but I don't recognize Lewis Litt.
I just have to be honest. I don't get it. I'm sorry.
I think the question maybe has to do with the style for Amber's Cross.
Okay.
They would have to go relatively soft.
Oh, I'm sorry. My wife is hurling invective across my house. Which one is from Suits, honey?
Oh. I'm so sorry. I'm from Suits. People are saying now too.
Both.
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Okay, she's clarified. They're both from Suits.
Oh, okay.
I got to be honest. This is very odd for me. My wife doesn't watch my stuff. So we're separated by rooms, and they're from Suits.
I'm so sorry. That is one legal drama that I have not seen. I actually usually don't like legal dramas. You'll find this with a lot of lawyers because they get a lot wrong, so it's kind of frustrating to watch.
Yeah. This is the problem I have with Succession. The corporate law in Succession is god awful. People tell me I should do a lawyer reacts to Succession. It would just be me in a screen
yelling at cloud,
trying not to swear.
If Suits was like, if my job was 1%, 1/10 of 1% as interesting as Suits was, or Franklin and Bash, or whatever, my life would be so awesome.
Is Suits the one where Meghan Markle came from?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the only thing that I really know about Suits.
Okay.
Fo Rothko says, "Given the testimonies of Heard's former assistant and Mr. Baruch, shouldn't Johnny's testimony be clinching the case and Cross X keeps self-owning?" Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I do think that they're not doing themselves any favors, and it's not because of anything that Johnny Depp's team is doing other than setting him up really well and direct. I'm placing my bet here. She'll be wearing drooping earrings like this on Monday.
Like his. Was he wearing
like
earrings?
his. He did. He had little mini hoops, I think.
I'm a very close observer of the human condition physically, as you can tell.
Maybe she's still in love with him. Maybe she's or
I watched him for 10 hours, and I'm like, was he wearing earrings? I would be a great eyewitness.
I think I'd be a horrible eyewitness. I just know I'd be the worst eyewitness ever.
Alita, wasn't there an issue? Some people thought the first day she was dressing up in like Dior and things to mock Johnny.
With the B on the tie. That was the thing that really was weird. It's like if there wasn't that, I would have been much more like, I don't know, maybe, kind of, sort of. But seeing the B on the tie was very, very, very interesting. Faux Rothko says, Mark, they were definitely trying to take the piss. Like if he wasn't a suave goofball, literally Jack Sparrow, maybe they'd have gotten him. LOL. Yeah, it's his texts are completely his, right? His language. So it's very unique. And I don't know if anybody else could replicate it for their own cases. But Helicopter Gunship says, do you think Heard has rehearsed that permanent gormless look on her face? I don't have a dog in the fight, but Depp at least comes across as human.
This is a bump. Helicopter Gunship. Gormless. That's a nice pull.
That is a good word. A good one.
Good vernacular, we might say.
Vernacular, yes. Ashley Harrison said, I've been a big Believe All Women Me Too proponent. Amber Heard should be ashamed for what she's doing to legitimate victims.
Possibly.
Yep. I agree.
Most likely.
Yep. Mandalore Wise 01 says, what are your guys' thoughts on the flyers that Umbrella guy reported on? At this rate, I'd argue for sanctions. No, because you can't unless you have something showing that it was the legal team that was doing it, or
no
that they're
way
somehow
it's the legal team doing it.
Yeah, some
no
random nutters out there.
There's way some passionate
breaking.
Yeah, you cannot put that responsibility on the legal team. No more than you can put responsibility on Johnny Depp's legal team for any kind of threats that Amber Heard says that she's getting. You know, if somebody actually does threaten her, you know, like she says, you can't even if that were true, you can't pin that on the legal team at all.
I know you talked about this before, but do we have confirmation that these were real in the environment and not photoshops or something?
You mean the flyers?
I think.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't.
They look pretty dicey to me, but I can't. I'm not there.
Yeah. I haven't seen anything other than what we looked at yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like something a Yahoo printed up on his computer. So I mean, it looks legit.
Slightly detached, crazy.
Legit crazy.
Yes.
New Star One says Rotten Bee's attitude echoed the narrative Johnny D's making for turd.
Yes.
That when rotten turd fail, they both strike out at innocence.
No, that's not fair. I think her attorney's doing his job.
Yeah.
Well, outside of the fabrication element, potentially with things like the tape being on the plane, I think that's the most stuff that would
the makeup,
fall
which could be a mistake,
which would fall into the narrative that Johnny's creating. Yeah.
Nicole K said, we need a merch shirt of a disco ball with blood dripping off it.
I mean, if it's a real book, doesn't it have its own merch?
Probably. Actually, yeah, that's the only thing about using that term is that there probably is copyright. There probably are copyright issues on that one. Dualfusius said, the ample context is partially ADHD. Our thoughts jump around and we often get comments about not being able to follow, ergo context, word vomit, good stuff. Yeah, they've introduced that in evidence. So, you know, we do know that he has ADHD. That's a perfectly sufficient or I should say reasonable explanation, I would say. Kakasha says, ironic JD met President Reagan and Nancy just say no to drugs event. JD should have said no and no to Amber Heard. LOL. Agreed. Kat Wade, thank you for your super chat. Pamela 2am says 25 years nursing, 3 years ER, 5 years AODA, alcohol and other drug addiction, 10 plus years as psychiatric nurse. I've seen so much that I understand JD's behavior. I love Nurse Liz. Unfortunately, a bad car accident. I'm now disabled. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that. But I mean, thank you for your insight. It's super appreciated. And it's great. I appreciate you watching. Alex the Bird says, when this is a Lifetime drama, who will play Hoglaw?
I'm not answering this.
Gromax said to Hogue, 2013 to all. Do we meme at r/Legalbytes?
Actually, I was going to ask that. Do you have a Reddit?
I actually do. I completely forgot that I had one.
Okay.
I do. I what's that?
Richard, do you have a?
I do not. No, I've been told by people advising me on how to grow the channel that I really, really need one. But as I'm sure all of you can attest to, there's like 1,000 different things that we all probably need to do to advance things. And I'm running a law firm and I'm doing all this other stuff. So if I get videos out on a fairly reasonable cadence, I consider it to be a victory. And then we look at structural issues from there.
Yeah. So I guess it's a good reminder. I probably should check it out. It's been a while since I looked at it.
And see this, and he's just trying to goad me at the top because I know that I've said I never want to hear 2013 again in a number of instances.
Of course. Mostly Dead said, I believe they did show the full clip. You see Amber hiding the phone behind the cup and her walking away. That's it.
That's the only intro. Okay.
Yeah. C. Neil says, if you film me after I lose $600 million, it would be so much worse. I would have been taking an axe to the cabinets that would after that, I had calmed down.
See, I'm just not positive that's the same day, right? Because the story we got was he's in meetings with his accountants all day on the 21st. Then he shows up an hour and 40 minutes late to her birthday party. Is that really supposed to be May 21st in that video?
No, that video is when he got confirmation of that.
But the confirmation was that same day. His testimony is it's all that day.
I don't recall that. I was under
not May 21st, April 21st. The month before is her birthday party.
Right.
But he said it's all that day. He gets that confirmation that day. So I'm trying to figure out what time he goes home knowing that, because at least the story we've been told is he's in that meeting all day. That's why he's texting her saying, I'm going to be late. And then she gets pissed. So, yeah, this is the problem, right? CrossX didn't give me dates for the most part. And you guys say it's the day he discovered that, which would make sense why you'd be so angry. But it doesn't make sense in the timeline I have.
Yeah, but the thing is that the thing about that, though, is that as soon as somebody gives an explanation for when that is, and that gets confirmed through testimony, the person that provides that context, that gives that date for like when that is gonna be more trusted.
Yeah,
because you have nothing else to compare it to.
Both sides. I just want to be able to put a framework here. What am I looking at?
Yeah. Agreed. All right. Rolf Peterson says, bi-coastally licensed voyeur seems a little starstruck, besotted. Even you all do, really. Thanks for the entertaining, often educational videos. Yay. Thank you.
I'm usually besotted, but to whom? That's the question.
Carolyn says, can't wait for her to copy his mannerisms on the stand. That's going to fail spectacularly for her.
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty. That would be very interesting. We'll see.
I'm not sure anybody can copy those mannerisms.
Yeah. Jonas said, I created a support group for victims of false accusations on Reddit, r/support for the accused, as I had no one to talk to about it when it happened to me. Currently 5K members, not meant for legal advice.
That's
oh my
cool.
gosh, that is very good work. I'm glad that you are doing that.
Yeah.
People need a support group, and I know that men in particular that are in these situations are not getting the same kind of support that women often get, at least in terms of resources. So I'm glad that you have done that. Good work.
Yes,
Jackie. Yes, Jackie Joe 15 says, let's get it to number 1. Troy Pacelli says, if you never get to this super chat, I don't mind. This show has entertained me all week. Too late. We got there. We got it. Thank you with my last $5 this week.
I hope it's not your last $5.
I hope you have more money.
We can't bankrupt people with the super chat.
I will take all your money. I will drive you into bankruptcy.
Kurt's
Give me
happily.
all your things.
Hey,
Kurt has promotional copies of Chapter 11 to hand out.
Yeah, you'll need this after talking to me.
Oh man, Collins on the Rock
That's
said.
Twitch thoughts.
Collins on the Rock said, "Do you think that it is strategy for Across to use the rapid fire compound questions towards Johnny yesterday, and why did they just let it go?" Compound questions are generally not what you want on any cross examination for any kind of a strategy. So
Man, I wouldn't have said they let it go.
Yeah, I think that a compound question was he let go of the question that he wanted to ask, but he was asking it in a way that was not effective. Doing it in a compound question, I mean, it on the one hand, it just isn't effective because you want to make sure that you are getting each point that you need to get out of that person out of there without any kind of ambiguity. Because that's how you draw it directly out of them. So it was more that I think he was using compound questions, maybe not because he wanted to or meant to, but because he was getting tired or frustrated. Also, Michael Gaunt, thank you for another generous super chat. Said, on the makeup, can they lose or replace that prop? There are already headlines flying around saying Amber's representatives have been contacted for comment, etc. With the video setups, misleading moaning, setup for photo, etc. Looks damning. Good. I agree. I definitely think it looks quite damning.
I wouldn't recommend hiding the prop. That doesn't improve your standing.
Nope. Jennifer D said number one.
apparently people in the chat are now calling me a cult. Cult of Kurt. What is this stuff in chat that's happening right now?
The Kurt death
I don't know. Gromax said, Legalbytes, do you finish with super chats today? We're working on it. Clarissa Lung said, a girl tipped Vasquez about Milani via email plus in per. I'm
sure she's seen it every possible way.
Oh yeah, I am sure they have a lot of emails coming in for them right now. I myself have been getting a lot of DMs and emails and things like that. So I do not doubt that they are getting all kinds of communications from a lot of people, for sure. The question is whether they can get to the right stuff that is helpful for them, you know.
People are very invested in this. I'd be willing to bet most of the panel, if not all of it, have gotten DMs or something that are, I get bring up to Alita X. All right, I'll see if it comes up. Random person with 8 numbers at the end of your Twitter profile.
Yes, Rick. We all get that. Yeah.
I mean, they're just trying to.
Andrew Hansen said, "Depp throat comment reminds me of the to completion clip from hilarious legal comedy Trial and Error. Absolute must-watch clip." Oh man, I guess
maybe not safe for work.
We'll see. Yes, maybe not, but maybe for a weekend fun time. Courtney Nichols said, "You missed the best part of Uncivil Laws super chat. She don't lie is from Eric Clapton's Cocaine." Oh,
that's multi-layered, Kurt.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It was sad no one got it.
Yeah.
I am so sorry. Faux Rothko said potentially criminal. What are those? I think frames. Frames.
Yeah, those are the strike things that Mark was asking about earlier. The company that does it is called Frome.
Okay. And what exactly is it?
So they take like a movie, they have a ton of movies, and they squish them down. And so that's the entire movie squished down, and then they just print it out like that. So if you were to watch the movie, those are all the different like scenes and all parts of it.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
That
are
is
they
really
licensed? Cool. And if not, are they derivative works? Next on Virtual Legality.
There you go. Nicole Paulus said, "Mark is now my favorite. Anytime someone talks wrestling, I'm here for it." There you go. Probably Mark's first sub.
You got to get him on YouTube.
Oh my
God,
seriously.
I don't know why he's that sensitive about it. He's gonna be great.
I know. Yes. Instantly, he will get a following. Thoughts and Spots said, "This super chat catch up will be going strong nonstop until Monday. Love it. Love you all and your insights into this case."
That number's not going down, folks. You're killing it.
Alita, you're going to have to budget 6 weeks for your super chats.
Phil Jones said, "Aquaman sees a mysterious ship over Atlantis. He swims up behind the boat to investigate and realizes he is following Captain Jack Sparrow." By the way, I saw Green Lantern in the courtroom wearing a dress.
Again, keen observer of the human condition. I don't even remember a green dress in the room.
I remember seeing her, but for some reason I didn't. So I guess because it was like I don't know, like somebody in the gallery. I don't. for some reason I didn't want to comment on that, but I guess now that's fair game.
I thought Emily might have been watching a different feed and getting different zooms than us.
No, I did see the green dress, and I remember thinking that's a very pretty dress. Paulette Porer, thank you for your super chat.
That's a sentence I've never ever thought. I'm very sorry, especially since I know my wife is listening.
McKee98, thank you for your super chat. Nymeria Rainey said, "I'm from the UK. I'm so embarrassed still by that verdict." Well, you know what? We get bad verdicts in the United States too. It happens all the time, unfortunately. Tom Grawl said, "What about the flyers that have been circulating around the courthouse aimed at the jury?" Yep, we talked about it. Potentially problematic, but hopefully no one's seen them. At least no jurors. Paulette Poirier says, "Can you elaborate on the recording that even Johnny said was illegal?"
To be fair, Johnny's as biased on this question as possible when he makes asides on the stand.
Yeah. I think so. If they were recorded in California, then both parties need to consent to the recording. If it was in private, like if it was out on a public street, you can record pretty much anybody that is out there because they're out in public, and they have no reason to think that what they're doing is private. Now, if it's the two of them in their home and she's surreptitiously recording him and he has no idea, technically that is something that shouldn't come into evidence. But I think in this case, they have stipulated on both sides to say everything will come in. We'll comment or whatever. So it probably just has made things a bit easier in terms of arguing over various pieces of evidence. Dougie Fresh, thank you for your super chat. Dougie Fresh also said, "Speaking of Amber's defense, this is the law firm Woods Rogers Attorneys." Don't leave a Google review, guys. Not unless you are an actual client and you have real you have actually gotten legal services from them. And please don't try to claim that you are if you haven't.
Don't do that. It's not nice.
Guys, that's like just bombing a business. That's a shitty thing to do.
Yeah, I don't stand by that at all.
It's likely straight up illegal.
Yes.
That too.
Yes. Armando Acosta said, "I think Ms. Heard's lawyers was trying to throw JD off with the timeline jump around to make him uncomfortable so he can't see the end of cross-examination coming. I think that strategy failed." Yeah, if that is a strategy, I think it failed.
Confused everyone else too.
Everyone.
Yeah. You're talking to the jury. Yeah.
Yeah. If you are going to try to confuse the witness, you will end up inevitably also confusing the jury.
I'm convinced we're going to be talking about the summer of 2016, and he's going to say, "Well, before we get there, let's talk about 2013 November."
How about no? How about nothing before 2014? It's just no.
Yeah. Aurelia Perez said, "To be fair, we have seen how shady they have been. I mean, the fact that they were able to get rid of a witness using false evidence. Well, so she also admitted on the stand that she had seen clips of testimony of the trial. So that is."
They said witness, not juror.
No, the witness is the one that got kicked. The juror had a hernia.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, Alita,
so
I agree. Yeah, the juror, the witness admitted, I watched clips, but they used that improper evidence to smoke it out, so it doesn't,
I'm willing to go to bat that they didn't realize it was a year old.
Well, the lawyers, but the lawyers still have, they are duty bound for what they represent to the court, right? I mean, you have to verify that what you are representing to the court actually is what you say it is. So that is a black mark on their part, but that may not necessarily be because of any kind of malicious intent. It may just be because they were like, "Oh, I'm trusting what this person has given me. They're sitting in the first row. I'm assuming that this person is the legal team, but they should know who she is."
And you have to operate so fast there because the witness is sitting there on the stand testifying.
Yeah, but it is of course dirty that was elicited, through this fraudulent idea that she was commenting on stuff on Instagram. That is very dirty. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. But I don't think that is that's not the worst of what the legal counsel have done. I think that the worst was the motion for sanctions issue that came out about the metadata and the photos and not handing over proper evidence so that Johnny Depp's team could do a forensic analysis of it. That to me is more outrageous than this, because you could explain this away, at least on the legal team, not on Eve Barlow's part. That's shitty. That's somebody who's a real POS, in my opinion, for doing that, because that is someone who ostensibly pulled that up on her own phone and decided, you know what, I don't want this person to continue testifying. Let's see if we can smoke her out. So McKee98 said the tape of him and self-harm was when they met after the TRO was in place. They slept together and he hoped for reconciliation, but it didn't happen. One last idiot said, didn't Depp say that didn't sound like a plane?
He did.
He did. So there's confusion about where and when and how that was. Susan said Jerry Judge was not present during his detox, and detox doesn't produce aspiration. Alcohol does. Aspiration is why Jerry Judge said that. Well, that was a separate recording, right? There was the moaning one, and then there was the vomit one. So where those two different issues were, I don't know. It's confusing, but it's not confusing. Confusing where these are on the timeline is not helpful to Amber. It's not helpful to anyone. Cheryl said we all need to club together to buy Redaction Michelle some mega pints to relax her this weekend. She was the hardest working person in court yesterday. I agree.
Redaction Michelle, real heroes.
Yes. Person Control said, can we talk about the repercussions of falsifying evidence / perjury / illegal recording for Amber? Even if Depp doesn't win the case, seems fitting.
Your chat seems fixated on putting Amber in a cage.
People want extra punishment, but I don't see that happening. Yeah. It's Johnny wins and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Little Panda Cub said Legal Eagle is such a child tube. That is your opinion. Lou Farbus said, I thought the kitchen video was recorded the day after his business manager called him to confirm his previous accountants had defrauded him out of millions. That was my impression too. But maybe
in the testimony.
Yeah, maybe we'll find out. We'll get clarification. Who knows? 2012 Jameson said no wine bottle into Heard in AU. Big flop. They have not introduced any evidence there. That's true. Aquarius said, how do you think Amber will do on cross? I mean, she's clearly a liar, and I can't imagine her being.
She's gonna have a rough time.
Able to keep it together as Johnny's
gotten all these inconsistent statements. So let me impeach you on this statement and also this other different statement, and yet this other different statement. And here's yet a different statement. It's nice when I can impeach you like 5 different times over. It's like that's just which version do you want to go with again?
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody like her doesn't take well to being called out. I bet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On top of it.
2012 Jameson says, laughing at makeup company tossing a turd. Marion Patera said, out of curiosity, is it even possible / feasible for Cross to question JD's sobriety on the stand? They are trying to discredit his memory while under the influence.
I think it's a valid question. I mean, because he's admitted to drinking alcohol, admitted to using drugs. It's like, have you used alcohol or drugs today? Yeah. I think you could ask that question.
I'm sure there are cases where it has come up for a witness.
Would that do him well if, like, again, just hypothetically, I think he looks sober, he's making sense,
and he would laugh at it.
Well,
he would laugh
and then
at
when
it.
he says yes, what's your next?
Right. Well, that's my question. Is it's like he looks great to me.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing when
actually, either way, whether it's like that knight or a knave riddle, right? Where somebody says, "Are you a knight or a knave?" A knight will never say he's a knave, but a knave will never say he's a knave because he's a liar. So either way, no one's going to say a knave. So it's like the response. It's not so much the response; it's almost the question that's more interesting. Like in this kind of a situation, if they were to ask him, "Are you drunk right now? Have you had wine today?" Regardless of whether he says yes or no, it only helps him. It seems like.
I mean, as long as he's making sense. I mean, you could try to get, you have a problem. I mean, I still think one of the avenues is he's an alcoholic in denial, but they haven't hit on that section.
Yeah, Natasha says, if I were a juror, all I'd remember is Amica cream. He does drugs, falls asleep, chaos. I don't understand. Sleep again. Throat. What? Kinky? Why are you playing this audio? Oh my god. Yeah, there's a lot of confusion.
That was like real time. That was good.
Christine Lawrenson said the judge needs to tell Amber Heard's team that they have 1 hour to finish that cross-examination with JD. Otherwise, they're going to continue to waste time. They're wasting their own time, though. At the end of the day, they're only hurting themselves by using too much time.
And Kurt promises me the judge will lay the hammer down, so I'm trusting Kurt in this.
Although there is some evidence to support his side on that, though, that she has come down very hard on certain decisions, like for example, Gina Duders.
I'm not being. I'm all on Kurt's train on this. That's what I want.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I again, not a litigator. I tend to take things a little bit more transactionally. So you got to make sure the case is going down. Kurt,
No, I'm Judge Goodfellows over here. Your house burned down. Fuck you. Pay me.
Yeah.
Well, that
Your mother
escalates
died.
quickly.
Fuck you. Pay me. Your time ran out, and you want to call another witness. Fuck you. Pay me.
ACSK one or AC Skillies. I'll read that. Maybe she hoped he would use the knife on himself. That's what it kind of sounds like it to me. Joseph Xavier, thank you for your super chat. Inger Joanna said, is Amber's team going to try to prove that she never referred to him in the op-ed and invalidate the defamation, or go for evidence that he actually abused her? I'm confused as to their argument.
They kind of dance around it, like maybe we didn't say the name, but they're not. That can't honestly be the thrust of their argument. So I think we've covered this here, but it's that the sentences. I mean, the biggest ones. The sentences aren't false, and they don't reach back to 2016 in the way that you seem to want them to. Will that work? Reasonable minds can differ depending on the panelists on this stream and others.
Depending on the jurors, really, at the end of the day.
You got 7 of them.
Yep. 2012 Jameson says Rottenborn trying to recreate the UK trial. Could be.
You did use it a lot.
Yeah. Hannah Randall said, do you think the attorneys watch YouTube to get tips?
God, I hope not.
Oh.
Liza Beck said Johnny Depp should have hired you guys. Oh, I don't know about that.
Nope.
I don't know about that. Maybe as a consultant, but yeah.
Yeah, we could be like the famous lady that hasn't shown up, right? That everybody wants to see.
Kathleen Zellner.
Yeah, so we can be in some kind of tweet or Newsweek article that's like, Johnny Depp has hired the famed consultants from LawTube LLC, and then we just don't ever appear. And then people on other streams are asking, where's LawTube?
Where are they?
They got hired. What happened?
Sandy Soderquist said, and that's the way it is. April 2012, Milano. Inger Joanna, thank you for the super sticker. 2012 Jameson said the painter guy can't identify a non-existent product. Amica didn't exist now, and that was a big flex against Painter too. That's also interesting. If Amica didn't, or if Arnica didn't exist, well, or maybe the reference is Amica is not a real thing, and so he didn't recognize it. Yeah, that could be. Alrighty. The Chicken Coop said, are they able to use that as evidence now? The company made that statement, sorry, here late. About the makeup company? Yeah.
Yeah, it's Milani.
Yeah. Tim Bionda said lawtube.com is a thing. Ooh.
Whatever. We don't care about that. We don't need domain names to win your love and approval.
Domain names. We don't need no stinking domain names.
Exactly. And another good reference to cocaine.
How many references can we make? Aaron Lara said Icelandic News slightly touched on this case today in like 2 sentences, and they chose to say that what has come to light is that Johnny Depp sent threatening text about Amber to his friend. And I was like, really? Out of everything? I know. This is when, and guys, watch for this too. Watch for the verdict. If they find in favor of Johnny Depp, they'll say, it's the end. It's the end. No woman can ever come out, in the future of domestic violence and blah, 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 blah.
Yes, Johnny Depp.
All of this dramatics. And you know what? And what my response will be is saying, tell me you didn't watch the trial without telling me you didn't watch the trial.
But I'm concerned about that, right? Because 99.999% of people are not going to watch the trial.
Yeah.
It's the Handmaid's Tale. You better get the outfits.
Yes.
God.
One step closer.
Subjugation is for you.
Gosh.
I do worry about
Save
that.
us, Alyssa Milano.
Yeah. Boogers said they jumped on that Milani makeup, same as they jumped on Eve Barlow's false evidence, like flies on shite. 2012 Jameson said, this chat shows I am a Texas consumer for DM. Okay. Clarissa Long said, imagine if Milani comes out with objection foundation.
That's cute. Love it.
It is a foundation objection.
It is technically a foundation objection too. Yeah.
Oh, that is awesome. I love it.
Solid.
Very
solid.
solid.
Multi-level.
Solid. Yes. Chris Ann said, certain Aquaman starlet Miss Turd wasted money on 2-bit whack jobs. Should have hired James Morgan McGill Esquire. Better call Saul. I wouldn't say that. I think that they are professionals. They are also dealing with, by the way, probably a poor fact pattern. Keep that in mind, that your performance is also limited by the case that you have.
I can show you some bad litigators. These are not them.
Yeah. Yes. yeah, I do agree. Bugaboo Boone said,
"You guys are talking to one."
No, not at all. Jay testified that he would turn down $200 to $300 million from Disney to make another movie. Also texted he was totally loaded throughout making a movie. Can the defense use it, damaging his own reputation? Yes.
That's what they're doing.
That's what they're hoping for.
That 200-300 and 1,000 alpacas. That was one of. I kind of try to track how it filters out into the media. That was one that was a big headline in a bunch of places. Mm-hmm. That, like in my neck of the woods, like video game websites and pop culture sites, it was like Johnny Depp's out forever as Jack Sparrow, and then like they're quoting these things as like the most important thing.
Oh yeah, I actually I put that on my stories because what was it? One of the tech news publishers or whatever, they said something. It was like The Verge or something, I can't remember. But yeah, it was that kind of headline too. Like he said that he's never coming back to Disney for Pirates of the Caribbean. And then I was like, alternative headline: Johnny Depp agrees that Disney destroyed the POTC franchise.
Oh yeah, well that was yes. Why isn't
that's what he said?
That's interesting behind the scenes stuff. You don't even have to get into Amber Heard. It's like I hated the script writing. I had to rewrite it myself. There's such good stuff there. The earpiece and the music is great. Like that stuff's not getting reported anywhere. That's a surprise to me. That shows just attention level to these kinds of things.
I know they're not watching the stream. Dang it!
Come on, more editors of tech-facing websites.
Seriously. Peter Wyatt said the lawyer with the purple hair is the coolest ever. She is. Emily is great. The coolest. She's awesome. I love her. Crystallian said, you all should partner with Matt Pat from Game Theory. He consults with lawyers quite often about laws regarding his video topics. You've talked about him quite a bit.
No.
If you want to come into virtual legality, I think I have about 3 videos on how Game Theory distorts what they're reporting on from a legal perspective. So you can come over for that. I have no problem with Matt Pat as a person, but no.
Well, maybe he needs you to get it right.
Does that mean there's some drama now, Rick?
There's no drama. Okay.
There's definitely drama. There's definitely some deep-seated virtual legality, Game Theory drama. Ship it. Clip it and ship it. Clip it and ship it.
It's real. Editor, don't you dare. No, look, people can put out stuff there, but the difference between, you call about legal, and I do a video on how I think he got a few things wrong. He contacts me. We do something together. Great. Matt Pat was covering Apple versus Epic while simultaneously being sponsored by Epic. I didn't
disclose that either. I remember seeing your video on that.
Oh yeah. I did a video on, that's a great non-disclosure there.
Yeah.
Anyway,
especially as an attorney.
Yeah. Well, look. Hey, YouTube. He does a lot of fun stuff. Like, it doesn't touch on any of this. Watch that. Honestly, good stuff. But legal side, no.
He's a total hack.
Yes.
Asked for the hole in the ground. That's what I heard, Richard.
Yeah. He's not careful enough.
His JD we got from a matchbook.
I'm not going further than he's not careful enough.
Natalie said, Mark, I would suggest connecting with Chris Stuckman for that type of article. He's making a crowdsourced fan feature. Let me write this down so I can get that to him. Chris Stuckman. Okay, cool. Thank you. Little Panda Cub said, we love LawTube because we realize that lawyers are humans and not all lawyers are bad. Haha. Yes, we are only sometimes robots. Anyway, Ginver said, for the brazen gift, LOL. Thank you. 2012 Jameson said, which was longer, this case or the O.J. Simpson criminal case?
Forever. Didn't it go on for months and months?
It was like 8 months long.
That was the whole summer at least.
O.J. was massive.
It went on
this
forever.
Is nowhere close to it.
I was in kindergarten, so I don't remember.
You're killing me, Alita.
I'm sorry.
Not as much as O.J. killed his wife, though.
Yes. I was.
Kindergarten, really?
The only reason why I really remember it is because like the normal shows that I wanted to watch like after school or before school like weren't running because they were all showing the trial.
God, I remember watching whatever that NBA Finals was. Houston Rockets, maybe New York Knicks, I think, and then them having the.
I was either in 9th or 10th grade when that happened. So yeah.
Oh wow!
The rest of us are more seasoned.
No, I was 9 when that happened.
All right, you're not as seasoned.
Yeah. No,
all right, we're split right down the middle of this.
Older
screen.
than I look.
Fair enough.
Oh, Kit Kat, thank you so much for your super chat. Oh, that rhymes. Sorry, I'm in that zone now. Kendra J.S. said somebody forgot to tell this crew about the heartless lawyer stereotypes. Such good vibes from you all. Trust me, we know about those vibes. We know. And
you want to
my former opposing counsels also know.
Yeah.
I like this zone Alita's in right now. I think she needs 100 more super chats.
I'm just gonna start donating $2 at a time, so she has to read them all.
Oh no! No!
Guys, just start quoting, copy, and pasting out of books. Make us
Harry Potter references will be welcome by the time she gets 100
Encyclopedia Britannica start done.
GB's RN3 said, "I have so much sympathy for JD, but cannot help but have even more for Amber Heard's baby girl. What will that innocent baby girl's entire future? What is it going to be like?" I have thoughts on that. It's a very interesting situation. It seems like a sympathy baby along the same lines. I wish that Emily were here because I know she has similar thoughts on that. Cherokee Girl said, all this talk about how much the humans work. What about the paw needs? Aw, thank you, Cherokee Girl. Indy appreciates that. She's behind the camera in the other part of the room right now, sleeping. Armando Acosta said, if you want to try an amazing board game, play Betrayal at the House on the Hill. Ooh.
Betrayal's fantastic. There's like 4 editions of Betrayal. We currently are playing at Hogue House Scooby-Doo's Betrayal.
I seriously want to do games with you guys on chat. I don't know what that would be.
Yeah,
but I'm serious. We need to find some sort of board game we can play on chat and just hang out and play some board games and drink.
I agree.
African campaign.
So if you guys in the chats have any suggestions as to board games that we could play or other games that would be good for us to
like the online format that we can all live stream into.
Yeah, good party games that are available for us online. Let us know. I mean, we can always do Cards Against Humanity. There's that, but you know.
Or
I mean,
Mark
we're just setting
or
things
iPhone
up.
Tag.
You don't know Jack.
Is iPhone Attack available as an online game?
Not as an online game, unfortunately.
See, that's the thing. It needs
is Cards?
Yes, Cards Against Humanity is available as an online game.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Someone coded it.
Ah, okay. Well, maybe now it will be now that other publishing company bought it from him.
Yeah, Tabletop Simulator is good for playing games, but then the question is, what games are within Tabletop Simulator?
Okay. Ben's 310.
Jackbox is good too.
Ben's 310 says, just want to thank you guys for streaming this and having legal people sharing their views despite all the fake headlines out there. Of course. Thank you for watching. Call Me Al says, I'm a visual person. Someone needs to put up a visual timeline for me. Is that something that's allowable? Yes. Demonstratives are 100% allowable. And that is one of the things that actually I hadn't really caught on to during the opening statements, but both sides really could have benefited from that, honestly.
Hopefully it's in closing.
Yeah, I really hope so. I mean, that was one of the reasons why during the penthouse portion of the testimony for both Isaac Baruch and for Sean Bett, the reason why Isaac's was much easier to understand and much more compelling, I thought, was because he had the blueprint that he was working off of. So we weren't getting confused between between penthouse 3, penthouse 5, where were people here, where were people there. He had a dot on there that he made, and he said, okay, we were here, then we were here, then we were here. It was so much easier to understand. They should have, I don't know why they didn't do that with Sean Bett as well, for whatever reason, but I wish they did. LA said, rumor, have you seen Kevin Costner's comment regarding a naked Amber? I did hear about that. I don't know if it's true, but I did hear about it.
That originated from Kevin Costner himself?
I have seen a written version of him saying, yes, you came into my trailer naked that one time, but I don't know if that is real or not.
Okay.
So I can't personally confirm that, but I have seen that written and people sharing it. So
Okay.
JD texts just like a Trump tweet. Interesting. Wayfaring Broad said the vomiting audio in the same track as the argument of Amber Heard telling Johnny Depp that he vomits a lot and seemed that JD was making fake vomit sounds in response. I don't know if that didn't sound very fake to me.
No, that sounded pretty good.
Yeah. Isa Mello says it shows a lot when you see how well Johnny was before Amber and after, but not during. Shows you a lot. Hope you all have, I think, maybe a great day. Thank you. Yes. So that is part of the subtext here, right? Is that in the past, no one has ever accused him of anything. In the past, he was actually doing relatively well, except for this roxycodone issue. But he wasn't having the same level of issues. It sounds like.
Ask your doctor about roxycodone and whether or not roxycodone is right for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Symptoms include.
I'm going to ask my doctor about tomorrow.
No. Whimsical said, it seemed to me R was gaslighting JD at some points. P.S. Glad EDB recommended you. Really enjoy the coverage. Subscribe to all of AuTube. Hey, awesome. Yeah, Emily is wonderful. Yes, and they are allowed to do that. They're allowed to ask questions in a way that sounds suggestive in some other way to make you question yourself. They're allowed to. That's kind of part of the game. Is to see if you know your own story well enough, right? Next one. Sean Davis said, can anyone sit in on the trial? I've been thinking about going. By the way, I've been watching your feed from day one. Love it. Very informative. Thank you.
Yes, anyone can sit in, but it's first come, first served. And it's, not a big courtroom. People have been apparently arriving as early as 5 a.m.
You do get reports.
So, plan ahead.
And I don't think you're allowed to, this court probably doesn't let you have cell phones in the courthouse. So
you're allowed to have it on you, just not out.
Okay.
Yeah.
For some reason.
That was what I've read.
Yes. That's weird. I'm surprised they were allowed to have.
Yeah, that's a change of the rule since I was there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you've been to one?
I've been to. Yeah, I lived in Fairfax County.
Did you practice in front of this judge at all ever?
No.
Oh.
All the ones that I've been to in Michigan strip you of your cell phone.
Yeah. Lopsy Bun, thank you for your super chat. Myra M said, just got here, so I don't know if you talked about it. Milani posted that the color corrector kit didn't come out until 2017. Can they use it to impeach Amber? Absolutely. 100%. Phoenix, thank you again. Yes, thank you. I saved that one for, we talked about, or I brought this up earlier, but
oh yeah, you did.
I had started as well. So yes.
We're on my streams.
Cecil Johnson, thank you. Mara Milo said Laura B gave context for the last audio. He wanted to cut her out of his heart. Amber Heard reached out after all, not to reconcile as he thought, but to fix her image with joint statement she asked him to do.
July.
Could be. We haven't gotten that out of testimony yet, but it could very well be.
Well, they're negotiating their divorce, right? Because they say they settle.
Yeah.
Just after that, and then it comes out January of 2017.
Yeah. Laura S. Congrats on 73K Legalbytes. Thank you.
73 while we're sitting here, another 1,000.
Jeez.
On the overflow stream. You're going crazy.
It's amazing. Chris Latito said, can parties only introduce evidence from their list? If JD's team knows Amber Heard's picture in her list is doctored, do they have to wait for Amber Heard to introduce it?
Oh, I see.
No, they can call witnesses from the other list. They can introduce evidence from the other list. They are free to do so.
You saw Heard's team do that because they called in a plaintiff's exhibit that hadn't been introduced yet.
Yes.
Yeah. Angela Nicole said, hey, Mr. Rottenborn, 5 p.m. UTC is still March 7th PST and EST. Attorney Karen can't even get arnica cream. Great defense, y'all. You're doing great. I can sense the sarcasm.
You know what's interesting about that date reference to the text is that it clearly came up in the deposition. You would have thought they had prepared to clarify that in the full trial because they were fighting about the date and time because Johnny, if there's any technique he has outside of snark, it's like minute attention to detail. He's correcting question marks. He's saying, you've missed one of my texts. And he's like, that appears to be the wrong date, mate, or whatever he said. Then he pulls up the Sun deposition or the deposition for this case. I don't remember which. And you could hear them fighting about it because he says, well, whatever date and time it is, you can agree it's after the situation. I don't know why that wouldn't have been sorted.
I don't know either. Rocky Quinn said, is it against the rules for their lawyers to collect evidence like a compact during the trial or other things that come out during this time?
Nope.
For impeachment? Nope.
Not if it helps. We're more interested in justice.
Yes. Yep. Very true. Bella's mom says, was there court today? No, we have trial on Monday. So Monday through
There was
Thursday.
motion practice today.
Yeah, not for us.
Yes, exactly. We get a break day. We get a catch up day to just hang out and talk about the trial. Sean Davis said, as a truck driver, your coverage has kept me up on long trips overnight with detailed and easy to understand legal jargon. Thank you so much. LOL. PS. Loved Isaac, being an artist myself. Hey, awesome. I'm so glad to hear that you're listening in, you're enjoying it, and that it's helpful. Good. I love it. Thank you. 2012 Jameson said, JD is getting better as he goes longer. I think so. Frozen Control says, when does Alita get to read this message? Now, right now. We're only like 4.5 hours in.
Yeah. Oh my God,
Sharon,
we are. Oh my God.
Sharon Hogue, is this Mrs. Hogue?
Yes.
Aw, hey, thanks for the stream. There's a lot of value here, but man, that Hogue guy talks a lot. Hey, thanks, Mrs. Hogue. I love it. Your husband is wonderful. And you know what? I have to say directly to you, he is a wonderful, wonderful person. He also is the very first person that gave me a collaboration on YouTube. So I am forever indebted to him. And also, like, just the amount of time that he has spent every single day of this trial with me has been insane. So almost like morning till night from beginning to end.
When I don't have anything else that I have to handle for clients and things, yes, absolutely. No, I'm happy to do it. That is hilarious. My wife, I didn't even know she knew how to super chat. so that's pretty cool. I do talk a lot. She the burden of this chat, you get, hey, Hogue talks a lot. This predominantly falls on her. So yeah. Thank you, honey.
Oh, lovely. Kit Kat said, how likely is it that Johnny will speak to his team whilst still in the box, even though he's not allowed to? I mean, realistically, it doesn't happen. Realistically, it probably happens. Technically doesn't.
I'm not saying though.
Yeah, it could be. Whimsical said, maybe stupid question. No such thing on this channel. But here it is. If the judge disagrees with the jury's decision, can she change the verdict? Sorry, That's stupid. It's not stupid. Well, but the judge can. But there are certain requirements for it, though. Like the judge can't just say, well, I'm choosing this and that's it.
No, it's not quite that arbitrary. The most likely thing to happen would be the judge reducing the jury's verdict if she thinks it's too high. Also, because there's some legal caps on some of it. So, for example, in punitives, it says $350,000. Yeah, $350,000 cap. So, if the jury returns $10 million, she obviously has to reduce that by law. And if the jury awards, let's say, $50 million, but for some reason if the evidence she feels doesn't prove out that amount damages, she's like, well, it wouldn't be reasonable for the jury to reach anything. She has to justify the choice, obviously, but she could reduce damages. This is the most likely thing to happen.
Yeah, I would say so. Unless there's also some sort of like crazy evidentiary thing, like some unfair thing that happens that seems like it really, really impacts one side, and it just was unfair with the way that it played out at trial in front of the jury or something.
I think I even seem to recall it happening the other way too, where a judge either ordered a new trial or something when the jury's verdict was too low in amounts.
Oh,
or maybe that was a Court of Appeals decision. But I seem to vaguely recall that happening before too. So it might be able to go the other way too. But
Samrat Chakrabarti said, read Fear and Loathing to get JD's language and humor. Probably also, yeah. Team Sanity said, are we going to see Zellner? Love your channel. I don't know. We'll see. So far, we haven't seen her.
Can come on the channel.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If she wants to come onto the channel and talk about it, heck yeah. Probably not during the trial, though.
Yeah.
But I
Johnny Depp's legal team has nothing better to do. Well, for that matter, Amber Heard's legal team has nothing better to do.
Yeah.
We'd be happy to have them.
We're
in
still
virtual legality.
Hanging out on Legalbytes. Yeah.
2012 Jameson said, uncivil, just put tug on and he will help the paywall. Oh, he has a workaround that he uses for a lot of these paywall pages. That's right. That umbrella guy. Tug. Rowan DeLuz, thank you for your super chat. Ben Riley said thoughts on the M. Taylor Greene hearing today and its potential implications. Why or why not? I have zero space in my brain for that personally.
I have thoughts. Yeah, it's a really interesting issue because they're trying to use Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which says essentially that no one who's engaged in rebellion can be in the federal service. They're trying to use this as a basis to prevent Marjorie Taylor Greene from getting her to run, being able to run again. Say she's in violation of this provision of the Constitution. Now, I have several problems with this. The most obvious of which is a standing issue, because even though there's this provision in Section 3 of Article 14, there's no federal statute that is giving any particular people standing, which you see with other things. And there is case law. There's case law, at least when it comes to statutes. And that unless the statute gives a private cause of action, its implied causes of action are not favored. The court finds them very rarely for implied causes of action. So you have no explicit federal statute on point. And you have a bunch of people trying to sue to invoke this clause, but their standing is unclear. Now, their argument is we are voters from her district. And so therefore we have standing because we're voters from her district. But to my mind, this is not too far removed from the idea of taxpayer standing. We have the ability to sue because we're all taxpayers, and so therefore we're cumulatively harmed. And the Supreme Court doesn't allow that. So I don't think that works.
Yes.
Also, because the House, by the Constitution, there's also two other things that are a problem. One is that as a member of Congress, anything she says on the floor, and arguably even outside of that, to some degree within her capacity as a legislature, can't be questioned by any other place, because the Constitution says that explicitly, that it's a speech and debate clause. Nothing said on the floor can be questioned any other place. So, and that idea can extend even beyond that. So the speech and debate clause seems to protect her. If that isn't an issue, then there's also the issue that each house is the sole judge of its own rules and its own membership. So only the U.S. House would have the ability to expel her. And so, they can't obviously get her to be expelled. So if they can't get her expelled, why would they be able to prevent her from running again? Yeah. So I think there's 3 different constitutional problems with this at a bare minimum. And so I think even if they find that Marjorie Taylor Greene violated this, I think the Court of Appeals is going to crush them on any number of the grounds I just mentioned. Well, so how's that for some analysis?
That is a
Did you also look at
very
the
full
analysis of how they actually applied this to former Confederates? That's what this was meant for.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, with the former Confederates, it didn't really turn out to matter at all because they wound up pardoning them all anyway.
Yeah, eventually.
So the whole thing is a little bit moot.
Yeah.
Yeah, they wound up pardoning all the Confederates. So yeah, the entire clause was written with the idea of the Confederates in mind. Yes. That was his purpose and function. And then what was it? President Johnson decided for some reason that, like, hey, what if I just pardon all the people? Like, yes. Okay. And so wasn't it true that Jefferson Davis, was he in like the U.S. House or something like that after the Civil War?
I don't know.
No, they barred them from taking their seats. They did bar them from taking their seats. I'm not sure if it was under the 14th Amendment clause or if it was something else, but they weren't able to take their seats. The South. Remember, then you had the North take over the Southern state houses, and then they elected their own people. So I'm not sure if it was because of the 14th Amendment or something else, but I remember the former Confederate officials were not able to take. They were elected and were not able to take their seats.
Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, some of those Confederates had careers and stuff like that, and I don't think this clause has been used ever since the Civil War.
Yeah.
So it hasn't been used in 150 years, and certainly never in a private cause of action. But that's okay. We're going to break it out for Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh, okay. That sounds like definitely a thing that's got to work.
Well, Kurt, there's the idea that they'll do this for like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Madison Cawthorn to lay the groundwork for eventually trying to use this against the Orange Man, or however you wish to refer to the former president of the United States.
Yeah.
So I think that this is the trial run for that.
You're getting your $10 worth out of this.
Yeah. Yeah. $10 out of this. If she had been criminally convicted of something that could be viewed as, because actually there is the criminal charge, of incitement.
rebellion
There's a
and
criminal charge
insurrection.
of rebellion. There's a criminal charge of treason. There's criminal charges relating to that. So if she had been criminally convicted, then okay, fine. Then let's squeeze her into Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. But she's not even been charged. Not even clear she can be charged because, again, of the speech and debate clause. So the whole thing seems like a legal non-starter. So I don't know what the trial court is doing. I'm sure they'll find against her. I'm sure they'll appeal, and the Supreme Court will crush them someday. How about that?
All right. That's an analysis. That was Ben. Good question. Nate, how's it going?
How you doing, Nate?
Hi, Nate.
I'm just living life, watching you guys. How many of these you guys left? It's got to be about 100, right?
We still
92?
have 100, and we're getting more.
92. Richard Freeman said, "Kurt, use archive. Is a place to view paywalled websites."
Okay.
Tony Jameson says, "With a turd in the bed, Amber Heard case is dead." Stone 808 became a YouTube member. Welcome. Cami Crombie said Amber's text response was, "My throat is yours."
Yes, no, it clearly led into that. No, that was clearly going that direction. That's why when that text comes out, I'm like, where are we going? Where are we going, cross-ex guy? What are we doing?
Yeah.
Have you guys been watching any other coverage of the case, like TMZ or any of that stuff?
I haven't. I haven't had time for it. Yeah. I'm too busy creating my own coverage.
You got like 16 hours. No, it's just interesting because it's like I always say with jury trials, the things that you think are important are not the things that regular people think are important, or people who are not lawyers. Mm-hmm. And I was on Discord talking to people about it. Then I was watching all this just non-legal commentary, and online, Johnny Depp has a huge amount of support. But when it comes to just regular people talking about the case, everybody kept saying the same thing. The fight, the video with him kicking the stuff and all that stuff changed their minds about it, and everybody's saying both of them are scumbags and neither one should win. That's what kind of like the regular thought. Like they're both millionaires. You see that video of him doing this. They're just wasting time, and that made me think like, wow, if just one of those regular jurors thinks like all these other people. That's it. Even Law Talk not Law Talk, Crime Talk. I forget the name of the guy who goes on Ricardo's stream. The he got like 200,000 subs. The lawyer. He's even saying the same thing. So it seems like I'm just hoping not that we're not so invested in it. We're not seeing the forest for the trees, because it seems a lot of people, that video moved a lot of people a lot more than I think.
Okay, but a lot of people are moved by that one video. They're seeing that video in isolation without seeing the rest of the evidence for context. Without seeing the evidence for Australia, for the cut finger, it's yes, I agree. If anybody who was fresh to the case saw that and saw only that, they'd say, "Oh, yep, he's done." But
I think the video is very effective.
Yeah,
it was more effective than I thought it was.
Viewed through the lens by which the jury is looking at it is probably very different, because they are seeing all the same stuff that we are. Whether they're paying attention to certain things, I don't know. But, at the very least, they are a captive audience that those random people out there that only see that video are not.
Yeah, well, I'm assuming they've seen more of the trial. I'm assuming they're just talking about the video. It's just, it's like one of those things where I was like, hey, the cross-examination was crap yesterday. People were like, no, did you see that video? Did you hear about him wanting to have sex with her dead body? I was like, yeah, but it was like, yeah, those, it seems like he was pretty bad too. And I was like, oh man, I'm so busy, so entrenched in it as a lawyer, thinking about the technical aspect. I didn't think about just the regular person aspect. Like, what the hell's going on here? And to be honest with you, it's hard to sympathize with two millionaires, right? With the personal beef, yes, to say. But I think you're right though. The jury may have, but I think the jury are closer to regular people than they are to us, because we're lawyers. Sure. You know what I mean?
Sure. Celia Sousa said, "Uncivil law singing made my day. By the way, I've been here since day one of trial and loving seeing the different points of view. Ready for another 4 weeks with you all." Hey, thank you so much. I'm so glad that you've been on this. It does feel like a journey, right? Like we've been on this trial journey all together, and we're gonna experience it all together as a moment. I'm loving it. Thank you so much. Ruth Torres said, "They keep saying how she didn't like his alcohol and drug use, but he asked her to quit with him. She said no." JJ Girl said, "It is being reported that people with links to Heard's team are putting pro-Amber flyers on jury member cards. Will the judge address?" I mean,
Probably not.
it's hard to like what can they do about it, right? Because they can't control the whole world around the courtroom, unfortunately. All they can do is try to insulate the people who absolutely cannot get access to that information, right? That's all they can do. They can't control the rest of the world. Stone 808 said, sitting in UK wearing my Justice for Johnny t-shirt. We know Amber is the guilty party, but can Team Depp win the defamation team? Team Turd fail? Well, I mean, that's the ultimate question, right? We're trying to figure that out. I definitely see that there's a good chance of him winning. Personally, that's my thought. Bobby Skiles said, working on watching everyone's videos, but you all keep making them watch 3 lives last night. I know we're inundating you like they did, like they inundated the jury with bad texts on cross-examination, right? It's hard to keep up.
Alita, I'm getting messaging that says that Dad Hogue needs to make an appearance. So thank you for having me this afternoon.
Thanks for joining us.
For having still another 100 super chats that Alita has to go through. You're very generous. Everybody's been awesome. And I will see you all next week. So thanks again for having me. Sorry we didn't get to chat, Nate.
Thank you.
Take it from here, everybody.
Links are in the description below for everybody that's shown up today.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sneak out as well.
Okay.
So
All right. Thanks for joining us.
I'll tune in tomorrow while you're still trying to get caught up.
No, I'm determined. Right. We're gonna work through these. Shindig Eats said, said, how much will Amber Whitney and Amber's friends' drug and alcohol usage contribute to Amber's exaggeration of things? Rocky and Amber scheduled dancing, drugs, and drinking at their reception. That was what,
If it was literally on the schedule, that is hilarious.
I don't know. I mean, we know that he's metaphorical, right? So I don't know that it was actually on the schedule.
Literally
that would be funny. If
That'd
they, it's like schedule, wedding schedule. Here you go. This was on the schedule. Yeah. So sure. They could thread the needle in the same way that she's used a lot of drugs and alcohol herself. If there's evidence to support it. 2012 Jameson said, do we know if JD is right-handed versus left-handed? He's right-handed.
Right.
That's why cutting the right finger is fairly significant for the self-harm issue.
And it stopped the filming of Pirates because he could use his right hand.
Yeah. David said, had an amazing realization that JD team has effectively separated an easy presumption or bias. A drug addict or junkie is violent or dishonest. Yeah. Anna Moley said, is this the same evidence that was presented in the UK trial? I'm confused on why he lost. He was not allowed to present all evidence. He didn't have access to all of Amber's evidence. She had access to all of his. And so the Sun team had access to his because of the fact that she wasn't a party. It was a weird evidentiary rule. And at the same time, the judge also didn't allow expert witnesses in. There's a lot of reasons why it was a different kind of case than what we're looking at here. Sandy DeSassy Queen. I love that name. She said, I get the feeling that Johnny's lawyers are going to ask Amber Heard if Johnny Depp was wearing his jewelry when he allegedly punched her in the face. If she answers yes, then they will ask her to show them on the photos. Where are the marks? That's a fair point. He does wear a lot of rings, right?
Yeah, but but people don't forget though. We still haven't established what the hell abuse is. Like everybody's just simply said it's got to be physical abuse, which is the easiest one to win. But I think this could be an argument that there are different types of abuse, and I think that's what Amber and them are going for: physical abuse, mental abuse, emotional abuse. What is I hate to be splitting hairs here, but we really need to have a definition of what does abuse. If it's only physical abuse, then I think Johnny can have a win. If we're talking about different types of abuse, it might be a little different.
Could be, yeah. J Phillips 4400 said, can JD's team hold back new stuff for redirect? It has to be within the scope of the cross-examination. So that it's like each level that they go down between when they bounce back and forth between direct, cross-examination, redirect, then you can have recross, then you can have redirect, recross, you can go back, but it's each time it goes down into smaller and smaller number of subjects because the cross-examination has to be within the scope of the direct examination, and then the redirect has to be within the scope of the cross-examination, and if there's a recross, it has to be within the direct, blah 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 blah.
Yes, but in some jurisdictions somebody said this yesterday. I know in New York, it does have to be under the scope, but it's limited though. In other words, you can go outside of the scope of direct, But on cross and recross, you're right. But in some states, they don't limit you on cross. I think somebody was here yesterday talking about that they were in a state that doesn't limit your cross examination, but then they limit everything afterwards.
Interesting.
Like your initial cross is not limited to just direct, but then your redirect is limited to cross.
Virginia is one of the states that does limit it, though, because I remember it came up during the cross examination of Christy Dombrowski. There was a question about, they tried to bring up, it was when they brought up the question about what she knew about Johnny's drug use. And then they said that's outside the scope of the direct examination, but they said, no, you asked her about her daily experience with Johnny or whatever, it can come in.
Okay,
yeah. Ben's 310 said, do you think Depp's team would bring up the body cam footage later along with the domestic abuser professional that investigated Johnny and Heard? If not, why? Yes, of course. Yeah, that is important evidence for Johnny's team. We will definitely be seeing it.
I think Johnny's win for this whole case is going to be, if he can prove that she faked the bruises and stuff, I think that overcomes, like, it just makes it look like a total liar. But again, there's still like a lot of different holes, but I think that would do a lot to put him on the path to winning, which I think he can do. I honestly think he can prove that those bruises were fake. I think he has enough to prove that.
I think so. I definitely, especially the December 15th one.
Yeah. He's got it. He's got it. That.
Venray LOL says, if the 6-week mark comes up and Amber Heard's team haven't been able to get their entire case out, what happens? Does it go to a jury decision anyway? It depends on the judge. Some judges will be a little bit easier on rules. Some are more strict. So far, she's been pretty strict on her rules. So I don't know. Coin toss on that one, because that's a very important decision to make, because that can have a pretty big impact on what kind of evidence you're bringing in. 509 Fun said, I guess I better throw in a couple super chats, dollar hearts, dollars. Love the content. Thank you. Deb Hughes said, I believe he specifically said he told her he was recording, and then he mentioned how she would act for the camera when he did. Yeah, I think it sounded, that's about what I heard as well when he was on the stand. Happy said, can they say Amber hit her wife, somehow sneak it? I mean, possibly. I mean, referring to prior bad acts, I don't see how that's going to come in on relevance and other stuff.
Yeah, that's propensity evidence. Just because you did the bad thing in the past, it means it's likely you did the bad thing now.
Yeah, so the prior bad acts. There has to be some kind of a reason to bring it in, other than that it's just damaging for her.
Yeah, just so everybody understands the rule. The rule is, for the chat, the rule is simply, if you're trying to bring in that evidence to show that it's more likely that she did the same thing now, then it wouldn't be. But you could bring it in for some other, like to show motive, opportunity, something else. But you can't bring. It's the what's the term? Once a thief, always a thief. Each time you have to determine whether the facts in that situation alone determine whether this person stole, not the fact that they stole prior.
Yeah. Reality Check TV Chicago said, I identify with JD. My ex was Amber Heard, a diabolical NARC, negative attitudes, revealing corruption, word salad, like you wouldn't believe me, and hit me too. God, I'm so sorry. That sucks. I'm sorry you went through that, but hopefully you're in a better place, and that things are much better now. Sean Davis said, #justice for Johnny. Kaya K said, would it be hard for Johnny to win this defamation? It's not a home run case. It's not a walk in the park, but I think there's a chance. I think there's a decent chance.
And as I've expressed before, I do have some doubts, although I'm not as negative as Nate, but I do have some doubts as to the ultimate legal issues. So yeah, there's some problems potentially.
Yeah. Yolanda Wilson said, Rottenborn kept talking when Camille would object without waiting for the judge to rule. Is that proper? I mean, it depends, right? It depends. Does it sound like he's really just ignoring everyone for a long time, or is he just in the zone? But generally speaking, since he's not a witness, we're less worried about what he is saying in front of the jury than a witness testifying when an objection has been made. So, all right, yeah, that's the B ties. Oh, you're muted, Nate.
The crazy part about this, I didn't even recognize this, but so on like day one, this is what Johnny wears with the tie, and then she comes in the exact next day and wears it. So this, to me, this seems like she's trying to intimidate. It's like, is this an intimidation thing? Is this a psychological warfare thing? Like, what the hell is this?
That's what people are saying. And if it hadn't been for the B tie, I probably would have been like, I don't know about that. But yeah,
exactly. And the B broach exactly the same. It's just like this. She's a psycho, bro. She's a psycho.
I think so. I really think so. 2012, Jameson said, is there a Binger award yet from LawTube? There isn't. Maybe we should. Terry Bush said, Legalbytes off topic. How do you choose which trials you are going to cover? I hope you have a panel cover the Chad and Lori Daybell case. I am not familiar with that one.
I'm a little bit familiar with it. It's a whole nightmare of crazy with
Really?
Chad and Lori Daybell. Oh yeah, it's really bad. There's been multiple issues with sanity. I think they were both finally cleared and just set a new trial date. But she was declared insane for a while, and it's issues dealing with murder of their children.
Oh, God.
And also possibly murder some other children. I think they're now suspects in like 3 different jurisdictions at the time.
Oh,
and now they're on
God.
trial for murder, and the whole thing is just a convoluted mess of. There's things with religious cult, and like they were involved in that, and so it's just like it's a weird trial, man.
Man, yeah, that is tough when we're dealing with any kind of harm to children. Those are tough cases. How do you choose which trials you're going to cover? I mean, a lot of it is my own interest level. Also, if people are asking, asking about it, we'll get questions from people, just like what you're saying. Hey, you should look into this one. It helps to get some suggestions from people from time to time. But yeah, I mean, I love talking about cases that have touch points with pop culture, or with sports or things like that. That's just me. Sometimes getting into some of the more political stuff. I try not to do that too much though, just because I like to keep it fun. So yeah.
I think these type of cases are these pop culture cases. There's so many of them. Now I forget you've got the Kardashian defamation. It's to
So
keep
many.
you all day. Yeah.
I love it. And also like, well, I guess I should also say that like the ones that have a, that seem to go against a certain media narrative, those are most interesting to me, because it seems like the media is saying one thing about it, no one else is talking about it, and that makes it more interesting to me. So I will say that kind of stuff too. Particularly. Smurf Monster said, what are the panel's thoughts on the gift of the knife with till death written on it? Just joining from UK. Sorry if this has already been covered. Oh my God.
That was psycho.
When I saw that, I was terrified. It looks horrible for Amber, especially coming right after, like, or in the months after the Australia incident. It just,
is it because of the timing of it that it seems horrible? Because in isolation, I don't think it bothers me.
Yeah, in isolation it doesn't, because he's kind of eccentric anyway. So
yeah,
that would be like a gift I would get him too.
Yeah, getting a knife for your significant other if you like knives.
With dark humor too,
But well, okay, yeah, but yeah, he does have dark humor. Maybe he'd appreciate that with the till death. But it's like, because of the fact that their relationship had these incidents, that is what alarms me. And then also on top of that, with the audio tape with him and the knife and her saying, no, let me get you a sharper one. It's just all of those things all together just sound bad, really, really, really bad. And I mean, I wouldn't venture to say that the jury thinks like I do, but if they do, it's pretty bad. Tammy S. said, not directly related, just gossip. Another Aquaman actor, India Moore, unfollowed Amber and deleted a post supporting her and followed JD on Insta. All of those things in one day? Officer Squarehead, feeling some heat. Wonder what's up. Oh my gosh.
No, people are seeing, like, one thing that's the one thing I do hate about sometimes LawTube and covering these cases, that people think that your legal analysis is the same thing as your personal feelings. So if I say my legal analysis is one thing, but I personally feel this, people are like, no, your legal analysis should match. No, that's just not the way it works. There's been so many times. Matter of fact, there's been times when me and Kurt would have an argument where I would be politically, it would be good for my side.
Yeah,
and I'm
that was a
coming
great
the wrong
one.
way, and then Kirk is going away against his political side, and Kurt happened to be right that time. So
it was a great argument. We were both arguing against our political priors. It was a fantastic argument.
I love it.
But that's just the way we are. So when I say I believe Johnny's case is poor, that doesn't mean I believe Amber. That just believes I believe Johnny has a poor case. So, hopefully people understand that piece of it, because I don't think people do understand that.
And when you say, whether Johnny has a good or bad case against Amber, what you're talking about specifically is that the elements that have to be proven in this particular case for this particular claim. If it was another case in another jurisdiction, with the same fact pattern, but no statute of limitations issues, or it could be a completely different analysis. You might say, okay, this is a winner, and still retain your opinion one way or another.
Like even with Cardi B, we laughed at Cardi B when we first came out. I was like, somebody called her a prostitute and she won. I was like, oh my God, this is so funny. But then the woman admitted on the stand.
Yeah, that didn't help.
My analysis changed. Well, she's got an easy win.
That didn't help. Yes, I did it. It was me. I did it for the money in order to promote my channel.
I will
do it again, and I have no shame about the whole thing. Yeah, that helped a lot.
That changes the analysis. Yeah.
But that's not the kind of thing that you can predict. You don't see that one coming.
Oh man, Sean Davis said, I feel like the only person who can save Amber Heard's case is Matt Murdock at this point. LOL. No one can save it. I don't know. We'll see. 2012 Jameson said uncivil law uses law drama for a heart stress test. For a love stress test? I'm not sure.
The drama is interesting, sometimes, I guess.
Oh, like drama channels? Talking about drama channels? Oh, I see. Those are interesting too.
Oh yeah,
Frozen Control.
Drama.
Yeah,
and then there's whole things happening behind the scenes in the drama channel, because I don't follow them. Like, I don't follow those people on Twitter. I don't follow them on YouTube. And so I went on Charlotte on the Web's channel and had a whole discussion. And then there was another thing that happened, and then there was a whole discussion happening like inside the drama channel that involved me and some other one. And I don't know any of this is happening. And someone finally brings it to my attention. I'm like, okay. So I had to make a statement about it last night or the night before, because it's like, well, okay, here's what happened, and okay, whatever.
That's so funny. Frozen Control said, yes, I'm in cybersecurity, and hacking in movies are the worst. LOL. Regarding legal dramas being wildly inaccurate. Yes. I remember that was about the time that I stopped watching Grey's Anatomy, was when my brother-in-law ruined it for me, because he was like, none of this is real. And he pointed out everything that was wrong with it. And I was like, oh, I can't watch it anymore.
Yeah. It's funny, because that's how I am with some legal stuff. I'm like, this is like, how do you get away with murder or something like that? It's like, this is just not the way it works. Yeah. You don't get a high power paying legal job after the first semester of law. Matter of fact, they didn't even finish the first semester. They were like in the first class. And next thing you know, they go into these I'm like, yeah, this is not how it works.
Oh man. AH is in love. Kip says AH is in love with herself and anybody she can manipulate. She doesn't have the ability to use that emotion anywhere else. Just saying. I don't know her personally, but
but don't forget, people, you guys, the people here, they know Amber, they've been caring, so they got all those emotions in it. But remember, these jurors were picked specifically because I'm assuming they may know who Johnny is, but they probably have watched none of this stuff. They know nothing except what they're being shown now.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I think, if people thinking about who's winning the case, got to really think about it as if you're somebody who doesn't know these people. These are blank slates, but you only know what you see in front of you. That's the way that's the way it should be, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. That's what we want in our justice system, is for people to start from neutral. Shindig Eats said, did anyone think that Amber was trying to gain Johnny's gaze at times during his direct? She almost looked like putting on sorry, guilty child. You think so, Nate?
Yeah, definitely. She was trying to manipulate him.
Oof. Ashley Harrison said, Hogue, I watched some of your Elon and Twitter vids last night. Good stuff. I wish you do more of your vids live though. Yeah. He's got some really, really great stuff. Bridget Oster said, my friend works at the courthouse and she hasn't seen the flyers. Okay. So there you go. So maybe there's not much truth to it. Or no truth to it rather. So yeah. Yeah, it could just be a thing that's being passed around to scare people. Angela Nicole said JD needs snake to pin hashtag she's a snake, hashtag justice for JD. Oh man. Peggy Cole said, please start your channel. Oh, that's for Mark. Mark needs to start a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Jay Watt said, Dan Price just got charged with SA, CEO that gave $70K to all employees. Ooh. Yikes. I saw also Bill Murray had some kind of an accusation against him the other day.
Bill Murray?
Yeah. That the filming on set stopped for some kind of a movie. It was actually, wow. Because of some kind of an allegation. TC said, we are getting a rage room as a business in Charleston, West Virginia. You get to go into a rage and crash things. Seriously, that is
those are cool.
I like that idea.
Where you can break things. It's fun.
Everybody needs something to like let their frustrations out somehow in a healthy way, right? But I think that's interesting. Ashley Harrison said, Hogue, your stuff is so good. I think you get a way bigger following if you did your vids live because it helps viewers feel like participators. I think so.
It's tough to do them live, guys, because you got to do them at certain times and all that stuff. You know, that's not everybody has, especially Hogue. Hogue is practicing still. So think about, during the day is probably the time that he's probably really, really working,
Yeah. But he does some live stuff. Like he does a live Q&A. I've seen those before. Yeah. Peggy Cole, thank you for your super chat. That chick said, did JD add a lawyer? Check Laura Bakov's Twitter. Oh, real Laura B. I've got to check her Twitter. I don't know. If she tweeted about it, I'm sure it's the case because she is on it. Sarah Beeson said, love LB, joined chat late, apologies, but any thoughts on JD Cross compared to the MTG trial today? I'm shocked at the contrast of trial law, Ed alone. So the Marjorie Taylor Greene trial, is that what she's?
Did they had a cross examination at a hearing?
I'm not
maybe
sure. I don't know. But the Johnny Depp cross examination, it started off pretty effective, and the wheels came off. That's my TLDR.
Yeah, that's I
wasted some time and opportunities. I think
too many. What's it called? Impeachments. Way too many.
Yeah, and ones that weren't important and weren't really proper impeachments anyway. So it just a lot of wasted opportunities. Juanita's Creative Corner said, how much control does AH and JD have over trial proceedings versus their attorneys? Who's the boss? I will say once trial begins, it is generally the lawyers who are in control. They are deciding how things get placed, how things move forward. But like there are some limited decisions that the parties themselves make, that they can insist on certain pieces of evidence or something, maybe, but generally speaking, this is all directed by the attorneys here.
Yeah.
Walter Bogan, thank you for your super chat. Sophie Jane Matilda said, sending love to you all, justice for JD. Thank you.
Ooh. Justice for JD has got 2 billion hits. And Amber, whatever, the counter thing for Amber is like almost nothing. It's like nobody supporting poor Amber. Everybody's
I wouldn't say poor Amber.
Oh yeah, she's not poor, but she got $7 million, right? That's true.
Love Wiener Dog said, on redirect, JD's team can show the end of the corpse text where JD says, but I could never actually hurt her. Yes, they can always introduce more that puts it in context, that explains exactly.
That's the thing with redirect though. You want to be careful because they've got a lot to redirect on, but you want to just pick out the easiest things. Like something like that would be easy to pick out because what it does, it shows the other side was being deceptive. But then after you show it, you don't have to show everything. You just got to show a couple of those and sit down. It's like Alito always says, it's like a commando raid. You get in with your best stuff and get out, and it limits what they can do on recross. Because you just hit them on very specific things. So
yes. Blurry Lights said today's Amber's birthday. Happy birthday, Amber.
That must suck after yesterday. She must be like, this is one hell of a birthday.
Yeah. Maybe I don't know. Happy birthday. The chicken coop said there's no way she can get away with making little jokes like JD has on the stand.
Nah, she's not necessarily. You know what? It's so interesting though. I find men who support Amber, but I found no woman that supports him.
I'm telling you.
Everyone else all you women, no, she's evil, kill her. And it's this guys are like, oh, she's all right. It's just so weird because it's just like that whole sexual assault thing and juries again. It's like this is it again, right? But I think women know women more. Women can see through the female BS more than us men can. You know what I mean?
Or at least we think we can.
Yeah.
What's the old saying? Don't try to understand women. Women understand women, and they hate each other.
Oh, and someone in the chat, by the way, I saw that someone was like, "There's a recross." Not always. Typically, like default is expect a direct cross redirect. They might do a recross if there's room for it or if it's necessary, but it's like, generally speaking, only do it if it's necessary. Dirt Cheap, thank you for your super chat. Loso said, heard a rumor that JD is going to drop the charges after the video. Apparently, he thinks this trial is making him worse. No way.
Incredibly
no
unlikely.
Freaking way. I highly doubt that. I wouldn't believe that at all.
Yeah, I think most people don't realize JD has already won. I think. Like, I'm honestly believe he's won. He's won the battle that I think he wanted to win. He wanted to get everybody out the show that she's a liar. Now it's just kind of keep the win, because I think the verdict. I think the verdict would be cherry on top. But yeah, I think he's already won.
Yeah. Mikkel Nino said, "Why aren't you and Nick streaming together? I hate having to choose. I love everyone." I wanted to stream it. I was super interested in this case. He streams a lot of trials, so he wanted to stream it. So that's just it. I'm sorry you have to choose.
I want to say the same thing I've said before. I think on my own channel and maybe one other channel at this point. LawTube at this moment is just a very sort of loose alliance of people that are all doing the same thing, but we don't really coordinate on content. We don't really discuss what we're going to be talking about on our respective channels. If we want to do something, invite other people, we'll send out a link to the group, and whoever happens to join joins. But there's no like propriety at this point, because we just are all kind of mutual friends. We all want each other to grow, but we don't really coordinate. So anyone can on this channel can talk about anything, and or in channels for that matter can talk about anything, and we all support each channel's growth. And I've seen Nick Rekieta himself comment as much, that he's very happy for your growth and happy for your success. And so, we all are happy in each other's success, but Legalbytes wanted to cover it, gavel to gavel, because she's insane. And, I'm here to make sure that she doesn't, go further over the bend.
Yeah. And I appreciate it. I know you guys have also donated a lot of your time too. Kurt, I feel like after Rick, you've been here second most and not far behind either, I will say. So you've also spent a lot of time with me here. And that reminds me, guys, if you haven't already, if you want to support me, other than, super chats are wonderful. I really, really appreciate them. Another fantastic, wonderful, wonderful way you can support this live stream is by going to check out everybody that has been showing up on all of them and giving their time. Subscribe, watch their videos, like their content, like go into their live streams when they're live too. Everybody here has such interesting stuff that they have. If Kurt is a walking encyclopedia, okay, like the stuff that he pulls out of his brain is insane. So if you want your brain to grow, definitely go to Kurt's channel for sure. And Nate has so much great stuff too. Always. Also a great resource for learning. Your brain will grow over there as well. So all of these guys they're wonderful, wonderful, wonderful guys, and super supportive. And yeah, best way to do it is go and check them out too and support them as well, because that way we all have more time that we can devote to all of us being, here and making content together. So yeah, that's it.
Sorry, my daughter just came over here. I'm trying to hold her back. I'm like, put clothes on again. Now you're trying to jump on this. This always happens at this point in time. You'll have a wild baby jumping on me soon. So don't worry. I'm close to turn the camera off.
Myra M said, can JD's team bring up info on Arnica and how it works? Yeah, I expect them to rebut those claims. 2012 Jameson says, say it with me, Eve Fartlow. Jennifer Nielsen said, when it comes to Amber getting on the stand, will they be able to look at her text messages to her friends too? I may have missed your answer. Sorry. No, we haven't talked about that, but that's yes, absolutely. They've been able to get her text messages. At least in theory, they should be able to have, they should have been able to get them.
But you know what the problem with the friends text messages are? They're out of court statements. So what are you offering them for? Right, they're out of court statements, or they're going to be. Sure. That's why for Johnny Depp, you remember they had to erase the people who were responding to them. Yeah. So.
But if there are some text messages from Amber to her friend saying, "Hey, come over here, let's set up Johnny," that is an admission.
That'll do it.
Or a text message to her friend that says, "I totally lied about the time he hit me. Ha ha ha! What a funny joke." That'd be good.
Yeah,
that'd be great.
Yeah. Hey, look at this nail polish on this tissue. Perlintota said, "Verstappen, 0.1 or per 0.1 in Formula One. Amber is pooper one." I'm sorry. This seems like a Formula One reference. I'm woefully unfamiliar. I think. Oh, Nate, your audio is muted.
Yeah, I'm saying we're not Formula One. We're NASCAR over here, right?
Yeah.
NASCAR.
Well, even then, I'm much less familiar. Next one. One last idiot said, "Wait a minute. Can Depp's team be able to bring Eve Barlow up to the stand since she became a witness during the case?"
I don't think so. Because you have to be on the witness list.
They also have requested to have her banished forever to Siberia. So I think I don't think that they're gonna want to bring her in. It would be a weird flex after that.
Oh yeah, she's not really a witness. She found something gave the team that led to a question. Yeah, she's not really a witness.
No, but she got she got kicked out because of the phone thing. She didn't get kicked out.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah. She got kicked out because of the phone thing, and then they confirmed her forever kick out because of the Instagram post thing.
Yeah.
Angela Nicole said, "Did Amber Heard's attorney show that post to the judge on Eve's phone? If so, can her phone be considered evidence? It's like JD's team to look through her phone and see if the post was already saved. Hail Mary."
It's not evidence. It's not evidence of that's related to any of the dispute between the parties. So it's not evidence in that sense. The court has the right to control its courtroom. It has the right to control what happens before it. So if there's reasonable cause to believe that a witness is tainted for some reason, the judge can ask them if they're tainted, and then they are. So like it was for the judge's internal management exclusively. It was the judge's call because it's her courtroom.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, you're gone. Bye.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. All right. Spartan Go 17 said, "Will you invite Legal Eagle to second Hogue?" Hey, he's invited here anytime. Paul Poco said, "Will Johnny Depp's testimony help his movie and TV career, getting his story out?" That's what he's hoping, I think. I think that's really the big win there. 2012 Jameson said, "Ask about JD and Wine. JD would say, 'Care to join me?' JD would play with that question." Probably. J Phillips 4400 said, "Phone records subpoenaed, no repercussions." You mean for Eve Barlow? Yeah, I think that's the end of it is what we've seen. I don't think there's going to be any more of that coming up in this trial. Boogers said, "Mr. Chu, first question to Ms. Heard. Who was the op-ed about? Turd. Not JD. Mr. Chu. Impeach. ACLU email entered into evidence, Your Honor."
Yep, I'll do it.
Yep, that's one way to do it for sure. Yeah. And they have that kind of evidence too. Frozen Control said, "Speculation, but curious what the state of JD's will was during that last audio clip in response to her hoping JD would use the knife." My guess is it probably had Vanessa and the kids on it because that was like right after, it was like a month after they got married or something. So that's my pure speculative guess, but probably because he was with her for a long time.
In every state that I'm aware of, I don't know if there's a state that doesn't have a elective share provision for spouse. So I believe in every state, if your spouse is not mentioned in the will, it doesn't matter. They get to take some sort of share, and that share is set by law as to what that amount is. So a third or a half or whatever it is. So even if they're not mentioned, and I also believe by law, and I couldn't swear to every state, that even if your ex-wife is mentioned in the will and you get divorced, it's assumed by operation of law that you mean to exclude her. So even though you didn't update the will, that because the divorce operates as a function of law, it's like she's crossed out. So the practical state of his will was Vanessa doesn't get anything, and she would get a mandatory a third, I believe it is in California. Or maybe it's mandatory half. I have to double check.
Well, I know here in New York, it's either a third of the estate or $50,000. whichever is, and the spouse gets to pick, and obviously they usually pick whichever is greater. So it's $50,000 or a third.
Ace Moonshot said, D team, we only have 3 more expert witnesses, Your Honor, but we are out of time. We request, Judge, your lack of planning is not my emergency.
Yeah.
She could very well say that.
Yeah, I would totally do that.
Yeah. Mo Homesteading said, this has been my go-to channel for this event. Thank you so much. Thank you for watching. I appreciate it. Paula Back said the mug she uses to cover the camera in the video is the same as the one visible in the staged table with evidence pick. Yeah. People pointed that out. It's the same mug, and it's always always the one that she has used. But that doesn't necessarily mean that he hasn't also used it at some point.
One thing I did want to ask you guys about, I don't know if you guys ever knew anybody who's had addiction issues, but I've known a couple of people who've had addiction issues. And one thing that they used to do was, let's say a family member, the person would usually get drunk and not remember what they did. So with the hospital would tell them, like, you should record them when they're in that space, and then you show them the recording of how they were acting, and then sometimes it would wake them up and say, you need help, hey, you don't remember any of this. So I'm just assuming that if someone on that jury has dealt with people with addiction and have heard that type of thing, then that video, that kind of hidden camera video of when he was drunk, it makes sense if that was if in that context. But I'm not saying Amber did it for that reason.
Yeah.
But that's a reasonable excuse because at first when we were talking about the tape, a couple of people said, yeah, that's what they actually tell you to do in that situation. So later on you can show the person. So I was like,
it's a very interesting point. I mean, because that's another mindset that someone on the jury could potentially have that could influence the way that they see that. Yeah, it's a very good point. Peach Pie, thank you for your super chat. Rebecca Aubin said they could possibly disprove POTC. However, it was clear why the Fantastic Beasts franchise dropped him, and it was because of her allegations. IMO. Yeah, I agree. Spartan Ghost 17 said Hogue Law versus Game Theory beef. Colin Joe DMT Rogan for the post Hogue legal slaughter interview. Matt Pat is a hack. # chaos reigns. JR said Kurt is such a shit starter and I love it.
Am I?
I don't know. Frozen Control said Mr. and Mrs. Dursley of number 4 Privet Drive were proud to say that they were perfectly normal. Thank you very much. Yes, another Harry Potter reference. Thank you, and I appreciate that. Peach Pie said Green Dress Lady is Court TV's Chanley Painter correspondent. Saw her and dress in clip. Been battling my own addiction since last fall. LawTube. Oh,
have you seen the woman in the green dress?
Yes.
In the second row. Yeah, they've been loving on her.
Yeah, it's a beautiful dress. Ginver, another one because you pronounced my tag correctly. Hey, thank you. I hope I
didn't really notice the dress as much.
I did. It was a bright green dress. That was why I noticed. I didn't point it out though.
Yeah, I didn't really notice the dress as much. Noticed her more.
Victor Chavez said you can use Tabletop Simulator for any TT game. Okay. I've got to learn from Kurt because I'm much less familiar with Tabletop Simulator. The Chicken Coop said Trivia, Bingo, Family Feud. Good games. Stephanie Olsen said Villainous is awesome to play. Cool. 2012 Jameson said, did you check Tug video on elevator time issue? No, I didn't. We'll have to check that out. Stephen Lavelle said, REJD talking back. I assume it would put most counsels on edge if their client tried out sass a cross-examiner rather than play it straight. Yes. It would make me nervous. It really would. The Chicken Coop said they tried to say Amber made his relationship with his kids better after JD said his daughter wrote that she didn't want age-hurt. Yeah, they were trying to paint that in a particular way that she was a reason why his relationship got better with them. But we'll see on redirect how that holds up. Tamara's Bledsoe said, not sure if it was said, but Jackbox on stream is good. Oh, yeah, we have done Jackbox.
I have Jackbox, and we could play together because only one person needs it.
Ah, nice.
So if you want to, we can do that.
Yeah. Gromax said, do lawyers play D&D? I know that Ian Runkle does.
I have played D&D in the past. I haven't played in a long time, but I have in the past.
Also, I recommend Diplomacy. I've heard that's a good game. I've never played it.
Diplomacy is a good game. Takes a while.
Susan Woodcarver said, I carve wood spirits while listening to you explain the trial. Great fun. I feel like I have a posse of new smart buddies. Hugs, SusanWoodcarver.com. Oh, awesome. That is
Cool.
really great. We'll have to check you out.
I'll
Thomas
check you out right
Culp.
now.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me see. SusanWoodcarver.com.
I want some wood carvings.
Yeah. Why not?
Wood
Thomas
is
Culp,
magical. Okay.
welcome to YouTube memberships. Iris, thank you for the super sticker. Mo Homesteading said, not sure if you got my last super chat because maybe I wasn't subbed for 10 minutes yet. LOL. So you are fabulous and my go-to channel for this event. I did get it. Thank you. And thank you for the second super chat. It just took us a little while to get there, but we're getting caught up now. We're getting caught up. Sardinism said, Alita, you have the rare ability to be surrounded by highly educated people and not only not be drowned out, but keep the conversation productive and informative. Thank you for this project. Of course. Thank you. Those are very kind words. Saito Kata said, who is earning more per hour from this case, the lawyers at the trial or Alita from the super chats? That's a good question.
I think the lawyers from the trial, they're getting some serious dollars.
They definitely are getting a lot of money for sure. 2012 Jameson said, uncivil law on Marjorie Taylor Greene. Thank you for the sanity. 2012 Jameson said, Nate, ask Legalbytes for the Mike Tyson video.
Don't play that video. Don't play that video because you will get cut. TMZ is out on a roll to strike everything.
Oh, they've already got me on the stream from yesterday from the Kitchen video.
But now everybody now found out that Amber, because Amber played the tape and she was like, she owns the tape and she recorded it. Now everybody knows she's the one that sold it to TMZ because TMZ was the one striking everybody for ownership of the tape. So yeah, so she was the one that sold it.
Unless
she sold it. Somebody stole it from her.
Unless they're claiming that like they were the first ones to put it on YouTube or something, and that therefore they can claim ownership that way or something, that it's their original content on YouTube. Maybe, I don't know.
They would the only way they can get these legit copyright strikes to everybody so proudly is because they own that clip.
Yes.
Somebody sold that to them.
Yeah.
TMZ is not dumb. And they knew it was going to come out in the trial. And they were waiting for it to hit. So that's why when it hit, they got Emily, they got everybody, whoever that clip is, they hit.
Dirty move to deal with trial evidence. Ugh, I don't like it. Tiffany Layson said, why is the UK testimony allowed in trial? Is this unique to civil? I was under the assumption that previous trials are not allowed to be included. Yeah, it's not. It's not. Well, so okay, hang on. Let me back up a second.
Admissions because of hearsay.
Yes. Well, actually, it's only being used. It's only being used for impeachment purposes because it's a prior inconsistent statement. So it can be from a trial, it can be from an email, it can be from a text message. You can use all kinds of prior statements if it is inconsistent from the one that they are giving at trial this day. So if they happen to have it, it's regardless of whether they gave it during a different legal systems trial or elsewhere. They can use it for the purposes of impeachment, not necessarily for the purposes of like bringing it in as evidence, but in a way it feels like it because the jury is finding out about it. Frozen Control 93. That was now you have 93 super chats left. We're working our way through. Anna D, thank you for your super chat. Sweet Victory said, just tuning in, but wondering if you have addressed legal implications of the Amber Heard flyers on cars at courthouse yesterday.
You are getting a lot of mileage out of these flyers, Legalbytes. I just have to say.
I am, Amber Heard might not be profiting from them, but I am.
Will you be donating $7 million to the ACLU and the children?
No. Maybe I'll donate some to the children. I don't know, but no, not seven. I don't have $7 million to donate. So we've heard of accounts from it. We did get a super chat from somebody who said that their friend works for the Fairfax County Courthouse. They didn't see anything like that. So I don't know if it's real, or if it's not. If it is, that sucks. That's we don't like seeing that. We don't like people trying to cheat in the judicial system, and that really is a cheating kind of move. Now, the biggest question is whether or not the jury saw it. The jury is not parking around the parking lot at the courthouse. That's not where they're coming.
Do you know that for a fact?
I don't know that for a fact, but I can't imagine that they would be in this kind of a high profile trial. No way in hell. They are making precautions for these jurors to retain their anonymity.
Okay.
IWD. Maybe I have too much faith in
No,
Fairfax County Courthouse, but
that's what they did with Rittenhouse, right? They
exactly.
would bust
They
them
did
in.
do
They
it
bust
with
them in
Rittenhouse.
from some other place.
They did do
Yeah,
it with
some other
Rittenhouse.
undisclosed location, and I wouldn't be surprised if they changed that location too, depending on the day. You know, if they felt that they needed it, and if they really feel that they need it, then they can sequester. That's a very there's a lot that has to happen to get them there, though. But there's a lot of things that they can do to retain their
no, but I
anonymity.
think they're bringing them. I think they go to a location, pick them
Yeah.
up, and then take them back. So the
That's-
juries, so they don't know their cars and nothing.
Exactly. That and the reason why I think that is because it seems like a very easy thing for them to coordinate, and it doesn't cost a lot of money to do that. So it's a very good solution for it. IWD said, so apparently Fauci wants the authority to suspend the Constitution per a recent video. Anyway, thank you for covering this. You've
I'm
been
going
on
to
fire.
guess that Fauci didn't say he wants the authority to suspend the Constitution. I'm going to guess Fauci said something that someone has interpreted as that would require suspending the Constitution, which it might or might not. But like, yeah, he didn't say that. So, you know, yeah.
People with these things
Fair
give them
enough.
so like with the judge that knocked down the mask mandate. You should see how the media is making. She's a Trump judge and she's an idiot and she's doing this. I'm like, you guys didn't even read the ruling. She says you can do it. It's just the emergency's over. They said the emergency's over. She said, if the emergency's over, then why do you still have it in the emergency provision? Put it through notice and comment. That's all she said. And they're making us seem like she's crazy. I'm like, that's the matter of fact. It's the
Well, I
right-
did read the
that was, like,
decision.
the
I
right
covered it
opinion.
on my channel, and I thought she was legally wrong. So
Huh?
Yeah, but wasn't that the right opinion though? I'm not saying my issue is that even if you do think she's wrong, one thing she made mention is that they can still put the rule in effect through notice and comment rulemaking, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, but the news media is making it seem like she's saying the rule is unconstitutional, and I'm like, she's not saying.
No,
that.
she based it a lot on the statutory analysis. She did it on this statutory construction of the relevant provision of the CDC regulation. I mean, I could talk about this depending on if you want me to go into any depth on this, Lita.
Well, we're like 5.5 hours in. We've got
we can
29
good,
super chats
but
left.
if there's anything you want to clear up, you can clear it up. Go ahead.
No, just that she was trying to interpret the word sanitation within the context of the statute, and she interpreted it to mean only cleaning dirty things, where it could possibly be understood to also mean to keep clean things from becoming contaminated. And because of that statutory construction, she seems to think that the CDC lacks the power. She also said something about major questions doctrine that I disagreed with. I have a whole video on it on my channel.
I'll
So
check it out. Because when I read it, I thought just the bottom line was the APA. And when I was like, okay, so they can do notice and comment. And if they really believe in it, I'm surprised they just didn't put it through notice and comment.
Yeah, her principal problem wasn't with the APA. She definitely ruled against it on those grounds too. But she said that the statute didn't allow for it because the regulation, the way the statute was written, didn't give them this power. It was the same exact statute the CDC used, incidentally, to try to put in place the rent moratorium.
Yeah,
which
I remember.
Was absolutely batshit insane. Because there's no way you can even begin to squeeze a rent moratorium into that language.
Yeah.
It was batshit crazy.
I
can't believe it had to get to U.S. Supreme Court, and there were dissenting votes because it made no goddamn sense. But yeah, the same provision. I'm like, well, and the judge even herself, at one point wrote that it's at least superficially a closer call.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
So I'm like, well, yeah, I just disagreed with her legal analysis. The reason I disagreed with her, incidentally, was because of Chevron. Because Chevron is like this magic button that the administrative agencies get to push to just do whatever the hell they want. And she seemed to my mind, discount Chevron too much. She discussed it, but she seemed to discount it too much, to my mind. So I was like, okay, I don't know about that. Sorry about that, Alita.
No, that's okay.
No,
that's
no,
okay.
it's good. It's good. We learned something. Yeah.
Yeah. And guys, this is a nice little preview for the kind of stuff that you can see on all of our channels. Particularly, Kurt already has a video on this particular subject. So go check it out. Brian Schultz, Alita, my sub is yours. Thank you.
Cute.
Walter Boggin said, what are your thoughts on flyers supporting Amber Heard being given out to people outside of courthouse? Can this cause a mistrial? No,
as long as they're not witnesses or jury members or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Probably not because unless there's evidence that the jurors have actually seen it, that would really suck. That would really suck for everybody. Juliet Mendez said, glad I found your coverage. You make it easy to understand, being impartial and very legally insightful. Thank you for all your time. Really, greetings from Germany. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Jay Birdie Lewis said, is there a time limit for cross-examination? Nope, but they have a certain period of time that they are given at the beginning, and they decide how they want to use it. So if they eat up all of their time, it means that they can't use time for other stuff and other witnesses. So they've got to choose that wisely. Dale Ann Harsh said, why did they bring this case in Virginia? Do they handle defamation cases differently? Well, so there's the legal reason for why it can be filed in Virginia is because this lawsuit came out of the Washington Post op-ed. Washington Post, as a publishing company, is based in Northern Virginia. So that is why. It's because it arises out of this article, which is headquartered out of there. So that's that. Then there's the strategic reason, which is that their anti-SLAPP laws are particular in a way that are friendly to Johnny Depp's case. Anti-SLAPP, I'll break that down for you, comes from SLAPP, which is SLAPP, which stands for Strategic Litigation Against Public Participation. Basically means it's a defense that can be made for some kind of a lawsuit that you get filed against you. For, let's say, defamation, you can say, you're not actually filing this to seek redress for anything that I may have said that was defamatory. You are filing this lawsuit to infringe my freedom of expression. You don't want me to go out talking about subject X, and you are trying to prevent that. So therefore, what this really is not defamation. This is a First Amendment issue that you are trying to prevent. So I will file. Well, in California, it would be a motion. In Virginia, it's weird, but basically, you can use it as a defense to say, no, you're wrong. I win because this is a different kind of issue entirely. You guys can probably add some color to that. I know I've explained it better in the past.
No, you did perfect. The jurisdiction was because of the Washington Post. Mm-hmm. You can't get diversity because they're both from California. So yeah, you covered it. You got it all.
All right. Outspoken says, I am a 3L graduating in 3 weeks. Ooh, congratulations. Good luck on finals. Watching your live stream of the Depp trial as I outlined. Thank you for helping me get through my last set of finals. Oh, congratulations. Yay. 3L graduating.
One last thing we forgot. The defamation by implication. Most states don't have that. The defamation laws in Virginia
That's the other reason.
Yeah, are very, very allow you to do this defamation by implication. So Johnny Depp, like I keep saying, in New York, and I think even in California, this wouldn't have made it. We would be at trial. But in Virginia, they do have defamation.
Is it really that rare of a rule? Defamation by implication?
I don't think it's that rare of a rule, but I know there's been cases here, like in Sandman, Nicholas Sandman in Kentucky. Mm-hmm. If you look through there was like everybody knew they were talking about Sandman, but they said it's not directly about the plaintiff, not directly about the plaintiff. So I know in Kentucky they don't have it, but
man. So, and for anybody that doesn't understand what 3L means, that means that is a third year law student. So law schools in the United States go for 3 years. So this means that this is somebody who is almost finished with law school and going on into the insane world that is legal practice. So good luck on all of your finals. And toast to you. Acacia Campdell says, can they bring in other articles written directly after Amber's op-ed stating Amber shares what happened when she spoke about Depp, DV, and WP op-ed as evidence people knew it was about Depp? I think so. If that's a material issue here, because what they're trying to prove is what society knew about this, right? That's yeah. I think so. That would do it. 2012 Jameson said Nate saw the knife and was like, "Oh baby, level crazy." Oh, you're muted.
I said I do love the crazy. I love the crazy.
Julia Zaleski said, as a side note, I'm studying for a surgery state exam and listening to your live streams. Thank you for the entertainment. Hey, good luck. Good luck on your exam. That must be, to be a surgeon. Oh my gosh. You must be A, very smart, and B, able to handle a lot more gore than I can. Good luck on that. Seriously. The John Beck said, quick recap of what Nathan and Silva were arguing about against their political priors, or how can I find the video on YouTube? Happy Friday. Ooh, what video was that
I
where
don't
you guys
think
were
we ever
arguing?
filmed that, to be honest. I think it was just a conversation between us.
Oh,
But
no.
if memory serves correctly, I believe it had something to do with the Pennsylvania Supreme Court decision back during the election.
Yes, it was the statute. The statute. Well, actually,
yes,
it was the time I agreed with Barnes, and I got and I should have known. I was like, damn, I agreed with Barnes, and it was wrong. So me and Barnes were saying that the statute, the way the statute was written, that it did not allow you to count the election ballots after a certain day, and you were saying that it could because it in some way it was. I forget the term you used, but in other words, you were saying it could, and then the court came out and said yes, it's written the way that they came down with in a line with you, what you said, making me and Barnes wrong.
And then the reason it was against the priors was because Trump was winning as of the date of the election. It wasn't until all the absentee, or it wasn't until like all those ballots were counted that it became Biden. So by being right, because I'm right leaning, by me being right and saying, yeah, they can do this, it meant that, that state would flip to Biden. And same thing by him saying they can't, it would mean the state would stay Republican. And that's both against our political priors. And that was the argument.
I remember exactly what it was.
Okay.
The statute it said had a list of ways you can do mail-in ballots, but it didn't say this is an exhaustive list. It was like, okay, here are a couple of ways you can, if you're going to do mail-in ballots, you have to do them these ways. So myself and Barnes said, if it's not on the list, it was no good. And Kurt was the one that said, well, you read the statute, it doesn't seem to limit it. It's saying if you're doing it, you have to do it in these ways, but it doesn't limit it. And then the Supreme Court said, yes, Kurt is right. The way the statute is written doesn't limit what you can do. It actually says if you do it this way, you have to do it like this. But it's not. That's the only way you can do it. And then by saying that allowed the mail-in ballots to come in and Biden to win. And that's when me and Barnes were like, we don't believe we read the statute the other way. So that's exactly what happened. I know this probably bored the hell out the chat.
Yeah,
that's exactly what happened.
It's a boring thing, but yeah, that was just one of those great moments that we're both arguing what we legally believe is right, and it's against our sort of political interests. But
yeah, because I as a Biden voter, you as a Trump voter, it was like, if I'm right, Trump wins, and if you're right, Biden wins. It was like no.
But that's how you know that you guys are using good faith arguments.
Yeah.
Trisha Murphy said maybe Amber will learn it is better to keep her mouth closed and be thought a fool than to open it and have it be known. ML and R Team Depp. AWH said, when will JD's team emphasize on evidence proving defamation and losses? I don't believe the court of popular opinion is enough. I mean, they have been getting evidence in for the defamation aspect. They have been, but it's going to be given. It comes out in pieces, right? A lot of it is going to have to come out through Amber, to get her showing, looking like somebody who has really made things up, as opposed to actually being a true victim. So you get this evidence throughout trial through all of these different witnesses. But so far they've done a decent job of it. As far as his losses, it sounds like they're almost disinterested. Like they're not really interested in showing his losses, or at least he's not. He's not, at least, he doesn't really care as much. But
it's defamation per se, so they don't have to show the damages.
Yeah.
So, but I also think too, the win for John. People keep thinking Johnny's trying to win $50 million from Amber Heard, which he knows she doesn't have. I think even though he's trying to win, I think his true win is Pirate 6. Like, Disney coming back and saying, we're wrong, Johnny. We were wrong. She was crazy. I think that's Johnny's win. And I think if into that vein, I think Johnny has already won. I'm thinking now he's trying to win the case. But I think if anything, the first 2 weeks has shown she's a horrible person. She was abusive to Johnny, and what we heard from her side wasn't correctly what it was. So to that end, I think Johnny's already a winner.
Yeah. 2012 Jameson said, house is what most doctors wish they could say. Julia Zaletsky said, can the lawyers call their friends that were not direct witnesses to their fighting as character references? For example, their ex-spouse's friends, etc. No. That's why Vanessa Paradis isn't involved in this case, right? She's been referenced a lot, but she wasn't there for any of these events. She totally could be a great character witness for Johnny to say, hey, yeah, we were in a very loving, close relationship for however long, years and years and years. We had 2 children together, and he was always great to me until he left me for Amber Heard.
Well, Amber's going to have some character witnesses, I'm assuming, right? She's a good person. She's never done this.
Well, but they're going to have some kind of relevance to the case, though. Like, you can't just have a person just talk about like who this person was without any relevant evidence elsewhere.
But you can have a character witness if character's at issue. You can have a witness to bolster the character, right?
Yeah,
If characters are, you just say, this person, how's this person's reputation and opinion, and then but you can't ask them specific questions. There's a whole piece of law about it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. AWH said love from New Zealand. Hey, thank you. SF0X15 said, as someone who had to leave an abusive ex-wife, JD is winning just by getting his story out and being believed. He's speaking for so many men. Yes.
That's right. You see, I should have wrote that super chat.
Yeah. Brent Chappell said, found your channel after Rittenhouse trial. Really appreciate your recap highlights. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Victor Fung said, have any of you seen The Red Pill by Cassie J? If not, I'd recommend searching on YouTube, The Red Pill. Interesting. I have not.
This is how you spread the channel. You see, that's free advertisement right there. Free advertisement.
I know.
I got to super chat you. Subscribe to Nate the Lawyer.
Pork Hunt said, have you ever heard Milani Cosmetics' latest rebuttal about Amber? Yes, we did. We talked about it earlier. It's crazy. I hope that the Johnny Depp team brings it into their evidence and their closing argument 100%. There's some good fodder there for that. Courtney Nichols said, I thought I watched every minute of the trial. How did I miss this headline? Depp also told the court he believed Amber Heard was having an affair with James Franco.
Yeah, you remember that little part when they were talking about the Franco?
Yeah,
and she thought she had an affair with Billy Bob, right? We used to call him Easy Amber.
Yes, Easy Amber, he said. Natasha Van Gelder said, in regards to the no conferring with team during testimony, how will they keep Amber honest? She literally texted her witnesses in the UK courthouse. I heard about that. It's the same way that all witnesses are supposed to be kept honest. It's their own. They're I don't know. Like, there's no way to enforce it, right? There's no one. It's not like they assign someone to her all day and night to ensure that.
And she wasn't a party of the UK case. She was just a witness for it.
But she was a witness, and her sister was a witness also, and they were both texting each other during. Yeah. Bri Betzold said, and I think they were both in the courtroom. And I don't know exactly what their rules are for them though, but
no, because there's a lot of people who are confused that think that she was actually a party to the UK suit. That's why I'm going to make it clear that she was not a party to the suit. She was just a witness in the case. And even with that, and that's what made it so hard for Johnny to win, because he couldn't get any of this evidence that he has now against her, because all of it would have been killed because of the privilege with the doctor-patient privilege.
Yeah,
they can get it now because she's on the other side of the day where they couldn't get it before. So
yeah. Bri Betzold said, how will the ACLU emails about skirting NDA and rough drafts referring to husband and divorce affect the case? It will definitely.
It proves
not
it's
be
about
good for
Johnny
Amber.
Depp.
What's that?
So you got that. I mean, it proves it's about Johnny Depp, so you got that going for you.
It's more weight towards this article was actually about Johnny Depp. Anna D said, did JD know about all the audio and video evidence that was going to be used against him, or did he discover some during this trial? The last audio was horrible. I don't know. I don't know how much of it he knew about before. But
I'm sure they knew. I'm sure his legal team knew about it all, because it would have all had to be disclosed.
Oh, well, before trial. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And they probably played it for him as well to say, you're going to be listening to this during trial. And so be prepared for it. But before the litigation, I don't know. I don't know how much of it he found he discovered during discovery. Name the stars. Wayne Dennison lawyer litigation added on Depp's side. Oh, okay. So that's who it was. Okay. Interesting. I'll have to check it out. P1P3 said, Johnny and Thompson fan. Depp is emulating Thompson. Look it up. He is no wife beater, but they were both abusive. Does not matter if it was physical. Take a step back. This was someone close to you, both broken and abusive. I don't know. Maybe. And that's at least what Amber is trying to show here, right?
Yep.
N. Martin said, will they recall Depp? and Red Dragon Inn's fun. So he's still on the witness stand technically right now, even though we're over a weekend. He's still on the witness stand. But after they finish with him, they will say if they want to recall him. I guess.
Yeah,
I mean, parties can automatically be recalled, or no? I mean, because then he wouldn't, if they left him subject to recall, he wouldn't be able to talk with his lawyers throughout trial.
Yeah, I know. There'll be a redirect, and
yes.
then there might be some recross. But yeah, I mean,
but in terms of, but once that's finished though, and they move on to the next witness, I don't think they would leave him open subject to recall, because then he wouldn't be able to talk to his lawyers.
Yeah,
that doesn't seem right. All right. Master Ahul became a YouTube member. Welcome. 2012 Jameson, Legalbytes, always buy Tug comic charity tier. Yeah, that umbrella guy had a great he had a comic charity tier. I actually don't know about that, but he had a really good campaign for his comic book series. I supported it. Looks really cool. I'm really looking forward to when he comes out with those books. Lauren Valdez said, do you think Amber Heard's counsel won't cut off JD during cross because it was established that Amber Heard would constantly cut him off and it would come off badly?
No, I don't think that's the reason. I think there's other reasons they're doing what they're doing.
Yeah. No, there's a way to do it and sound respectful, and in a way that's different than the way that Amber Heard was described as having doing it. You know, you can cut in and say, you know, I'm very sorry. I know you want to, I know you want to explain more, but you've answered my question and I need to ask my next question. I mean, maybe not exactly like that, but there are ways of doing it and not coming across like an a-hole also. Caro FLA said, didn't see my super chat from yesterday. Sorry if I missed it, but will the makeup artist claiming she didn't see bruises testify? I think so. She's on the witness list for sure. And I don't see why they wouldn't have her testify, because that's a really good person to come and give some very good information on that. 2012 Jameson said that Pennsylvania statute was deemed later unconstitutional. Interesting. That was the one that you guys were talking about earlier. Taish said, can you briefly describe the stages that will follow from cross till verdict? Also the approximate time it would take. Love all your content. So, you mean from the current cross-examination? So it'll go cross-examination, probably some redirect, maybe recross and then redirect. You can kind of bounce back and forth a couple times, but most likely just a redirect. Then you have the next witnesses, just like we've been seeing, one after another. At some point, when Johnny's team decides that they have finished putting on the witnesses that they want, they will say the plaintiff's side rests, at which point then Amber Heard's side will go and they will start calling their witnesses. Then it's like the same thing that we've been seeing. It'll continue for however long. And then on the last day of trial, we will see the two sides make their closing arguments. And basically what they'll do is they will take all of the evidence that the jury just saw, and they'll try to put it together in some kind of a timeline, some kind of a narrative that hopefully makes sense and hopefully is easy to understand and easy to follow, so that they can properly evaluate this stuff. So that's basic schedule for that. Thematic said, why is it no one wants to talk about that self-harm that Johnny was doing and can't extrapolate that to what happened in Australia? # justice for Amber Heard. Well, the video that we heard, that's a first instance, or not video, audio is a first bit of evidence that suggests that he was maybe self-harming. So we just listened to it. We haven't heard any other kind of questions about it. We haven't seen any redirect on it or redirect. And so that's the first that we've heard about it. So we have talked about it on this channel. If it's there, you know, it could infer that he self-harmed in Australia, but I don't know how you get there with that based on everything else that we've heard. He could have self-harmed in some other context and still have been harmed back in Australia by her. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't automatically follow. So they have to have some kind of a bridge between those two in order for that to be like a logic that can be followed by the jury, if that makes sense. Mark said, how do you get Milani in. You can ask Amber Heard directly to impeach, but if she denies, who do you call? I mean, let's see here. Let me just make sure I've got all these super chats here. Okay. So you can introduce business records to impeach. If she says no, you can introduce business records and to show this product did not exist before 2017. And even if you don't have those business records entered into evidence, you still get that impeachment in front of the jury. So that's one way. Poetic Dissonance said, problem with calling him emotionally abusive is that she pursued a fragile person, stoked his addictions, and used them as a weapon. That's why that's kind of a risk for the Amber Heard team. I agree. Jashi63 said, why was the video of Johnny Depp slamming covers allowed if he had no idea it was being filmed? She definitely smirked at the end. Because I think they have a general agreement that videos and audio footage of the two of them together are just going to come in and they will explain them. So Julia Zaleski said, I just read about the makeup kit and I'm shook. How bad is this revelation for AH? It's terrible. It's terrible because the attorneys in this case represented to the court and to the jury that this particular product she used back in 2014, 15, 16 to cover up her bruises. And the fact that did not exist before 2017 is huge. It's huge. And the thing is, not only does that potentially blow up Amber's case on that point, it also blows up the attorney's credibility for the jury. You know, if the jury thinks that the attorney is lying to her to them about one thing, especially one big thing, they might start thinking, what else have you been lying about? So yeah, I think that's a huge deal. Kendra Jensen said, how does the jury work for high profile trials? Are they isolated from the internet to prevent bias? They go back to their home at the end of the night, generally speaking. So there's a lot of trust that is placed in these jurors. And, you know, truth be told, I do think that most jurors are going to take it very seriously. I really do think so. I think that, yes, there are people that are going to be curious, that are going to start looking things up. But yeah, it's a lot of trust, basically. Hillary AA says, new fan, can you guys explain the difference between spousal privilege versus Depp case? How can private messages between your spouse not be privileged? So,
at least in Virginia, where the spouses are against each other, there's no spousal privilege.
Yes, exactly. There you go. Boom. Simple. Lord Zero ILP says, I've seen rumors of Heard saying she'll sue her attorneys if they lose. Could she do such a thing? Thank you to everyone for the wonderful coverage. So, I mean, you're welcome. You're welcome. And thank you for the super chat. If it's some kind of malpractice claim, you have to really show some kind of egregious error. You can't just sue your lawyers for losing, right? Especially if you've got bad facts. They can only do so much. You know, I haven't seen anything that is so terrible on the lawyer's part that would make me think that there's a malpractice claim here.
It was exactly this compact. It's pretty hilarious, though.
Yeah, I mean that is pretty bad. It does show that they're not exactly brushing up on these details. That and the Instagram thing that they represented to the court too. They're not double checking their details, which is it's a bad look for them. I still don't think that rises to the level of professional responsibility issues. Tina Miller said, if Amber Heard's team claims she has no past of being violent, can JD's team then bring up the past EV case with her ex for impeachment purposes? For impeachment purposes, yes.
For impeachment purposes, exactly. So
that is how that would come in.
That's right, how it comes in, because we're no longer using her past domestic violence to try to prove that she's violent now. We're trying to prove she's a liar, which is technically different.
Yes. And that means we're caught up. We are caught up on Super Chats. Woohoo!
Legalbytes, at this point, I'm not 100% sure how you're doing this because I am wasted and I'm not doing as much as you are on this stuff.
I am very tired. And I need to take the doggo out and maybe have some food.
Yeah. I've just been reading right now about, now we were on stream the other day. Who was the one that brought up the defamation by implication, said it was rare? Because someone said it was extremely rare. And I remember I was like, oh, okay, I didn't know that. And I remember they showed something, but who said it was extremely rare? I'm not sure who said it. When we first were talking about defamation by implication.
Mm-hmm.
Because no, I've been looking it
Oh,
up.
I
because
don't,
was
I
like,
don't know. I don't know
look
how,
up.
I don't know how rare that is. I think I was getting that from you just earlier, but
Yeah.
I think, I don't know how rare it is, but I do know that it's a thing in Virginia.
Yeah, because I remember somebody was saying, I remember we were here. Somebody said it was rare, 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 and I was like, oh, okay. Because now I'm just looking because I looked it up. I was like, you know what? Let me see.
I'd be
Because I hate
surprised if it's
saying
that rare.
I hate saying something and not being sure. So I was like, let me look it up. So it doesn't seem like it's universal. It's a common law principle. And like in New York, it just started in 2014. They did institute from common law defamation by implication. But I'm just seeing it. Some states have it. Some states seem not to have it. I was like, oh, but it doesn't seem as rare as I was led to believe. States do have it. I'm like, all right, yeah, this doesn't seem as rare.
I think we should
Like
just do
California,
the
for
outro now,
instance.
and then you should just read the things, and then you should hit the end chat button so we can go home.
Yeah.
Oh, you better go home.
Yeah. Let me.
No,
let me,
I just was asked. I just wanted to know if anybody had any resources that I could maybe look at.
No, I
You're
don't.
right. Let's get out of here.
I don't. Let me get these last ones. Oh, geez. Okay. P1, P3 said you read my last text as if I was an Amber fan. Hate her. I just wanted to say, take a step back, and this behavior is not normal from either of them. Hope Johnny wins. What will win this case? Feelings or law? Oh, so yeah, I thought I read that you said justice for Amber Heard. Yeah, sorry. But whatever.
That must have been so horrible. Good thing you caught this one.
You might have hallucinated it at this point, which
justice for Amber Heard.
I thought that's what it said. I'm sorry, man.
When you said it perked me up too. I was like, oh shit, somebody's justice is bold in this chat.
There might be a justice for Amber Heard person in here somewhere.
Yeah, well, there have been.
Got a shock,
yeah, no, I do agree. It's definitely not healthy behavior from either of them, right? It's no, I don't think anyone would disagree with you on that. Looking at this behavior and saying, oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, but thank you, I appreciate it.
Justice for Amber Heard.
DC said perhaps that particular compact wasn't made before 2017, but maybe they made a different compact, and that one was just as demonstrative evidence.
Yeah. She fucked up the wording.
That's what they would try to say. That's what they would try to say. And they would try to, on that. But yeah, but it still is not a good look. And they would have to really, it puts them in a very awkward place. Let's just say that. Karen G said, are attorneys allowed to access media info about the case, or how can they know and bring up the Milani issue? Yes, they are able to access information about the case. The question is, number one, how much time and energy do they have for it? And number two, do they even want to get information from other people on the case? Because you have to be careful about that kind of thing. We had Natalie Wisco on here talking about that, about how the Rittenhouse trial, they had this. Oh, Jesus, we're getting more. Okay. Oh, I'll limit it. Okay. But yes, they can. Funky Fudge 11 said, how would you rate the judge's performance?
Pretty
Overall,
pretty good.
Yeah.
She's a couple issues where I might have disagreed with her, but on the whole, she's doing fine.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think the judge is pretty all right.
I agree. Teresa S., thank you for the super sticker. And Thematic, thank you so much. He said, when lawyers get into the truth of the matter, we'll understand that Johnny was no angel. He hurt himself in Australia, and he hurt himself when he broke the restraining order. # justice for Amber Heard. Okay. Well, I mean, that's not the way that I see Australia at this point, but if there's more evidence that comes out and shows otherwise, hey, that's what we're evaluating, right? Okay. On that note, that is the end. We are done. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you to all my friends for joining me. This was a lovely, lovely hangout. I will see everybody on Monday for trial day 8. Okay.